Yeah, so many tabs open. But anyway, what is up, chat? I was not here for the last like 4 days, I think, because I was busy. I was in Washington, D.C. I saw the White House, chat. I drove by it. So it exists, in case you're wondering if it was real or not. And the ballroom still being built, like our good president is trying to make it built. Sorry. I was apartment hunting. So I was like taking tours of apartments. So I drove down on Thursday. Well, I drove up on Thursday, technically, because it's up, it's north. I drove up on Thursday. Um, I slept there. Did you miss the shooting? Was there another shooting? Yes. In DC? Hello? When was this? At the White House? Oh no, that was after. I covered that here on the stream. I went after that. I went after that happened. That was like last week. The days are blurring. That's fair. Friend from high school also tried to jump the White House fence years ago. Got house arrest. He also went to the White House. Then went to a courthouse. That's crazy. Also, we covered Tabitha as well. Am I crazy? This is an update to the Tabitha thing. Oh, this is an update to Tabitha thing. Interesting. Interesting. We'll take a little look-sees. Well, also, there's also a video from Tabernacle and Noah Sampson on Grand Pioneer
online
that I kind of want to see. I started it a little bit when I was on my drive, but I was like, you know what? I'll save this for the chat. So we have that as well. My freaking light is kind of bright, no? Hold on. There we go. It's better. What else is happening? What else is happening? Yawn. That's how Cav's going after FD now too. I saw the tweet. I have no idea what he was talking about. Yeah, I did not click on the video to see, because when I'm dope stream, I don't cover stuff. You know, I see some stuff, I just put it to the side. Here, we can start with this, because I think it was funny. We really missed you. You know who I missed? Tabitha Speaks. Oh yeah, we're chilling. We're chilling. Ooh, there's also, they teach AI music at music school now. This is kind of curious. I'm curious of this. This Asmongold thing. Apparently, Asmongold admitted to being a Nazi. This is also JD Vance crying about being booed about AI. Even the Air Force Academy graduates are like, bro, we hate AI. Get it out of my face. We'll start with this because I think it's funny. Y'all hear this?
So I've watched.
Yes, I think so. Okay. All right, T. All right, T. All right, T.
A few highlights of graduation speeches where this or that.
Make a brief for 36 months. That's like 3 years. That's kind of crazy. No?
SDABL.
So EJ Acker thinking for the 24 months. That's 2 years. And then Broke Social thinking for the 12 months. That's 1 year. That's kind of crazy. You got a 1 year sub, a 2 year sub, and a 3 year sub all coming in one after another. Who's the 4 year sub? Wait, that can't exist because I started streaming 3 years ago.
Leader. So I've watched a few highlights of graduation speeches where this or that corporate leader will discuss artificial intelligence, AI, and be met with literal boos. Now, you can't boo me. I'm the Vice President of the United States. So I've watched a few highlights.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, yeah, you can't boo me. I'm the Vice President of the United States. You can't boo me. They should have booed him anyway. Or he's making a joke. I mean, the joke is how he's so they cut out the laughter response. I mean, he's not wrong. They can't boo him. He's not wrong. Like it's not a joke if it's completely in reality. They literally cannot boo him. Can they really not? I mean, like, technically they have the First Amendment right to be able to boo him, but like, you know, they're a part of the military, and he's like the second in command of the commander in chief. He's their boss. You know, there's a level of like coercion under that dynamic. It's like your boss being like, yeah, you can't tell me I'm doing something wrong. I'm your boss, because he can like fire you. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. And so like, he's technically their boss in this situation circumstance. You get many of your rights while serving. Yes, but you can technically boo the vice president. You know what I mean? Like, even as a serviceman, you can still technically boo somebody under, like, you know, the First Amendment. But you can also be punished for that under recourse. Yeah, actually you can't while in uniform anyway. I mean, technically you can do anything. It's a question of whether or not you're going to be punished for it. I don't know. I think that's a decent argument. You can't technically exhibit any personal political beliefs while in uniform. That is true. The question of whether or not that would be considered you know what I mean, exhibiting a personal political belief, it's like, yeah, up in the air. I don't know. I'm not in the military, or well, I wasn't in the military, so I'll defer to I'm Boombi on that. But like, I just like, even whether or not it's like explicit, like coercive situations, or if it's like, you know, implicit, they're not going to boo him. Is kind of the point, right? So he literally went into a space of a bunch of people who are like, it's like your boss coming down to the factory and like sitting in on like a work meeting, right? Who you know is like a tyrant, who you know will fire you with zero recourse, right? Even then, you have a certain circumstance of like having rights and being able to organize and get restitution for that, but you don't really have that in the military. So like, it just the point is that it reads as insecure. It is an insecure thing to say that you can't boo me. I'm the vice president. And they're like, yeah, you can't boo you because, you know, these are like budding young academy graduates who are just becoming, like, I don't know, second lieutenants or whatever in the Air Force. I'm pretty sure Air Force has those. They're not going to jeopardize their career by being the person to boo the vice president, even if they hate the vice president or hate AI. They should have still booed though. It would have been funny. It would have been funny. Anyway, let's look at this Drake comment. Okay, actually, this is a great analogy. You can't boo me. My dad is your boss. Yeah. Experience. I was almost at home from deployment and punished for refusing the guy Mitch McConnell from around the base for their tour. Yeah, there's also another reason why you should not join the military. All of them would have gotten clapped on the spot if they booed. They still should have booed though. It would have been funny. It would have been hilarious. Obviously, like, that's under the circumstance where, like, if you think and I think these people are the type of people who boo, the type of person to go to the Air Force Academy is not somebody who would boo the vice president no matter who they are. You know what I mean? You're literally joining the I relinquish all of my individualism, right, to be a part of the machine entity. That person is not going to, in this moment, at the end of like 4 years of schooling, right, after just getting like officer status, throwing that away to boo the vice president. You know, they're not doing that. Enlisted members would have booed. Academy dudes are cowards. I mean, because enlisted members don't really have that much to lose comparatively. I mean, they lose their jobs. You know what I mean? But like, they have a lot more leeway to like, especially if they're like a it's still a vice president though, so I don't know. It's the vice president. Like, would your CO be like, all right, nah, we're Article 15. I don't know if they have those in Air Force. You get reprimanded for booing the because you make your like bosses look bad, you know? And you make their bosses look bad. And their bosses look bad. Because this is like literally like the boss's kid. You know what I mean? Like, graduating today. Congratulations. Wait, what is today? It's the 29th? On a Friday? Everybody clap for school, graduating high school. Woo! Woo! Gotta get tattoos in Croatia to spite them. True. Anyway, let's look at this. Look at this Drake thing before I get to the actual news today.
Yeah. All right. Look, listen up. It's about to be smoke. Ain't nothing but some shit I wrote about a rich ass nigga that's deep in the game. They call me Drizzy Drake and I'm keeping the name. I sport Nike shoes, I got a mic to use to talk bad about you pussies, I don't like you fools. Got an Oakland show tonight, baby. I'm on a bridge with a tank unleaded. I pull up early to that bitch was yanking already. I said yang in the city and I really got rank. You see the backpack to the front, you getting spanked. I really blow hands for the fun of it. New owl, blue diamonds on the front of it. Shot my little cousin, missed having none of it. Trying to campaign, yeah, Drizzy bad running shit.
Bro, I love that Drake is kind of being drugged for this album. Because all the mashups are better than anything that he put out. And I respect that. I respect that. Now, before we move on to talking about Jason and Amaya, we'll talk about AsmonNaz briefly. AsmonNaz goes full mask off and explains how he set up his stream to intentionally funnel people to more extreme right-wing people like Nick Fuentes. But this is the Destiny account as well. I guess they're finally doing something productive with their life instead of punching left.
And I know because I'm one of them.
Also, this is exactly what Destiny did. This is kind of funny to be a Destiny stan and posting this. Like, Destiny himself is only mad at Nick Fuentes because Nick Fuentes got bigger than he did with his support. You know?
Now, do you not get deplatformed through all this? I simply, I am a very pragmatic person. I have no problems not saying things or not doing something if I feel like
or not sorry,
it won't be advantageous for me. So I just simply don't say things that I think will get me in trouble, and until it's okay to say them. That's literally it. You're a good boy. Yeah, I like Nick doesn't do that. Nick says exactly what he thinks, and it's respectable. It is. I don't have any negative about it. But to me, I view my role as being a more mainstream ally towards this stuff without necessarily spearheading any sort of like real controversial change, because I can't really do that. It would compromise my position. That's the reason
I mean, this kind of perfectly demonstrates that Asmongold isn't stupid. You know what I mean? He's not stupid. This is not how somebody. This is the most like eloquently Asmongold has ever spoken in his entire life, right? And he's very clear-eyed about what his role in this entire political project is. Right? He's not stupid. Put out Nazis? No, 100%, 100%. He's saying that. He's saying my role here. I ain't smart. I didn't say he was smart. I said he's not stupid. Right? Because that's a very different thing. He knows what he's doing, right? He's very self-aware of what he's doing, right? He knows his position in the role of furthering a right-wing Nazi agenda, right? He knows exactly where he fits in that dynamic. And he's saying that very openly here. He's saying, my role is to be a moderate voice to what Nick Fuentes is. Right? The reason why I don't say the things Nick Fuentes says is not that I don't believe him, but because I need to have a more mainstream approach so that I can pull people who are unwitting into where I believe. He's describing the alt-right pipeline, right? That's what he's describing. He's describing what people have been saying for years about the alt-right pipeline that people have spent the last, like, I would say 8 years trying to discredit. Right? Like, people have a lot of beef with like woke one. They describe as woke one. Woke one called stuff like this out when it was happening. They didn't let it get to a point where like we were just like, what? What? Asmongold, why are you saying this thing? Right? It was a very clear like dynamic of being like, okay, well, you are trying to funnel people in to like Nazi beliefs. Like, is that, and that's very open what he was doing. Woke one pre-2020. I don't know how people describe woke one. They describe it as like 2020 itself. I mean, they probably talk and coordinate about it. No, that's not really how that works. Right? They can like not speak to each other at all, and it'd be the same dynamic, right? Because they don't need to. Asmongold recognizes his place because he sees what Nick Fuentes is doing, and he sees that what he's saying is like, off-putting. His goal is to translate that to the mainstream audience, to bring them in. It was more like 2016. It's 2016 to 2020. It ended with 2020, right? Probably when I would say when Trump got elected. Sorry, when Biden got elected. Gosh darn it, they're the same people in my brain. When Biden got elected. Because he got in, people were like, okay, this woke stuff is over now. Problem solved. And then they moved on. But now we're back in the same state, right? The same exact position that we were in before. I don't think Nick and Asmon do talk, even if they don't have to. I don't know. I don't think Asmon talks to anybody, including Nick Fuentes. I don't think he needs to. I don't think, like, I think I could see him being too lazy to even do that. And they just kind of converse on stream because they're basically friends on stream. Like, Nick would be like, oh, Asmongold, he's like a cool guy. And then Asmongold would be like, yeah, based. And then that's how they interact. So they don't need to talk to do this project. And so I don't think it's worth speculating on, is my point.
A funnel? Yeah, I kind of do that. Yeah, like a funnel in a way. So that's the reason why I do most things that I do are like there's reasoning behind them. You have your lane for sure? Yeah, I do.
And
NB drive a pic with Asmon. I mean, NB is always like on Twitter talking about like, man, I miss when streaming was great. You know what I mean? It's just kind of funny. I don't even know if he's still streaming. And we posted a selfie with Sonic a day ago too. He's farming interactions. Yeah, because his whole thing is just like, I remember when streaming was great. Remember when we were all friends, guys? So anyway, that's the AsmonGlow thing. I thought it was a little bit funny. There's also this that I thought was crazy. Did y'all see this? The stream was frozen for a second. No, sorry, I was reading something. An influencer with no right hand is fighting a ticket after police claim that she was driving holding a phone in her right hand. Katie was even asked during this traffic stop to raise her hand to swear despite not having one. Like, bro, cops. Here. You watch the video as well? I was like, it's craziness. I only saw a little bit of it. I'm just like, come on, dog. Come on, dog. Number one, men can never apologize. Number two, white men can never apologize. Number three, police officers can never apologize. So number four, white man police officers are never going to apologize, even when they're very clearly in the wrong. Even when they are very clearly in the wrong. He didn't even say, oh, well, it was actually your left hand instead, which also wouldn't have made any sense. But like, should have been like, all right, have a nice day. I must have been smoking something. Person dude eating a sandwich in his car. Yeah, like this is like craziness.
It doesn't bother you, huh? Yeah, a lot of times you can.
Maybe it's different because I'm a girl.
Hello, ma'am. Hey, good morning. I'm Deputy Gasala with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. This is why you're being pulled over. The city of Lake Worth today, we're doing an operation for distracted driver, and you drove past me holding the phone with your right hand, manipulating that phone. I mean, I saw you with the phone in your hand. Obviously not. You drove past me holding the phone with your right hand, manipulating that phone.
That's, you gotta just be like, my mistake. I must have confused you with somebody else. Anyway, have a nice day. Goodbye. Goodbye, please. You gotta take the L. You have to hold the L. You have to. He's not blind. No, it's not even that he's blind or that he. The point is like they have quotas, right? Cops have quotas that they have to hit, especially if they're doing an initiative specifically for distracted driving, right? So think about all the people who actually weren't distracted driving, right? That didn't have this very clear and cut, like, reason as to why they weren't doing that. And just look at how he started this, right? I mean, we have this core initiative that's tackling distracted driving. You're driving with your phone in your right hand, manipulating that phone. It was like a script, literally like a script.
Hello, ma'am. Hey, good morning. I'm Deputy Gasala with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. This is why you're being pulled over. The city of Lake Worth today, we're doing an operation for distracted driver, and you drove past me holding the phone with your right hand, manipulating that phone.
Like, it's very obviously a script. It's very obviously a script. They're trying to reach a quota for whatever reason. It could be a lot of different reasons. It could be that they want to show this initiative is successful so they can actually pull more money from the city's budget, right? Or the county's budget, right? By being like, hey, look, we started this new initiative. We're able to ticket, 20,000 people over the course of 3 months. We caught them using their phones. The ticketing, revenue that comes from the tickets actually funnels back into the city. You should give us more guns, please. Please give us a tank. Please give us a tank. Give us a tank, please. Look at how many people we ticketed for driving without their phones. Like, give us a tank. That's literally what it is, basically. They have quotas that they have to reach when they start these initiatives. Because they're never actually about stopping crime, chat. They're not. They're about, like, just, like, validating their own existence, basically. Her reaction is kind of funny though.
I mean, I saw you with your phone in your hand.
Not.
What? It's like he was like, I mean, I saw you with your phone in your hand. So she's like, come on, dog. Come on, bro.
So you want to just call this a day? Or?
I don't want to call it a day. You had a hand.
That's. She's like, so you want to call this a day? Can I leave? Like.
And manipulated.
You just said my right hand.
Well, I thought I saw you with your right hand. You
so
had a
you
hand
didn't.
out. The right hand. I saw you manipulate.
So you didn't.
With the right hand, perhaps not, right? But I saw you.
You didn't.
Wait, so does she think does he think that she was doing it with her other hand? But like, so, but why? He just lied. Like, he could have said nothing. By the way, the reason why is that they say the right hand because they can imply that like, oh, you dropped the phone with your other hand, you know, or like whatever. But like, they don't have this excuse because if she was driving with her left hand, right, he would have said that. It's the hand closest to the door. But he was running a line. He was doing the script. He was basically like, you were driving with your phone in your right hand. You can't say no because I saw it, so you're getting a ticket or whatever.
You didn't see me with my right hand.
Okay, so are you
saying that you saw me with my right hand?
I know what I just said. I know what I just said. I'm asking you now. Did you or not have your phone on your hand?
I did not.
You did not have your phone in your hand?
I did not.
Hand to God, you didn't have your phone in your hand.
Hand to God.
I love this lady. She's so funny, bro. She's so funny. She is so funny, bro. Like, ugh, that's hilarious. Why did he ask that? Because he's a dick. That's why. He's a dick. He knew what he was doing.
Have your phone in your
I
hand?
did not.
Hand to God, you didn't have your phone in your hand.
Hand to God.
The other hand to God, you didn't have your phone in your hand.
He's like, nope, doesn't count. Doesn't count. You don't have a hand on that arm. Doesn't count. You have to do the other one. That's not a hand. You gotta use your actual hand. Like, what? What? That is craziness. That is craziness, bro. Bro, just say, my bad. It's okay to say I'm sorry. Is it too late now to say sorry? As Justin Bieber said. Just misogyny? Actually, it's not just misogyny. It's misogyny and it's ableism. Like, this is like a very clear-cut example of like ableism like in the wild. Like, this is textbook ableism. Like, that's what, just the way that he's talking about her disability is just, it's like very cavalier and kind of gross. Like, the fact that he's like can't even just admit that like he was wrong and incorrect. Like, that too, when you got mad because she's laughing at him. Oh, that too, as well. Like, it's crazy. If there was an actual court record of this, you could not convince me that this wasn't fake. It's because it's hard to imagine. We know how bad cops are, but it's even harder to imagine that like they kept going with this. You know what I mean? Got dismissed, by the way. I need her to take him to court. I need her to take the police department to court because I guarantee she's getting paid from this. She needs to get a good lawyer. I guarantee she's getting paid from this. I'm not a lawyer, but I promise you, she would get paid from this. Because it's so open and shut, cut and dry. That's wild.
Hand to God.
Cool. You have your driver's license, registration,
Yes,
and
I
insurance
do.
with you?
He was like, cool, that works. But what's the stop? The reason for the stop is invalid. Drop the case against her, by the way. It shouldn't have even gotten that far in the first place. But like, I don't think the police should be allowed to ask you for your driver's license and registration if the reason for the stop is invalid. You know what I mean? This guy should be fired, is what I'll say. Because like, you're not allowed to pull me over for illegitimate reasons. You know what I mean? And then run my like license, even if I have a warrant, which I don't. Right? But like, even if I like, even if I have a warrant or whatever, you should not be allowed to take me in from an illegal traffic stop. I have rights, you know? I have rights. Anyway, this is something else kind of crazy.
There have been several articles.
I do want to get to Grand Pwatner as well, but I also want to get to the Jasontheween stuff. We can start with, we can go with that as well. We're speed running. We're speed running these topics. It's hard to be. Yes, I do have somewhere to be. Absolutely. Ooh. Okay. Hold on. I'll play this real quick. I'll be right back.
To come out about student protests over the Berklee College of Music's adoption of generative AI in songwriting classes. So I talked to some students and faculty to figure out exactly what's going on over there at my alma mater. And what I found was genuinely shocking, including relationships between Berklee's president and the same Cambridge-based venture capital that funds Suno. This one's spicy. I'm getting over a cold, so tea today instead of coffee, but yeah.
The entire reason that we're going to this school is to perfect our craft. These tools are designed to make it so that we will never have to do that. So it completely makes going to school pointless.
The student backlash was first prompted because of a class taught by songwriting professor Ben Camp called Bots, Beats, AI, and the Future of Songwriting, where students use the generative AI program Suno to assist in their compositions. Ben has previously gone viral for saying that Suno is better than 80% of his students, which is honestly a bit of a weird comment from a professor whose job is presumably to teach the students how to be better. Kind of a weird cell phone, to be honest. This comment makes a lot more sense, however, when you consider the fact that Ben Camp is also a paid advisor for Suno. Now, Suno, of course, is the venture capital-funded generative AI company led by TechBro CEO Mikey Schulman, who wants to turn music into a pay-for-play video game.
And if you make music interactive and you make music engaging, people will pay for it like they pay for video games. To me, it seems like just crazy that music should not be as engaging as Fortnite.
To do this, Suno uses AI as a means of wealth extraction. They have trained their models by scraping every musical recording on the internet without permission or licensing.
We know that there are some copyrighted works in our training data.
And sell people back the result as a subscription service.
People will pay for it like they pay for video games.
The fact that Ben Camp, Suno advisor, teaches a class at Berklee called Stealing from the Masters is honestly a bit on the nose. One of Suno's early investors and current board member is Matrix Partners Antonio Rodriguez, who thinks that the lack of licensing and attribution is an explicit feature of the company. Quote, honestly, if we had deals with labels when this company got started, I probably wouldn't have invested in it. I think that they needed to make this product without the constraints. As one Berklee student pointed out to me, the students in this AI songwriting class almost certainly are violating Berklee's own code of conduct with regards to plagiarism when they use Suno. Any output of the technology is unattributable to the sources it was trained on by design, and that is the reason why investors invested in it. Berklee does not see this plagiarism as a problem. In fact, Berklee is perfectly willing to partner with Suno in the upcoming AIMS conference as an artist sponsor. But this relationship between Berklee and Suno goes deeper than just a conference sponsor and a professor. You see, in 2025, Jim Lucchese was named the new president of Berklee. He is the former CEO of the Echo Nest, a Cambridge-based music data firm that was acquired by Spotify in 2014. In 2010, under Jim Lucchese as CEO, the Echo Nest had institutional investment from Cambridge-based Matrix partners, specifically from Antonio Rodriguez, the same licensing-hating VC that would later invest in Suno. Antonio Rodriguez would also end up serving as a board member under Jim Lucchese, making sure the company managed to skirt licensing headaches that make it tough for music streaming sites to turn a profit.
And copyright law just hasn't caught up with the technology that's out there, and that's constantly evolving. I'm a copyright lawyer and very well aware of the fact that a lot of the applications that we enable raise open copyright questions.
So clearly there's this very cozy relationship between the new administration of the Berklee College of Music, a venture capitalist named Antonio Rodriguez, and the company Suno, a relationship based on companies built to skirt copyright law. Now, if there's any doubt where the sentiments of the administration at the Berklee College of Music lie, I have reports from students who attended an office hour of the president on April 2nd to voice their concerns about generative AI. I have confirmation from several students who were in attendance at that meeting that Berklee president Jim Lucchese compared efforts to curtail generative AI to book burnings. Now, this is maybe a bit concerning about the president of a major music school being so tied to the tech world. But, you know, let's do the whole Steelman thing. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe this tech, Suno, is advantageous for musicians, and that's why it's being taught at music school, whose job is presumably to prepare musicians with the exact tools that they need to survive in the real world of music. Berklee apparently thinks that students graduating from the Berklee College of Music are best served being exposed to and using generative AI tools like Suno.
We all know this place has always been about getting the gig. We've got to make sure that Berklee is the best investment our students ever make in living a creative life on their own terms, because it's going to be the greatest investment that they make.
There are a million issues with this that I feel like Berklee has not addressed. I made an hour-and-a-half documentary going into a lot of the details about why I think generative AI companies like Suno are very bad news. But I don't want to rehash any of the arguments about generative AI here, because I think there are 4 big problems with this that Berklee needs to address, even if you are a big advocate for generative AI, even if you are very pro-AI. There are some problems here for you, Berklee. Problem number 1, branding. Now, according to the CEO of Suno, again, the company that Berklee has partnered with, nobody really likes to make music.
It's not really enjoyable to make music now. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of practice. You need to get really good at an instrument or really good at a piece of production software. I think the majority of people don't enjoy the majority of the time they spend making music.
Berklee better hope that that's not true, because its business model, as well as any music school, is based on the idea that people like to make music. In fact, they like it so much that they're willing to spend a lot of money to learn how to do it better. So you have to sell the study of generative AI music, or at least an institution that abets it, as somehow an elite education. And that is a branding problem, because the vast majority of people's exposure to AI music is either slop that they themselves generate without the need of a Berklee education, or generally low-effort memes turning texts into songs.
Do you have any money on Cash App? I'm hungry.
Like, it's all funny, and you might be super into all of this stuff, but is it worth the tuition? As Kateria Doria points out, we're quickly seeing how AI-generated media functions in the marketing space.
Generative AI is being pushed to poor people, while rich people are making it super duper clear that they are not touching it.
It speaks to class, first and foremost. Coke is for the people, and so Coke commercials use AI. Porsche, however, is for the elite, people who have money to spend. Commercials for Porsche make a big deal of not using AI. Human art is more expensive, it's more prestige. You could say it's more elitist. Porsche is learning how to play in a symphony, or learning how to write like Duke Ellington, or play like Stevie Wonder. Coke is making memes. So if you're trying to charge Porsche prices, but not teaching people how to make Porsche products, but rather Coke products, That's a branding issue. By branding yourself with Suno, with generative AI, you are making a very conscious decision about your brand, Berklee College of Music.
It's not really enjoyable to make music now.
And the value proposition for your tuition fades until there are aesthetic triumphs in the AI music space that rise beyond the Charlie Kirk song. Which is hilarious, and I honestly think that it is the piece of AI music that is the most important so far. It is a very important cultural artifact, and if Berklee had any balls, it would teach the Charlie Kirk song, but it doesn't, so... Anyway, problem number 2. Berklee is always out of touch. If you read the course syllabus for this controversial course that Ben Camp teaches, you'll read this, quote, "We'll critically examine how AI affects the very essence of creativity, from the rise of voice cloning to the potential of deepfakes, and explore the cutting-edge technologies of XR, Web3, blockchain, and the metaverse." The metaverse. Yes, a full month after it was announced that the metaverse is closing, Berklee is still teaching that Mark Zuckerberg's corporate hellscape is the future of the music industry.
Future of the music industry? I would say that application developers are a critical part of the future of the music industry.
This course description reads less like the current state of the industry and more like a generally pathetic view of what tech bros think is the industry standard and the future. You know what actual technology I would recommend students master before graduating college if they want to have a head start in the real world? In-ear monitors. I was just playing a festival in Zhoushan, China, where you had all of these international bands and the local tech guys talking about in-ear monitor rigs.
Everybody's checking out each other's in-ear rigs. It's great.
This stuff is everywhere and is quickly becoming expected that you understand how this stuff works. If Berklee was serious about providing technical training for musicians as they enter the real world, they'd be offering classes in this sort of thing. But instead, it's the blockchain and the metaverse.
We want AI to be taught at Berklee, but not using the AI. We want to be taught about the legality, the ethics, so that we're prepared to deal with it head on when we leave Berklee. But that doesn't need to include generate a song with Drake's voice or whatever was the literal headline, the caption of that class.
So editor Adam here. Initially when I filmed this video, by the way, my voice feeling much better. Thank you. Initially, when I filmed this video, I was unable to corroborate what Izzy was talking about when they said that this class was advertised as letting students use Drake's voice in projects. And yet I found the poster that they were referring to, and I just had to share it with you guys because this is still up there on the Berklee Songwriting Instagram, featuring some truly atrocious AI art. And yes, indeed, it says that students will learn to use realistic voice cloning and hear Drake or Grimes feature on their tracks, which is just a very strange thing for a music school to teach. The deep faking of celebrity likenesses. Weird. The poster also says that students will create an artist avatar and explore the world of metaverse concerts. Not to belabor the point, but the metaverse was cringe when it was around, and it's dead. And yet Berklee is still teaching this, which is just pathetic.
Problem number 3. Conflation of a broader AI music community and Suno with AI music. I asked the head of the Berklee Emerging Artist Technology Lab, Mark Ethier, for a comment for this video, and he graciously responded, quote, "Berklee has a responsibility to prepare our students to navigate technologies impacting their creative industries. And our job as Berklee is to help students understand what those tools can do, where they raise legal, ethical, and creative concerns, and how to make informed choices for themselves as artists." Unquote. I fully realize that there are other tools that people put under the AI music umbrella that are not Suno, like, for example, stem separation or timbre transfer, or even, ethically trained generative models. Berklee teaches these tools. They have classes in these tools. Mark Ethier, in fact, was a co-founder of iZotope, which has been using machine learning in its plugins for quite some time. I think iZotope's cool. I think there are many ethical uses of machine learning in music technology. No problem there for me. However, if AI music meant tools like iZotope, there wouldn't be any student backlash. There are very important legal, ethical, and creative differences between tools like iZotope and VC-funded plagiarism machines like Suno. And those differences are often obfuscated to sane-wash Suno. Like, you see, Suno's just a tool like iZotope. Like, It's totally fine. Conflating the two, however, like Berklee seems to have done, is disastrous for people in the AI music community who do not want to be associated with Suno, and yet now have to answer for the sins of Mikey Schulman.
It's not really enjoyable to make music now.
There was a conference earlier this year at Indiana University in Bloomington called Algorithms, where lawyers, industry leaders, and academics, and yours truly, discuss topics in AI music related to copyright, ownership, artistry, and technology. Marcus Lawrence, who is very pro-AI, described the conference in the AI music blog Zinstrel. Quote, "It was clear from the many panels, debates, and side conversations, even ones unabashedly pro-AI music, that Suno has become synonymous with AI music generally." And that's a problem. Lawyer John Strom makes an interesting argument. He says that Suno is bad for AI music. Even if you're pro AI music, you can't deny the fact that Suno has radicalized a generation of musicians and a general listening public against the very idea of AI music. Quote, "Suno is bad for the future of AI music because it blew its entrance with tens of millions of slop tracks on services. In addition to the competitive releases such as Monet and Breaking Rust, you'd expect to have something break out. Promoters of AI music have put in the effort. They took a big bet, spent a lot of money, and failed. Now the majority of people not only hate AI music, they hate the very idea of AI music. My big recommendation in the music tech space for people who are not associated with Suno is to rebrand entirely. Don't call what you do AI music. Call it something else, machine learning something. Because in many spaces, just saying the word AI music makes people very upset. Problem number 4. A lot of people just really hate AI music. This should be obvious, and if it isn't obvious to Berklee, this is an example of why I think they're out of touch, but the zeitgeist is not kind to AI musicians. It's pretty obvious that young people are not on board. Don't take it from me. I'm washed millennial unk here. But Gen Z musician creators like Gabby Bell have been making videos with millions and millions of views, tearing into AI and music, and the responses have been uniformly supportive. And when you've radicalized the youth so much...
Jeez Louise. I'm back.
There have been several articles to come out about student protests over the Berklee College of Music's adoption of generative AI in songwriting classes. So I talked to some students and faculty to figure out exactly what's going on over there at my alma mater. And what I found was genuinely shocking, including relationships between Berklee's president and the same Cambridge-based venture capital that funds Suno. This one's spicy. I'm getting over a cold, so tea today instead of coffee, but yeah.
The entire reason that we're going to this school is to perfect our craft. These tools are designed to make it so that we will never have to do that. So it completely makes going to school pointless.
The student backlash was first prompted because of the
going to computer science, going to school for computer science. They teach you how to use like Claude or whatever. Like, welcome to Claude 101. Basically, you just type in what you want, and then you get out products. Everybody gets an A. Wherever gets an F, technically. Who knows?
Class taught by songwriting professor Ben Camp called Bots, Beats, AI, and the Future of Songwriting, where students use the generative AI program Suno to assist in their compositions. Ben has previously gone viral for saying that Suno is better than 80% of his students, which is...
I mean, sure. If, like, you consider the fact that they're students and they're learning, and that Suno is trained off of, like, masterpieces written by, like, and composed by people who have, you know, decades of musical experience. Like, yeah, that I can see that being the case. It's like, wow, this printer can make better art than my art teacher. LOL, 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 LOL. Like, yeah, it's a printer. It prints stuff. It's not drawing.
Honestly a bit of a weird comment from a professor whose job is presumably to teach the students how to be better. Kind of a weird cell phone, to be honest. This comment makes a lot more sense, however, when you consider the fact that Ben Camp is also a paid advisor for Suno. Now, Suno, of course, is the venture capital-funded generative AI company led by TechBro CEO Mikey Schulman, who wants to turn music into a pay-for-play video game.
And if you make music interactive and you make music...
Bro, I'm surprised there has been no open source software to undercut Suno yet. That's surprising to me. This is the same thing that happened with like image generation, right? There were like DALL-E 2 that came out to make images and stuff, and then it was undercut by like open source software, which kind of like spread the market out, but also simultaneously collapsed the bubble because that caused competitors to just use open source software to build their own rappers for, you know? There's a ChatGPT rapper. I mean, I don't think a ChatGPT rapper can actually make music per se. But that's kind of how AI, the AI image bubble has popped and AI video bubble has popped, is that why would you pay a company this pay for token service when you could basically build your own wrapper around a open source software and then sell that to people, and then dozens of those come up, and then hundreds of those come up, and then thousands of those come up, and then the bubble bursts, right? So like Midjourney is still around technically, but it's not as prolific as it used to be, specifically because of that dynamic, is that other corporations and companies use their resources to buy up server space in order to build their own wrappers for like Stable Diffusion or whatever, and then they sold that to people as a catch-all solution built on top of like open source software. And so I'm surprised that hasn't happened yet with music, right? Same happening with LLMs. Yes, same thing happened with LLMs, right? Which it used to be just like ChatGPT as a large language model, but then you had other companies able to just honestly steal the models from each other, right? Or build on top of open source models to sell their own alternatives to ChatGPT for very specialized circumstances, right? And that's how you see like OpenAI kind of hemorrhaging money. You know what I mean? That's kind of the dynamic between the bubble bursting for AI. And music just hasn't happened as prolifically. So Suno has a current stranglehold over like AI music or whatever.
Engaging, people will pay for it like they pay for video games. To me, it seems like just crazy that music should not be as engaging as Fortnite.
To do this, Suno uses AI as a means of wealth extraction. They have trained their models by scraping every musical recording on the internet without permission or licensing.
We know that there are some copyrighted works in our training data.
And sell people back the result as a subscription service.
People will pay for it like they pay for video games.
The fact that Ben Camp, Suno advisor, teaches a class at Berkeley
I hate the
called
way these people talk about it, bro.
Stealing from the Masters is honestly a bit on the nose. One of Suno's early investors and current board member is Matrix Partners Antonio Rodriguez, who thinks that the lack of licensing and attribution is an explicit feature of the company. Quote, honestly, if we had deals with labels when this company got started, I probably wouldn't have invested in it. I think that they needed to make this product without the constraints. As one Berkeley student pointed out to me, the students in this AI songwriting class almost certainly are violating Berkeley's own code of conduct with regards to plagiarism when they use Suno.
That's a really good point, actually. That's a really good point. Could they revoke the degrees of anybody who's ever taken this class, technically speaking? They won't do that. But I think that they could do that as a university. I think the university could retroactively revoke the degrees of anybody who has ever taken this specific class, because this specific class requires them to do plagiarism in the class. Taking this as a liberal, think it'll be an easy A. You're like, yeah, easy A. I could just talk about how AI is stupid. And they're like, all right, class, go ahead and make AI stuff. No, what would be funny? I would watch a YouTube video like this, is if somebody actually made, like somebody I took the Berkeley AI class, but I didn't use any AI. That would be a funny thing where they just kept submitting like their own music to be graded, claiming that it's AI, but it was never actually AI. But I think that could technically also violate the code of conduct. Not for plagiarism, but for like academic dishonesty. Right? It's like if your teacher tells you to use a specific textbook and use specific sources, and you like don't do it but then lie about it. I think that could technically be argued academic dishonesty. Yeah, academic dishonesty for not doing plagiarism would be hilarious. Honestly, that would be kind of funny. That would be kind of funny.
Output of the technology is unattributable to the sources it was trained on by design, and that is the reason why investors invested in it. Berkeley does not see this plagiarism as a problem. In fact, Berkeley is perfectly willing to partner with Suno in the upcoming AIMS conference as an artist sponsor. But this relationship between Berkeley and Suno goes deeper than just a conference sponsor and a professor. You see, in 2025, Jim Lucchese was named the new president of Berkeley. He is the former CEO of the Echo Nest, a Cambridge-based music data firm that was acquired by Spotify in 2014. In 2010, under Jim Lucchese as CEO, the Echo Nest had institutional investment from Cambridge-based Matrix partners, specifically from...
And having institutions responsible for the curriculum, if they require students to use the software, they can't penalize them for violating conduct without getting easily sued. Yeah, but it would be funny if they did. You know what I mean?
Antonio Rodriguez.
Obviously, they're never gonna be like, well, actually, this is actually your fault, students. But like, it'd be kind of funny. They actually did try that.
The same licensing-hating VC that would later invest in Suno. Antonio Rodriguez would also end up serving as a board member under Jim Lucchese, making sure the company managed to skirt licensing headaches that make it tough for music streaming sites to turn a profit.
And copyright law just hasn't caught up with technology that's out there, and that's constantly evolving. I'm a copyright lawyer and very well aware of the fact that a lot of the applications that we enable raise open copyright questions.
So clearly there's this very cozy relationship between the new administration of the Berklee College of Music, a venture capitalist named Antonio Rodriguez, and the company Suno, a relationship based on companies built to skirt copyright law. Now, if there's any doubt where the sentiments of the administration at the Berklee College of Music lie, I have reports from students who attended an office hour of the president on April 2nd to voice their concerns about generative AI. I have confirmation from several students who were in attendance at that meeting that Berklee President Jim Lucchese compared efforts to curtail generative AI to book burnings. Now, this is maybe a bit concerning about the president of a major music school being so tied to the tech world. But, you know, let's do the whole Steelman thing. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe this tech, Suno, is advantageous for musicians, and that's why it's being taught at music school, whose job is presumably to prepare musicians with the exact tools that they need to survive in...
Did y'all see the Pope coming out against AI? Artificial intelligences do not live an experience, they do not possess a body, do not go through joy and pain, do not mature in relationships, nor from within what love, work, friendship, responsibility means, nor do they have a moral conscience. They do not judge good and evil, do not grasp the ultimate meaning of situations, nor assume the weight of consequences. They can imitate, they can stimulate, but they do not know what they produce because they do not reside in an effective relational and spiritual horizon for which human beings become wise. Hashtag Magnificat Humanitas. Humanitas. I can read. It's vulgar every day. I'm telling you, I told y'all a few weeks ago that that the bubble is bursting. Bursting.
The real world of music. Berklee apparently thinks that students graduating from the Berklee College of Music are best served being exposed to and using generative AI tools like Suno.
We all know this place has always been about getting the gig. We've got to make sure that Berkeley is the best investment our students ever make in living a creative life on their own terms, because it's going
Randomly dubbed for the 22 months. Much appreciated.
to be the greatest investment that they make.
There are a million issues with this that I feel like Berkeley has not addressed. I made an hour-and-a-half documentary going into a lot of the details about why I think generative AI companies like Suno are very bad news. But I don't want to rehash any of the arguments about generative AI here, because I think there are 4 big problems with this that Berkeley needs to address, even if you are a big advocate for generative AI, even if you are very pro AI. There are some problems here for you, Berkeley. Problem number 1, branding. Now, according to the CEO of Suno, again, the company that Berkeley has partnered with, nobody really likes to make music.
It's not really enjoyable to make music now. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of practice. You need.
That's so funny. That's hilarious. I'm sorry. It's like, man, everybody hates making music, bro. This hobby that everybody loves and enjoys, it sucks, right, guys? What if you had a robot to do it for you?
You need to get really good at an instrument or really good.
Hey, what's your art update, by the way? Hold on. Ugh. Art update. Boom. Look. Hold on. Yeah, I got back into drawing. Fantastic. Thank you. Is that a white boy? I think he's Asian. I'm pretty sure all the characters in Jujutsu Kaisen are Asian. Which, when you really think about it, it's like, yeah, all the characters who have powers in this world are Asian, except for one black guy, and he has crazy genetics, according to Gojo. Also, art update number 2. Hold on. It's bright. So bright. Hold on. I need to block the light. Block the light. There you go. You can kind of see the lines. My white balance is not white balancing. What if I put it back here? No. Anyway, I can wait. Hold on. Actually, I can do this. Oh my goodness graciousness. Come on. Hold on. Okay. Now I can go here. There we go. Because he said that she would leave him for Gojo, so he made him racist. That's so funny. You procreate still? Yes, indeed. Everything procreate still. I mostly okay. This is what I do. This is my artistic process. Oh, you guys can't see it. Hold on. There. My artistic process is I draw physically because I like drawing traditionally. Like I'll draw. Hold on. You can kind of see it a little bit. It's just so bright. Oh, there you go. I'll draw traditionally. I like this one here. Hold on. There we go. And then I bring it to Procreate and I draw over it. Very good thing about Procreate, not access to such a tool. It's cool. I got a refurbished iPad. I just bought Procreate for like $10. It's nice. I like it. I ended up looking at it. I just came in. Oh, it's something I drew. I just what I do is I scroll through Pinterest. And I find a character that I think looks cool, and then I just start drawing it. I am not yet at the skill level where. Oh, so there's also this one. You see the resemblance? The paper version a little bit better, just a tad. It has more character. You show you to. I did show you to. I can show you to again. It's on my art channel. My art Instagram. Yeah, I like drawing. Drawing's fun. Drawing is fun. So we're gonna like comic? Not really at all. No, I should be though. I should, but I'm not. It's a lot of work. Time card MN. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Welcome in. We are taking a break from what we were talking about before. Talk about my art Instagram where I draw stuff on. Draw a hand. You can't make me. You can't make me do that. There's a reason why all of my drawings are from like the clavicle up. You know what I mean? I can't draw bodies. I can't draw hands. I haven't even tried to draw feet. And don't ask me to do that. I know you freaks. I know what you want. Artists with the studio donated 1K subs to us on yesterday. Did a single 400 bomb. Yeah, they should donate that to me instead. I'm the real artist. Son, not an artist. Me, I'm an artist. Thank you very much. Thank you. But yeah. I like it. This is my favorite one that I've done so far. This is my favorite drawing that I've done so far. I like this one. Yeah. Anyway, this is just for me to dunk on AI. There's some beginner for anatomy book, study books if you want. Ugh, study. I don't think that would help me, honestly. Actually, probably might, but like, ugh, you know what I mean? I've already seen the DAF video about drawing. I never post this here, but I made this back when I finished my 30-day draw challenge in January. I wanted to share this some of my messages that I had for artists reverberating by the Pope himself. That's so funny. The DAF and the Pope are aligned.
I recently completed a 30-day 30 drawings challenge. For a long time in my 20s, I've neglected myself.
There is a art channel in the Discord. That's where I post all of my art stuff there.
So it was a push to reignite my creativity, and here's what I learned. Being a modern-day artist, posting your work online is a constant uphill battle. Seeing the disrespect and exploitation upheld by tech or corpo conglomerates reminds us that our work became stripped of.
Okay, sorry. I like the three birds. it seems so simple, but it comes out so good.
Upheld by tech or corpo conglomerates reminds us that our work became stripped of its identity to become data to be harvested and commodified. However, the work that you draw, no matter if it's original, fan art, abstract, whatever, is always uniquely yours. Ever wonder why you like adding sparkles, why you draw eyelashes a certain way, or why you prefer blue highlights on hair, or why you like drawing when you're sad? It's when your life experience is consciously or subconsciously affecting every single brushstroke, placement of light shadows, and composition and overall cohesion. Things like what shows you liked, what manga you read, how you grew up, the color scheme.
Wait, I'm sorry. Does Daft No Ball, was that Chugokara? It was. That's crazy. This was my favorite show growing up. When I was in middle school, I was like, these characters are in middle school, and I was like, they're so me, except they're Japanese.
Manga you read, how you grew up, the color scheme of your friend's outfit on an MMORPG, the lessons you learned from past
Also,
relationships.
I think the cat guy was a pedophile. I'm being entirely honest. Where's he at? Hold on. This guy. This was like, I was like, to be fair, I think he was like technically like 15 and the rest of the characters were like 13. But even in middle school, I was like, that's weird. Go with it. He's like a high schooler. And all the other characters are middle schoolers. I was like, go to your own school, bro. Go to your own school. I was like, that's weird. Was he 17? He might have been 17. I was like, it was weird though. Because he was basically a high schooler. The rest of the characters are in middle school. They're middle schoolers, right? But the reason why I like this so much when I was growing up is basically it's about like your true self. You know what I mean? So there was a whole thing about like eggs and your eggs representing your deepest desire and like who you will be when you grow up. And so the main character had 3 like egg characters. One was an artist, one was a cheerleader, and one was I think a baker. And like she was indecisive about what she wanted to be when she grew up. So she had like 3 different like personas, like who she could have been. And everybody else only had one of them, and they had like superpowers, they were fighting each other. It was weird. I don't know.
Manga you read, how you grew up, the color scheme of your friend's outfit on an MMORPG, the lessons you learned from past relationships, sometimes just randomly remembering the gloss from your dog's coat. Although we acknowledge the ominous, foreboding future of our art being reduced to ones and zeros to be repackaged to streamline generating profit-maximizing products, actively choosing to still create is an act of defiance. So don't create despite of the tech bros that steal your work, but create in spite, because what you draw is a one-of-a-kind self-expression where glimpses of your unique life experience will always shine through. That's also what makes us human, so keep creating and keep drawing.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
Oh, sorry.
I was posted a few days ago. 2 days ago. True. But I code the old school way. I haven't coded in a while. Who knows? Let's finish this off.
But at a piece of
No, we're not. But
production software, I think the majority of people don't enjoy the majority of the time they spend making music.
Berklee better hope that that's not true, because its business model, as well as any music school, is based on the idea that people like to make music. In fact, they like it so much that they're willing to spend a lot of money to learn how to do it better. So you have to sell the study of generative AI music, or at least an institution that abets it, as somehow an elite education. And that is a branding problem, because
I paused it at least, so I wouldn't have to rewind it. You're welcome.
the vast majority of people's exposure to AI music is either slop that they themselves generate without the need of a Berklee education, or generally low-effort memes turning texts into songs.
Do you have any money on Cash App? I'm hungry.
I was only tricked by an AI song one time. And it was on TikTok. And it was an AI song about somebody reading comments. I was like, is this AI? It feels like AI. But I looked and I couldn't find to see if there was AI anywhere. I was like, okay, maybe it's not AI. maybe. But then I went back and I looked at some of their older videos. Here is what it is. I heard this and I was like, this is definitely AI. But I was like, no, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Maybe he got an entire like chorus to record snippets of this song. Well, I was like, that doesn't make sense though. I was like, maybe. I was like, wait. And so I was going back and forth. And it wasn't until I'm taking my light back. It wasn't until I scrolled down in their older videos where they tagged Suna. I was like, gosh darn it.
Actual proof. I salt my food.
You ain't seasoned a damn thing.
Oh wait. Pepper.
And the problem is that this person is a decently like he's a good music producer. He's a talented music producer, but the vocals are AI. They are AI vocals, and so that's why it was so hard to tell, because he didn't just put this into Suna and was like, generate this song, right? He got the snippets of the vocals from like Suna or a different like AI service, singing the songs. And he like composed it in a like actual song. I was just like, that's so talented. Did you need to use AI? Like, was that required?
Actual proof. I salt my food.
You ain't seasoned a damn thing.
Oh wait. Pepper.
You ain't seasoned a damn thing.
Just in the kitchen making bullshit. Just in the kitchen making bullshit. It's been about it taste delicious. Just in the kitchen making bullshit. A mere suggestion. Put about 10 speckles of seasoning. Essence of pepper. You seasoned it with the concept of seasoning.
I will say that the whoop is very AI. That is a very AI thing. Like, because the other AI music that we looked at last week had the same whoop.
Hey, that's a pinch. I bet. This shit gon' taste like Tim's. Baby, I can count the flakes of seasoning. She put salt and pepper on the air, but food. Just in the kitchen making bullshit.
Just in the kitchen making
Just in the
bullshit.
kitchen making bullshit. If you ain't sneezing, it ain't seasoned. Like the taste delicious.
Season that middle thing one more
Just in the
time.
kitchen making bullshit.
Just season the arm on that spinner.
And it's like, I looked in the hashtags. It didn't say AI. I scrolled through the comments, and none of them said AI. I was like, is this actually AI? Right? I was like, is this actually AI? Until I went to him and I saw he said he's an actual producer. He's an actual producer who actually produces music, right? Songwriter, producer, audio engineer. And it wasn't until I scrolled back, right, to early in like his videos.
So I admire.
Right, that he said hashtag Suno music in one of his earlier videos. You know what I mean? I was like, okay, he does use he does use AI in making it. But when you're just scrolling mindlessly, if you're on TikTok chat, you're not looking for like, you're not like keyed into like whether or not something is AI or slop. Everything on TikTok is slop. You know what I mean? Like TikTok is the slop app. Vertical scrolling apps are built to serve you like chum from the chum bucket. Right? So on the first listen, it's like, okay, this doesn't look like normal AI songs, right? Because normal AI songs, you can tell it's AI because like there's no like flow in like how the lyrics go, right? And so there's no like rhyme scheme. So sometimes it'll be like an ABCD rhyme scheme. Sometimes it'll be an AABC rhyme scheme. And it's just like, there's like no care put into it, right? But if somebody takes like the AI generated segment and then puts that in an actual song, it's so much harder to detect. It's so much harder to detect.
Like, it's all funny, and you might be super into all of this stuff, But is it worth the tuition? As Kateria Doria points out, we're quickly seeing how AI-generated media functions in the marketing space.
Generative AI is being pushed to poor people, while rich people are making it super duper clear that they are not touching it.
It speaks to class, first and foremost. Coke is for the people, and so Coke commercials use AI. Porsche, however, is for the elite, people who have money to spend. Commercials for Porsche make a big deal of not using AI. Human art is more expensive, it's more prestige. You could say it's more elitist. Porsche is learning how to play in a symphony, or learning how to write like Duke Ellington, or play like Stevie Wonder. Coke is making memes.
And instead of actually reducing the barrier of entry to creating creativity, we're going to outsource the low level creativity to the robots. So nothing you create matters. But the rich people will always buy art, right? They'll always find a status symbol to put themselves above everybody else. You know? So like while you're bumping like your AI, what was her name? Like something Monet? Xania Monet or whatever, while you're bumping your Xania Monet, they're listening to like actual artists. This is actually crazy that, okay, I don't believe that these are actually, I don't believe that these are actually like doing as well as they're implying, by the way. I think these bought it. Like you could tell they're bought it by the emojis. You know what I mean? I think this is a real one, to be fair. But the ones that like kind of like spam emojis, the same emoji, by the way. I don't know. I don't know. They're putting the playlist. People are listening to it. Yeah, but they're not going to the YouTube of this and being like, yeah, I love this. Like, I don't believe 7 million people listen to this song. I don't. Yeah, let's sort by name. Ugh, AI singer. Somebody say, why is this AI? Somebody answer me. Bro, I can't tell you. I can't tell you, bro.
So if you're trying to charge Porsche prices, but not teaching people how to make Porsche products, but rather Coke products, that's a branding issue. By branding yourself with Suno, with generative AI, you are making a very conscious decision about your brand, Berklee College of Music.
It's not really enjoyable to make music now.
And the value proposition for your tuition fades until there are aesthetic triumphs in the AI music space that rise beyond the Charlie Kirk song. Which is hilarious, and I honestly think that it is the piece of AI music that is the most important so far. It is a very important cultural artifact, and if Berklee
that's funny.
had any balls, it would teach the Charlie Kirk song, but it doesn't, so.
True. You call yourself an AI musician, but you don't teach the Charlie Kirk song.
Anyway, problem number 2. Berklee is always out of touch. If you read the course syllabus for this controversial course that Ben Camp teaches...
We're not going to go listen to an AI song freaking playlist, unfortunately.
You'll read this, quote...
I want to get through this video to talk about other stuff.
We'll critically examine how AI affects the very essence of creativity, from the rise of voice cloning to the potential of deepfakes, and explore the cutting-edge technologies of XR, Web3, blockchain, and the metaverse. The metaverse. Yes, a full month after it was announced that the metaverse is closing, Berklee is still teaching that Mark Zuckerberg's corporate hellscape is the future of the music industry.
Future of the music industry? I would say that application developers are a critical part of the future of the music industry.
This course description reads less like the current state of the
people who make apps. Sure.
industry and more like a generally pathetic view of what tech bros think is the industry standard and the future. You know what actual technology I would recommend students master before graduating college if they want to have a head start in the real world? In-ear monitors. I was just playing a festival in Zhoushan, China, where you had all of these international bands and the local tech guys talking about in-ear monitor rigs.
Everybody's checking out each other's in-ear rigs. It's great.
This stuff is everywhere and is quickly becoming expected that you understand how this stuff works. If Berklee was serious about providing technical training for musicians as they enter the real world, they'd be offering classes in this sort of thing. But
at least Red Hat Stays On was actually written and produced by a person, you know?
Instead...
Also, did my light turn on brighter, bro? What is happening? It did. Why does it keep doing that?
It's the blockchain and the metaverse.
We want AI to be taught at Berklee, but not using the AI. We want to be taught about the legality, the ethics, so that we're prepared to deal with it head on when we leave Berklee. But that doesn't need to include generate a song with Drake's voice or whatever was the literal headline, the caption of that class.
And even, right, I think there could be a circumstance where a teacher opens up Suno and shows how Suno works so that the students are aware for like a lesson, right? I can see that being useful to students. Being like, if you don't know how Suno works, this is what Suno does, and this is how your art probably already does play a role, but could play a role in the future for generating art for other people, right? One class, one lesson specifically about this, and then you move on talking about other tech in the music industry, music space, right? Not requiring your students to go make a Suno song because of how cool the technology is or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's silly.
So editor Adam here. Initially when I filmed this video, by the way, my voice feeling much better, thank you. Initially when I filmed this video, I was unable to corroborate what Izzy was talking about when they said that this class was advertised as letting students use Drake's voice in projects. And yet I found the poster that they were referring to, and I just had to share it with you guys because this is still up there on the Berklee Songwriting Instagram featuring some truly atrocious AI art. And yes, indeed, it says that students will learn to use realistic voice cloning and hear Drake or Grimes feature on their tracks, which is just a very strange thing for a music school to teach, the deep faking of celebrity likenesses.
That is weird. That is weird, right? Again, I think it can be useful to I don't think you need to do this, but even if you want to demonstrate this technology so that your students are prepared when they leave the school, that would be one thing. But not like, hey guys, isn't it so cool how you can deep fake Drake's voice and add him as a feature on your track? Yeah, as your homework, it's time to deep fake your favorite celebrity's voice. What are they learning with that? I don't know.
Weird. The poster also says that students will create an artist avatar.
Manish on the beat, shebang. All of my ops, they're dead. Why do they gas me up? Where does it go? My head?
And explore the world of metaverse concerts. Not to belabor the point, but metaverse was cringe when it was around, and it's dead. And yet Berklee is still teaching this, which is just pathetic.
Problem number 3. Conflation of a broader AI music community and Suno with AI music. I asked the head of the Berklee Emerging Artist Technology Lab, Mark Ethier, for a comment for this video, and he graciously responded, quote, Berklee has a responsibility to prepare our students to navigate technologies impacting their creative industries. And our job as Berklee is to help students understand what those tools can do.
I have not heard any of the song, so... Yeah, we already heard
legal, ethical, and creative.
We already heard the Hickory Dickory Dock version. I guess somebody added a music video to it.
Manish on the beat, shebang.
Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yes, I knew it.
All of my ops, they dead. Why do they gas me up?
Is that Yo Gabba Gabba?
Where does it go? My head. How much I got? A lot. Don't leave again, I won't. Manish on the beat, shebang.
Lazy Town. No, I'm pretty sure it's Yo Gabba Gabba. Yo Gabba Gabba. AI could never. They want to kind of hitting that though. Wait, Yo Gabba Gabba was at Coachella? Stop.
Nature. Nature is all the things around us, like mountains, rivers, plants, and animals. You know, a great way to enjoy nature is to go camping. Hi,
Why did they dub his voiceover?
Judy.
Hi, DJ Lance.
I have a really fun idea. Why don't you
Should certain folks they'll be upset that a black man is here? His name is DJ Lance. He's like a core part of the show. You can't have Yo Gabba Gabba without DJ Lance.
camping up on Gabba Mountain?
I love camping in the mountains.
If you hike all the way to the very top, you can meet my friend Barbara who lives there.
Okay, sorry. Focus up, chat. Stop getting me distracted.
Concerns and how to make informed
I will sit here and watch an entire episode of Yo Gabba Gabba.
Choices for themselves as artists, unquote. I fully realize that there are other tools that people put under the AI music umbrella that are not Suno, like, for example, stem separation or timbre transfer, or even, ethically trained generative models. Berkeley teaches these tools. They have classes in these tools. Mark Ethier, in fact, was a co-founder of iZotope, which has been using machine learning in its plugins for quite some time. I think iZotope's cool.
I've had beef with iZotope just because of their iLock system, bro. Their stupid DRM.
I think there are many ethical uses of machine learning in music technology. No problem there for me. However, if AI music meant tools like iZotope,
yeah, and I hate all of them. I can't stand iLock. It sucks.
There wouldn't be any student backlash. There are very important legal, ethical, and creative differences between tools like iZotope and VC-funded plagiarism machines like Suno. And those differences are often obfuscated to sane wash Suno. Like, you see, Suno's just a tool like iZotope. Like, it's totally fine. Conflating the two, however, like Berkeley seems to have done, is disastrous for people in the AI music community who do not want to be associated with Suno and yet now have to answer for the sins of Mikey Schulman.
It's not really enjoyable to make music now.
There was a conference earlier this year at Indiana University in Bloomington called Algorithms, where lawyers, industry leaders, and academics, and yours truly, discuss topics in AI music related to copyright, ownership, artistry, and technology. Marcus Lawrence, who is very pro-AI, described the conference in the AI music blog Zinstrel. Quote, "It was clear from the many panels, debates, and side conversations, even ones unabashedly pro-AI music, that Suno has become synonymous with AI music generally." And that's a problem. Lawyer John Strom makes an interesting argument. He says that Suno is bad for AI music. Even if you're pro-AI music, you can't deny the fact that Suno has radicalized a generation of musicians and a general listening public against the very idea of AI music. Quote, "Suno is bad for the future of AI music because it blew its entrance with tens of millions of slop tracks on services, in addition to the competitive releases such as Monet and Breaking Rust. You'd expect..."
Yeah, and that pulls down how much actual human artists are being paid. You know what I mean? it's not that they're just clogging up the Billboard charts or whatever, right? They're clogging up Spotify listening playlists, which means that they're stealing money that could be going to like indie artists in the first place.
Expect to have something break out. Promoters of AI music have put in the effort. They took a big bet, spent a lot of money, and failed. Now the majority of people not only hate AI music, they hate the very idea of AI music. My big recommendation in the music tech space for people who are not associated with Suno is to rebrand entirely. Don't call what you do AI music. Call it something else, machine learning something. Because in many spaces, just saying the word AI...
Or just call it what it is, you know? If you do like machine learning powered like stem separation, just say you do stem separations. You know? Like you gotta eat that, no?
Music makes people very upset. Problem number 4. A lot of people just really hate AI music. This should be obvious, and if it isn't obvious to Berkeley, this is an example of why I think they're out of touch.
No, that's not necessarily what he's saying. He's not saying if you are Suno, just say it's not AI music. He's saying that if you are creating tools, right, that use machine learning in ways that are like, you know, less, you know, overtly horrific compared to Suno, then like position it as that. It's like, I say thing with like medical use, right? Don't say you do AI, you know, pharmaceutical care or healthcare. Say you use AI, or say that you are, you know, using machine learning to detect cancer cells or whatever, right? Because people are, it's truthful, people do not like AI. Even AI that could be useful to like detect cancer or to like just do like general pattern recognition that could be useful for society, people don't like AI. And so like you're kind of cooked. And so I think drawing that separation is good, partially because it informs people about why, the reasons why things like generative AI is so bad when compared to like other forms of machine learning, right? So that like that stuff dies, right? So the generative AI, you know, the freaking Dolly 2, Suno, OpenAI, that stuff dies so that we can keep the good parts of machine learning that does exist that can actually help and benefit society. He's making a distinction between regular machine learning, which isn't Gen AI. Sound like he said live, you use Gen AI to make music. That's not what he said though. But that's what he's saying. He's saying the first sentence that you said. Right? He's saying that if you use like machine learning to separate stems, right? Or to be fair, I don't know how Isotope freaking uses AI, so I don't know if that's a good service, right? But I was thinking of that use case specifically. You know, saying if you do that, don't call it AI music or AI powered, right? Because a lot of people will try to do that to like hop on the buzzword train, but it's a fool's errand. Even if you don't do generative AI, because once generative AI falls, you will fall as well.
But the zeitgeist is not kind to AI musicians. It's pretty obvious that young people are not on board. Don't take it from me. I'm washed millennial unk here. But Gen Z musician creators like Gabby Bell have been making videos with millions and millions of views, tearing into AI in music, and the responses have been uniformly supportive. And when you've radicalized the youth so much that Gen Alpha is now using the word...
This is true. I was actually talking to my dad about this earlier, like having to explain to like older people that like, hey, if you're going to like market your services to people, don't use AI. It's like it's hard to get people to understand if they don't understand how AI is viewed in the media. Because if you're marketing to other boomers or whatever through like Facebook ads, it's one thing. Like who cares at that point? And not who cares, but like it's not as impactful for your business. But if you're trying to market on like TikTok and where young people are and to young people, if you use AI, young people will throw you out. It's like that one bagel place, right? Bagel. What was it called? I don't know what it's called. Mikey's Bagels, right? or something like that. Yeah. Myers Bagels. This one. Right? I used AI to help market my bagel shop. Then the 1-star reviews came in. It's that dynamic. You know what I mean? Like, if you're marketing your bagel shop to boomers won't care that you're using AI. Right? But if you're trying to get like younger people, millennial, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, they all hate AI. All of them. They don't want to see AI. They see it enough being shoved down their throats. You know, target market matters, and they don't realize. You would think that they should realize, because like these are people who've yelled about like, you know, knowing your audience or whatever. But they're like, yeah, but like who? If you don't like AI, and it's even this guy at the end of this was like, I apologize, but I'm not anti-AI. He's like, I apologize. We're not anti-AI. We will continue to use AI in many aspects of our business because it's what keeps Myers here for another 30 years. Without extra help, I'm not going to be able to keep up with the rhythm and growth pace of growth. AI is not going anywhere. I look at it as a tool to do things better, easier as a business owner. It's not good for everything, but it's a tool that has value to make Myers better for my employees and me. Ultimately, it's good for the consumers since it keeps the prices down and combats inflation. There's also a bigger picture here. For social media, there's still a place for it, but I need to tread much more carefully. Right? My parents love AI slop. This would work for them. Yeah, they love AI slop until they realize that they have to talk to people about it. You know what I mean? If your parents are like small business owners or like trying to like work at their job and they're customer facing, they love AI slop until they realize that nobody else likes it. Once they start trying to sell the slop that they're making to other people and realize that nobody's buying it, they realize how bad it is. But right now, like it's like they don't understand that they appear like this guy. They're like, oh, well, I just use AI because it's good. Look at how good of a thing it is. But then when they go to sell that to people, they're gonna have a rude awakening, being like, oh, well, people aren't buying this thing. But why? But why are they not buying it? It's a super cool thing that I made. Look what I made with ChatGPT. Right? They don't understand that like that. People don't want to buy that. Block make a lovely with a prime. Jeez Louise. You can realize how dumb it makes them look might help. I mean, this is a perfect example of that, right? A perfect example of that. And that boomers, not even just boomers, but like Gen Xers as well, just don't get it yet. They will get it eventually. Right? They will eventually get it, but not yet.
AI to mean shitty, you're done. You've lost the culture war for at least a couple generations. Remember, Gen Alpha is now using the word AI. And when you've radicalized the youth so much that Gen Alpha is now using the word AI to mean shitty, you're done. You've lost the culture war for at least a couple generations. Remember, Berkeley, you're trying to sell a Porsche and you're delivering Coke. Now, I'm not naive. I know that AI is going to change the music industry in pretty profound ways, but I think Berkeley shouldn't be naive either. In my experience, the vast majority of the working musicians and communities that I serve and that I am a part of are very, very anti-AI. I am a Berkeley alumni, and these are the communities that Berkeley has typically siphoned off its graduates into. So, Berkeley, you're just preparing your students to get tarred and feathered.
So I'm going to end this video by saying a couple things. The first is that because I've taken this very anti-commercial generative AI stance, people will often call me a Luddite or somehow anti-technology, anti-progress, saying that I am behind the times.
And to them I say, I've been making videos and using machine learning tools in music for a lot longer than Suno has been around. 6 years ago, I made a video about the Bach AI doodle. I also made a video about the Google Magenta timbre transfer project that was very fun to play around with. I even did a collaboration with DataBots where they trained a generative model on my bass playing to create this infinite bass solo radio thing. That was a very fun project. I'm very proud to have been part of it, and I'm a big fan of everything that DataBots does. I was an early adopter and a big advocate for stem separation. I've been using stem separation in my YouTube videos for at least 5 years now. So all that to say, it's very funny to hear somebody who has just started to play around with Suno say that I'm behind the times, because
I've been in this space longer than you, man.
And so trust me when I say that I don't hate technology. I love exploring new tech and I love learning about new things. I
It is
hate
also important to
small-minded
know that like this stuff has been around for a little while, as he's describing here. The reason why it's getting so much pushback now is because it's being positioned as we're gonna take your job. Right? If they introduced Suno as like a fun little website where you can go and make a fun little song, right? It would have gotten a few hits. Musician would have hopped on it and be like, "Oh, that's interesting," and then they would have moved on, like they did with the rest of this stuff. But the idea that you're selling this as like a replacement for musicians is why it's getting so much pushback. You know what I mean? If it's just like a, hey, this technology it does, have wide implications that may be bad. But like it's just a fun little thing, It's like musicians could be like, okay, whatever. I can ignore that. But when you shove it into like commencement speeches and into curriculums, people are going to be like resistant to that because it's like, ugh, I don't want to see this. Stop showing me this thing that I don't want to see. You know? Inability of any AI company to have a functional market department is driving this. And terrible economy. People love ads. Say your label is worthless. Yeah. Like, oh, my favorite. I'm being replaced in my job. Thank you very much.
people with money who use technology as a cudgel to enforce their terrible taste on the rest of us.
To me, it seems like just crazy that music should not be as engaging as Fortnite.
I hope that's not what's happening at Berklee College of Music, but historically, Berklee has really missed the mark when it comes to predicting.
Is Suno the Jasmine Rice girl on Twitter who got dragged for promoting it as poor friendly? Yes, that was Suno. Which I don't think she's come back from that. I'm pretty sure she hasn't come back from that. That kind of tanked her entire thing. I mean, she still posts, I guess, about like Riftbound. But like since posting this, like she's kind of been cooked. Right? I grew up singing. I sang everywhere I went. I wrote songs in my diary and I told teachers that I wanted to be a singer-songwriter when I grew up. But wanting to be a musician in 2006 requires resources that a low-income family didn't have. My parents couldn't afford to get me any instruments. They couldn't pay for my music lessons. They couldn't get me in studios. A dream that I had became just a memory until now. I'm proud and honored to get to work at a company that is engaged in enabling music creation for everyone. For a 13-year-old kid in their bedroom whose dream of becoming a musician, you can be one too. You can be one. You can be one. For all of the professional artists, I'm not a drawer. Musicians. You can do more of what you love. I really wish Suno existed 20 years ago when I was a kid in elementary school, showing strangers songs that I wrote with no way to produce them. But I'm really, really happy that it exists today for all the other kids who might need it. We're just getting started. And so, like, I mean, she's still in her bio. Head of creators at Suno. So she just kind of stopped posting. I mean, she still posts every now and then, but it's like about like Riftbound and stuff, not like anything like crazy. But she got drugged for that, and then kind of left the internet for a little bit.
What the future is. Back in my time, they also were very excited to be ahead of the curve with everything and taught classes in Digital Performer and Reason and Finale. That back then was supposed to be the future of the music industry, and I can safely say that all of my classes in Digital Performer amounted to basically no real world experience. But I will say that the classes and the things that were unsexy, your ear training, your music theory classes, my technique study with Dave Buddha in the bass department, those were things that served me ultimately the most in my career in music, as the industry has changed quite a bit over the past 15 years.
Higher education at its best is teaching students how to.
I thought this was a black sign for a second. I was like, geez Louise, who are you talking to?
Think, how to feel, how to tell the truth, how to observe the difference between fact and fiction, and then take those skills and apply them wherever their career leads.
It's those fundamentals that have ultimately served me in my career. Not what Berkeley thinks will get me the gig, but it's those core ideals in opposition to AI that ultimately I think will serve students the best. Be the best musician you can be, and don't bullshit yourself or anybody else around you. To quote Bill Evans, if you take care of the music will take care of you.
Yeah, that's the AI music thing. I know y'all saw it twice basically, but that is what it is. We did not cover Jason yet. We're covering Jason now. So, onto a little wee bit of drama, and that is Jasontheween kind of being drugged. Trying to find the second video about this one. And that was Maya from Alveus got upset and immediately hung up on the phone after finding out Jasontheween had an entire petting zoo in the backyard of the courthouse. Jason, I ran out of content today, so I went to the pet store and got an alpaca. And then Maya barely popped off on him.
At the court crib, we got a new pet. It's an alpaca. It gives us like 500 mats if we break it.
What are you doing?
What am I doing? I got a new pet. I ran out of content today, so I went to the pet store and got an alpaca. You can talk.
Jason, how about next time you run out of content, you use your fucking brain and like come up with a good idea?
Nah. I mean, bro, this is a genius idea. I mean, who has a pet alpaca? Look. Huh? What do you think? Look. Oh, you want a hug? Oh, you want to go boy? So she hung up. We here at the cool.
I'm trying to point out the baby chicks are distressed too. Yeah, they are chirping throughout the entire video. This is how they treat animals and people, by the way. The content is just lying in their pockets is a sickness. I mean, true. And listen, I don't want to say that I was always right about the phase people. But I was always right about the phase people. And people always gave Jason a pass. He wasn't as bad as Stable Ronaldo and Lacey. But like, Jason has done stuff in line with them as well. You did make a video? I did make a video. Where's that? The Truth About FaZe Clan is where I discussed this exact topic about how the FaZe boys got away with a lot of stuff. Right. I'm wearing the same. I'm wearing the same shirt. LOL. Can I just change the thumbnail on this video? Oh, you're right. I should add Jason to the thumbnail. That's smart. That's smart. But apparently he responded to the criticism as well here. Jasontheween doesn't get the backlash over his petting zoo at his house.
Dude, what are we? What do we hit him for?
I don't know, bro.
This is how they treat animals and people, by the way. Just content to line their pockets. It's a sickness.
That was Jason, bro.
Are you fucking kidding me, bro? No, let's hate farm zoos then. Let's hate farm fucking zoos, bro. Like, what are you actually saying, dude?
Bro, those animals,
They probably had the time of their life being outside. We fed them. We were hanging out with them, giving them attention. That's what animals want, dude. Bro, yeah. And I guarantee you that guy. What did we do to animals? What do we do to animals? I don't know, bro.
And this is my
how
take.
they treat animals and people, by the way.
These guys are uncoachable. I said this before. Not that they can never change their ways, but they are uncoachable, specifically because they are monetarily rewarded for their behavior. You cannot PR train them. You cannot change their ways because they are monetarily rewarded for their behavior. They won't change when they are millions of dollars rely on them being bad people. They won't. I mean, how many times Maya yells at them, it won't matter. Yeah, and like, there's acknowledge that he said animals. Aminals? Did I not hear that part?
Just content to line their pockets, it's a sickness. What do we do to animals? I don't know, bro. What did we do to animals? What do we do to animals? I don't know, bro. This is how they treat animals and people, by the way. Just content to line their pockets, it's a sickness.
That was Jason, bro.
Are you fucking kidding me, bro? No, let's hate farm zoos then. Let's hate farm fucking zoos, bro. Like, what are you actually saying, dude? Bro, those animals, they probably had the time of their life being
I hear animals.
outside. We fed them. We were hanging out with them, giving them attention. That's what animals want, dude.
Bro, yeah. Oh. He does say aminals.
That's what animals want, dude. Bro, attention. That's what animals want, dude. Bro.
Aminals is crazy. Aminals is a crazy thing. But yeah, like, this is just kind of how they are. This is their entire content strategy. You know? And so like they won't change because they can't change. I do understand what Maya is doing because she has a nonprofit, and having large streamers go to Alveus is good for the animals that are at Alveus. It's good for the nonprofit. And so I understand why like Maya like engages with these people in general. But like this is kind of who they are, right? I mean, Lacey did this. Wait, Lacey or Ron? I don't remember. Lacey or Ron did the same thing. I think it was Lacey who like returned an animal or aminal, sorry, because he got bored of it or whatever, right? Trying to see me saw it. I did not see this. I did not see. I saw the Jack reply. I did not. I had Yaxi blocked. The fact that people are saying doesn't Maya do this too shows how she did this is to do. Calling her to get a reaction live is gross. There you guys right now. Dang, bro. Heartbreak emoji. They're failing Maya though because she gives these fools free education and they know all that for clicks. I mean, obviously they're obviously going to do that, right? But the education is not for Jason; it's for Jason's audience, right? The education is not for Lacey; it's for Lacey's audience. That's what the education is for, right? They do this because it gets them clicks and views. Hold on, I'm looking for something specifically. I think it was this. Trigger warning for live stream fail posts. Maya from Alvea Sanctuary got pissed at Lacey for buying 2 leopard geckos just to return them after a week.
Do you remember when you got those fucking geckos and I told you, I said, Lacey, you better take care of those 2 pets for the duration of their entire lives.
I did.
Don't interrupt me. To listen to give a good example to your young viewers that you don't get pets without doing proper research, and you take care of them for the duration of their lives because that's a commitment that you made to them. And do you remember you said, yes, I will do that?
Yes.
Now look into the camera and tell them, I will never get a pet again without doing proper research, and you shouldn't either.
Chat, I will never ever get a pet again without doing proper research, and you guys should not either. Make sure to be responsible when you get pets, and make sure you are ready and responsible.
I mean, he obviously doesn't believe this, but like Maya's perspective, I think, I don't want to speak for Maya, is to it's to speak to the audience, literally. It's to speak to the audience. So hopefully the audience internalizes some of what she's saying. And I do understand that. The issue is that like these people don't care, right? Lacey doesn't care, Ron doesn't care, Jason doesn't care. They don't care. They don't care. I go as far as say like Max doesn't really care. Like Rage doesn't really care, right? Silky doesn't really care. Like, none of these people care. Right? They don't really care. Like they don't care about like what Cutie tries to tell them or what Hassan tries to tell them or what Maya tries to tell them. Like Ludwig doesn't try to tell them anything. Ludwig kind of lets them get away with stuff, to be fair. Ludwig wants to be like the cool uncle who is like, no, we can come over to my house and smoke weed or whatever, it's fine. When like everybody else is just trying to like actually, he's gonna try to actually push back against his behavior. You know what I mean? I think the AT&T thing, which AT&T things? Is that the one with Chud the peanut or whatever? Was he Mango's gonna be at Lud's new event? I did not see that. That's new information. Yep, yeah, I covered the Chud the peanut thing. I had a tweet that popped off on it. Was that the last tweet I made? Really? I haven't tweeted in like a week. That's really, man, I'm washed. I'm washed. Bundulators, I have claimed AT&T and it is ours now. And I said, I love that AT&T is fine with a slur singing Chud, but don't let them catch you being pro-Palestine. Yeah. She's always had the worst POS in the replies. I don't read my replies. I make my tweets, I get my likes, and then I leave. I don't read my replies, and I don't see my replies. Unless somebody that I see or somebody that I follow replies to a reply. That's the only reply that I see. So, yeah. This is like, the point of this is like, you can't placate these people. You know what I mean? And to be fair, I think like Iron Mouse did it too with like telling her audience, like, okay, guys, be nice to the burnt peanut. You know, he won VTuber of the year. He's a real VTuber. We shouldn't gatekeep VTubing. Congratulations, burnt peanut, or whatever. Like, they will never reciprocate that the other way. They won't. They will take advantage of your niceties. They take advantage of like you know, like being like tolerant, and then they will weaponize that against you. Somebody called Hassan stupid for being pro-Palestinian. I don't believe that. What? When? What does that even mean? Did he say Hassan is stupid for being pro-Palestine? Like, I need a clip or something of that. You said it was a bad business decision over being outward over it? Send me a link. Send me a link. I need a link before I speak on that. But wouldn't even defend his girlfriend from a mob of Nazi AsmonNaz fans. So I believe anything about this cat really being dork. Like recently, though he actually said that. I need to say a link or a clip or something. Because that would be insanity. Kind of crazy to get away with it. Consider, I remember when a Minecraft streamer, kids got harassed for everything back in the day. They were like 16. You cannot stay at Lacey. Listen, I have my video speaking on the Phase Boys. And you can watch it if you want to. I got 10,000 views. Give it a little likesies. So I don't know. You can't change these people's minds, you know? They're content brain. They're fully content brain. They don't care about anything else but the content. And I think it's like I don't think it's anything to be benefited from by engaging with them at all. You know what I mean? I think that they're rewarded from the system, yeah, and by the other streamers, right? Them being continually invited to events, them being like engaged with positively, introduced to new audiences. Like these people should have been blacklisted earlier. They found it. Which one was this? I don't remember. 21 hours ago? Oh, he just said this apparently.
All right, boys.
3 minutes in.
Did a lot of local community support by just giving different TOs passes to Evo, and then just full stop. If you were ranked top 128 on the ladder, we sent you an email and gave you a free pass. And I also flew out, I don't know the exact number off top, but probably a dozen top players who wouldn't have been able to make it because of, you know, cost prohibitive, whatever. So they could make it. And so this is the biggest Riles Ether 2 tournament we've ever had, by far. It's going to be very hard. All the top players are attending. Well, Plup is attending, who rarely attends events. Mango actually has been grinding. This will be his first event in like a year. So it should be.
Oh, this is the Mango thing. I mean, I wonder why he didn't. Why would this be Mango's first event in like a year? Just curious. Just posing the question. Why would this be Mango's first event in like a year? Are they still bringing Mango back? I mean, because they're like friends and like there's like no actual like, yeah. Is it a real thing? This is Evo, right? I mean, yes, but like, hold on, run it back.
Been able to make it because of, you know, cost prohibitive, whatever. So they could make it. And so this is the biggest Riles Ether 2 tournament we've ever had, by far. It's going to be very hard. All the top players are attending. Well, Plup is attending, who rarely attends events. Mango actually has been grinding.
I mean, like, it's his tournament for his game. Or like, it's not technically his tournament. It's Evo's tournament for his game. Like, I'm not sure that he can be like, Mango, you can't attend or whatever, but like, I think it's, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't necessarily invoke Mango's name personally if this situation. That's all I'll say. That's what I'll say. Maybe don't bring him up. Yeah, like, that's what I was like. I maybe, like, even if I'm like, you know, if like Ludwig himself can't be like, Mango, you can't go or whatever, I wouldn't necessarily like bring him up or mention him. That's just me. That's me. I think the chatter was referring to Ludwig not joining Creative for Palestine 2 years ago because he believed it would cause problems. I mean, maybe the chatter was referring to that. That's not what the chatter said, though. The chatter said something entirely different. The chatter said that Ludwig said that Hassan was dumb for being so outspoken about being pro-Palestine. That's what the chatter said. And so I need a clip of that. Because that would be a crazy thing for him to have said. But anyway, this is not about Ludwig. This is about what are these people? Phase boys, the phase boys, or the core boys, whatever they're called now. You know, whatever they're called now. This is like that's what they do. They do stuff like this. And I don't think like it benefits anybody to even, you know, engage with them positively. And I think like the wider, like you could say Pogger space did a disservice by even engaging with the phase boys when they were known bigots. You know, known bigots, known transphobes, known homophobes, right? Known ableist people. And they were still introduced into the space, brought into the space, being brought into like brought to events, stuff like that. So Son can't participate in streamer games because AT&T is a science company, but Mango's the drug liability can participate with open arms. Listen, I don't know if Ludwig can or cannot define who cannot go to this Evo tournament for his game, but you know, that's not entirely surprising. You know what I mean? It's not entirely surprising. What is this? It's just like just send a bunch of Ludwig clips day or whatever. This is from 8 days ago, bro. I took a week off. I took a week off.
This is the name of the first.
I just remember him saying about a sign saying directly about iDubbbz doing the content cop on Ethan Klein. Oh yeah, okay. I know what you're talking about. He did say that. I remember that.
For 1,000.
Leaksley for 1,000. This is the name of the first transracial streamer, also one of the members of FSLR.
Oh my God, it's a 1 in 4. I mean,
Wait, transracial?
Wait,
What does that
mean?
wait.
Transracial.
What does this mean?
What?
What?
Wait, what was I thinking when I wrote this?
I don't know.
Wait, you wrote this?
You wrote
I
it?
know I was going
You
with it.
wrote
Yeah.
this?
Yeah, I wrote it.
At
Yeah,
Ludwig
fuck it.
on Twitter.
This is the first name of the first transracial streamer, and also separately is the name of one of the members of FSLR. So I hope that helps. So it's two different people I am referencing.
It's not one of.
No, none of us are transracial.
Well, what does that mean?
They changed their race.
What?
Transracial. It's a race change.
Never heard of this.
You never seen a transracial? Well, you've probably heard of this streamer, I'm willing to bet.
Really?
Yeah.
They have one of our names? Then I haven't heard of it.
No, FSLR is the name of their group. It's Foosley, Ludwig, Squeaks, Ray. So it's Foosley, Squeaks, Ludwig, Ray. FSLR. FSLR. I bet y'all haven't heard about this. I haven't talked about Ludwig in forever. Here. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna write out like the actual answer. I was gonna write out like what it is. It's like literally FSLR. And I was like, I probably shouldn't write that either. You know what I mean? I probably shouldn't write that either. You know what I mean? Like I was like, maybe let's not. You know what I mean? Just in case. I wrote the FSLR on screen today. I genuinely think that they should not go with that name. Shadow, you don't understand. They picked that name specifically because it's F. Like, that's why they picked the name. They arranged their names, their initials in that order specifically for it to be something that's like, you know, spicy or controversial. Right? That's kind of the entire point. I'm not even joking. This is a real thing. I'm surprised y'all didn't hear about this. I'm trying to find it where they talked about this. But this is the thing. Like, this is the thing that they're all a part of. Like, it's on Squints' channel. It's on Leslie's. at Leslie Channel, F-Slur gift exchange. Like, this is a thing. Like, I'm not making this up. Weeks has a VOD playlist called F-Slur where like they're all like, it's just all the four of them playing games together. Like, I'm not making this up. This is a thing. I promise you, this is a thing. For like a year. Well, give me not for a year. For like, you know, a few months at least. Like, I'm not making this up. This is a real thing that exists. I thought y'all knew about this. Like, I thought straight though. I don't know their sexual orientation. Maybe. I don't know. I would say not a fan. I'm surprised. Why would we know about this? I don't know. I knew about it. I was just like, oh, that's stupid. And I just kind of, I stopped covering this stuff, chat. I moved on to covering more important stuff, like Graham Pwatner. I've stopped covering the Twitch ecosystem and Twitch space. I talk about it when it first started. I might have talked about it when it first started, and I was like, that's stupid. And I kind of moved on. But there's only so much time that I could spend. Oh, here. Okay, this is actually a good point. This is actually Ray talking about the name.
We're sitting on the couch and I go, are you guys nervous about that group name? Because it feels like a slippery slope.
I think it's one of those things where it's like, we're not even saying it, and we're also not directing it to anybody. It's literally the initials of our names. And
I just wonder, like, how would it still stand if it was like N-word? You know what I mean? Like, would that work? Would this still stand if it was like N-word? Like, yeah, NWRD. What's up, guys? We're N-word here. We're a bunch of N-words. Like, people be like, I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. Like, that's kind of like the point of the matter is, I think this is a silly excuse personally. I think they should just hold it, right? They should be like, yeah, it's a little bit raunchy, you know, it's a little bit controversial. You know, we get a little bit spicy on the timeline. I think they should just hold it, you know? Line's the first streamer in N-word. Who would be the W in N-word? Question mark. Wubby, that's a good one. That's a really good one, actually. I didn't think about that. That's a fantastic one. Okay. We're cooking with gas, chat. We're cooking with gas. Oh. No, there's no O. It's NWRD. It's R. Ron would be a good one for R. The line will be raid denims. Okay, Destiny doesn't even deserve to be on this list. Okay, let me think. Who would be a D? Drake. Dean Withers. Don't put me in this. Dante. No, it can't be Dante. It can't be anybody black. It must be Drake. Anyway, sorry.
We're sitting on the couch and I go, are you guys nervous about that group name? Because it feels like a slippery slope.
I think it's one of those things where it's like, we're not even saying it, and we're also not directing it to anybody. It's literally the initials of our names. And Ludwig came up with it, so I can blame him.
There you go. You can use that. And I'm just saying what and I think we need to do the group. I won't even say your group name. That's how nervous it makes me.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's like, but
oh, Dan Clancy is good.
You guys feel confident. That's okay. I mean, Ludwig does. And his blind confidence.
Even Cutie's like, oh, listen, girl, I wouldn't have done that. No, this ain't me. That's y'all. Even Cutie's like, listen, I'm not even saying the name, bro. Like, good luck to y'all. If y'all feel confident in this, good luck. That's so funny. That's hilarious.
That's okay. I mean, Ludwig does. And his blind confidence, I think, leads the blind leading, and then it's going to lead you into a pit. But it's fine. I just think we need the big charity stream the big pride charity stream from your group, and then you'll make like beautiful. You'll raise money for like the Trevor Project, and
I mean that would be nice.
just so everybody knows that you guys are like vocal allies.
Yeah, but I
think
feel
that's
like we're all
important for that.
already very vocal
You're
allies.
right.
You know what I mean? Like
we're sitting on the couch and I go, "Are you guys nervous about?"
I don't know. I'm kind of with Cutie on this one. Like I think I'm kind of with Cutie on this one. Like it would show a lot of goodwill instead of just like taking something from a community that you're not a part of and then being like, it's mine now. It would show a lot of goodwill to like, you know, to be like directly in community with this group. Like I think I do agree with you. That would look way better. Like on the way the optics of it, at least. I waited too long for that to happen. No, it's not June yet. They could just say they're waiting for June to do it, technically. Right. I'm just surprised that y'all haven't heard about it. I just said it like I thought everybody already knew about this was the thing. This was the thing. But yeah, like they call themselves F-slur. Anyway, how do we even get here? Right? They call themselves F-slur. Oh, it was a transracial thing.
Members of F-slur. So I hope that helps. So it's two different people I am referencing.
So it's not one of.
No, none of us are transracial.
Well, what does that mean?
They changed their race.
What?
Transracial. It's a race change.
Never heard of this.
You never seen a transracial? Well, you've probably heard of this streamer, I'm willing to bet.
Really?
Yeah.
They have one of our names? Then I haven't heard of them.
Oh, that's right.
Squeaks.
Oh.
Leslie.
Who is Raj Patel?
That is correct, Raj.
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 Transition
Who's Raj?
from Indian to not.
Great.
It's Squeak's name's Raj. There you go. Great job, Leslie. You nailed that one.
I didn't actually know that. His name was Raj. So I was sitting here being like, I have no idea who it is.
You really ran out of ideas for this, didn't you?
Couldn't figure out anything else. Where you want to go, Leslie?
Week sleep for 400.
First he's Indian, then.
We got you, man.
This is the most viewed streaming app in the world. Squeaks.
What is
His name?
well,
is it Raj?
what is
No,
YouTube?
it's
That's
Akil.
correct.
Okay.
His old school RuneScape persona. There are too many levels of like inside jokes. I have no idea. I know Austin did Raj Patel. I know that, right? But the question was specifically, it like that person shares a name with somebody in the group. That's what the question was. Like, you know what I mean? So like, that's what I was trying to figure out. I was with his older streams. He used his name. His name was not Raj. Then I'm confused. I think I'm just too confused by this to even come to a conclusion. I'm confused. He's gay. That's not the point of the conversation. Oh. No, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense.
Raj.
That's right. None of F-slur. Transracial.
It says the name of the first transracial streamer and also one of the members of. Oh no, I think that is. I think they are calling him a slur. I think that's what they're saying. See, I didn't even go here because I was like, that would have been too insane. That would have been too insane. For like that to be the case. Squeaks is the member? But no, Squeaks' name isn't Raj apparently. Squeaks calls himself Raj as a bit so people stop asking about his real name. Is that true? It's true?
streamer. And also, separately, is the name of
the long-running bit that Squeeze's name is Raj.
The members of Fsler. So I hope that helps. So it's two different people.
And so I'm back to me being just not understanding the inside bit of like Squeeze's fake not real name being Raj.
Reference.
So it's not one of.
No, none of us are transracial.
Well, what does that mean?
They changed their race.
What?
Transracial. It's a race change.
Never heard of this.
You never seen a transracial? Well, you've probably heard of this streamer, I'm willing to bet.
Really?
Yeah.
They have one of our names?
The Caroline said last night this wouldn't be a good clip for Austin to see on stream because they're calling him a slur. I don't think they're like intentionally calling Austin a slur, but it does read that way. Like it does read that way. Like in the way that it's written. But is in my opinion, I don't think so. Right? I think it's written in such a poor way that it does read that way. I don't think Ludwig is intentionally being like, you know, like Austin is a slur in the question. I think he's saying this member, this person, this member of the streaming community shares a name with somebody in this group, and it's also transracial. It's a bit referencing like Raj Patel and Raj Royale, and apparently a secondary bit referencing that Squeaks names himself Raj to his audience. I think that's what's being described here. But if you don't know that context, it does kind of read like Ludwig is calling Austin a slur. Like, it does look like that if you don't know that very key piece of information, which is that like Squeaks has a bit that he does where he tells his audience that his name is Raj, so they stop asking about whatever his real name is. You know what I mean? Squeaks' name is Raj, I can understand the thing, but apparently it's not. I don't know what Squeaks' real name is, right? But apparently it's not Raj as his actual name. But he apparently tells his audience that it is Raj, so they stop asking what his real name is, right? It's like if I said my name is Gregory, don't ask me my real name, even though my real name is literally in my stream name. You know? But like, if Austin's not part of the group, then yes, I'll be called him a slur. No, that's not true, chatter. He's saying that the streamer we're talking about shares a name with somebody in the group. Like, imagine that the streamer was not actually Austin. It was actually someone named Ray, right? If he said, this streamer that we're talking about shares a name with somebody in our group, right? They could be talking about this other Ray because they share a name with, like, the Valkyrie Ray that's in the group. You know what I mean? That's, like, I think that's how the question is supposed to be framed, right? It's just very poorly written, and it does come across on first and second read that it does look like they're calling Austin. It does. Or at least the question looks like it's calling Austin. If you just look at it from the face of like how the question is right? The question is framed is this is the name of the first transracial streamer and also one of the members of F's. It does look like, I have to say, it does look like you're saying that this streamer, right, you know, is a slur. Like that, like that's what it looks like. That's how it reads currently. Not even just Raji claims his name was Raj Patel. Okay, that would make sense in the context of the question. But without this context, doesn't look good.
The coolest person you got to hang out with? Cutie Cinderella.
I hate
you
that
answer
that's
the
my
question
name.
first. Oh, you thought I said you?
Yeah.
Yeah, would you change it? If you could?
Yeah.
To what?
Just Blair.
Blair. That's a cool one. Just the name. I probably would change mine too.
To Kevin.
Balthazar. No, my real name is Raj.
Okay, I'm gonna send you a friend request. Squeaks.
Oh, it might be Raj Patel. Hold on, it's one.
So, where do you send a friend request?
Raj Patel?
Yeah, it's my
no,
name.
I sent you an Activision
What's
friend
so funny?
in the game. If you press triangle.
Triangle?
Why is he laughing?
Oh.
Your real name is Raj Patel?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
That's okay. People think I'm joking. Type it into Google. Squeaks' real name. It's Raj.
Interview Raj.
Okay. I'll keep watching it, but I thought he was seriously telling people that his name was Raj, and not doing. This is an obvious reference towards Austin. This is a very clear reference towards like Raj Patel, like in Raj Royale. So like now, I'm going back to questioning this question now. It's like I don't know. Honestly. That question maybe should have been workshopped and maybe dropped. That's my answer. That's my answer.
Raj J?
Yeah, there's a man named Raj Patel also streams.
Okay. Yeah, whatever. You guys, I'm happy to interview my brown brothers.
Oh, he's white.
He's white?
Yeah.
Is he like adopted?
I think he just decided to name himself Raj Patel. I think that's the lore.
Does he do?
Yeah, I don't even know why he did that.
Like Indian accents?
Google doesn't lie.
That's a good question.
That's yours, big boy.
Yay, I'm gonna drink all of it, and I'm gonna pee blue.
Okay. But it doesn't even really seem like this is like maybe it is. Maybe if you're a frequent Squeaks watcher, you actually think that his name is Raj Patel, and so that question makes sense. But it's just not. It's not a good question, I will say. I'm a frequent Squeaks watcher, and I've never heard him make that joke. It's just. I think they were being tongue in cheek, but tongue in cheek in what way? You know, what was the purpose of that be? Right. Well, also the point of the matter is that the question is about transracialism, which is not a real thing, right? It's obviously called RCTA, which is race change to another, and it's big on TikTok. Remember when that was a thing that happened for like a month or so? No. That's you're thinking of a different person. You're thinking of Right to Bear Arms, RTBA, not RCTA. Anyway, how do we even get here? Oh, the Phase Boys. Yeah, they're dumb, but also I think they're in good company with the streaming space as it is. But yeah. Anyway, justice for Maya. I know there's a growing level of casual anti-Semitic tropes in certain communities here on Twitch. I mean, that's always happened, including other specific, essentially phase-related communities. But I don't know what that's referring to. Especially the greedy merchant trope. I don't be watching Twitch. What happened with Maya? Maya's great. Maya could do no wrong is my answer. It involves Ludwig again. It obviously always does, bro. Gosh freaking darn it. Anyway, Jason's dumb. They're so uninteresting. Yeah, since they left phase, I was just they are relatively uninteresting. So at the very least, it's not like Hassan being talked about on Fox News for the 12th time. You know? Don't ask me why I have Yo Gabba Gabba open. My uncle to me, he explained why the Phase Boys have racist and homophobic undertones, so I can explain to my friends. Well, luckily you asked, Cheddar. I have a video actually talking about that explicitly, like verbatim.
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
Where's it at?
Trinrek just subscribed. Romania
The truth about
was hit by
FaceClan
a Russian
from
drone
5 months
today.
ago.
This was just a distraction from the Jason drama.
Ow. Or how clip farmers ruined the streamer wars is also a similar video. Ugh. Oh Lord Jesus Louise. Just want to explain. I just want to get access to your email to rewind on the stream. I can subscribe if they want to. They put their money in my pockets, like Trinrek. Thank you for the 14 months, and Momentai. Thank you for the 5 months. Much appreciated. You're funding my college. But I do want to get to Graham Pwatner Petty Power Hour. Pwatner Pwower Howr. That's what it's called. From the Tabernacle, talking about, and no one's talking about Graham Pwatner and the Graham Pwatner left, and what that's about. It's an hour long, so it's kind of long, but you know, we'll see where I agree or disagree on the Pwatner stuff, because you know, I have takes on Pwatner.
So today we're going to be talking about why the American left love their veterans, like Graham Pwatner, for example. And I actually spoke about this on Saturday with Noah Sampson. He is hosting a marathon live stream session across multiple days. You might have seen it, where he's trying to raise money for his legal defense fund against a defamation suit from Ethan Klein. I'll link the fundraiser down in the description. So if you guys want to go check that out and maybe read up about what this lawsuit's about and maybe give to Noah's defense fund. But he had me on specifically so we could talk about the Graham Pwatner left. And generally we just talk about electoral politics in the left in terms of left-wing media figures who we like. This isn't a hate stream. We like people like Hassan generally.
Wait, hold on. Sorry. I just saw something that's gonna I saw something that is not going to work literally at all. Here's TwitchCon's new permission-based lanyard that IRL streamers need to be on the lookout for. Anyone wearing this lanyard should not be prominently featured or recorded directly by IRL streamers. That's not gonna work. I'm saying it right now. Unless you are going to kick out the IRL streamers who violate this, it will not work. I want to put it to the test a little bit and wear a lanyard and just see what happens. But I'm not going to TwitchCon this year, so that's not happening. But if you're there, let me know if it works or not, because I don't think it will. I do not think this is going to work. When it's TwitchCon, I have no idea. I'm not going. I know what a lanyard stops someone from accidentally filming. It's about being prominently featured or directly recorded. It's not about accidental filming. It's supposed to stop IRL streamers from going up to people and asking them questions and bothering them. Theoretically speaking. Right? It's supposed to be like, I'm an IRL streamer. What's up, chat? We're gonna go ask people some questions at TwitchCon. They go with their people. They're like, oh wait, you have a red lanyard. Sorry, have a nice day. They go with somebody who doesn't have a red lanyard. But it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Honestly, I think people are gonna start targeting people that have red lanyards on because they know they're gonna get a reaction. Right? It's basically putting a marker on somebody, being like, hey, I hate having camera put in my face. Don't put a camera in my face because it will piss me off. You know what I mean? And unless you're gonna kick people out and ban them from like from the TwitchCon, like it won't work. But you know what? Maybe I'm being too cynical. Maybe I'm being too cynical.
And you know, maybe the majority report as well.
Let's switch like to massive bans or permas and punishments for this. It's gonna be bait. Yeah, it's gonna make things worse if they don't enforce it. Right? Because it's like it's self-selecting people who don't want to be filmed, right? And being like, I'm going to film you. It's just like and so this is like a half-measure step of Twitch that wouldn't need to be there if they actually enforced their rules in the first place. Also, a crazy situation where nuisance streamers can harass someone without a lanyard and then claim, well, you didn't want that, you should have had a lanyard. That's a good point as well. It's a very good point. Should be an opt-in, not an opt-out, if anything. That works. That's true. Honestly, at that point, just ban IRL streaming. I IRL streamed at TwitchCon last year. It was chill. It was cool to see. But like, TwitchCon just isn't what it used to be. So like, I just, you know what I mean? Just like, I think they should just like ban IRL streaming if they're going to do anything to like try to curb that. Or just actually enforce TOS to ban like nuisance streamers. Yeah, this is true. They did unban and feature Neon prominently at the, like, I gave him a meet and greet. Speaking of which, how is his numbers doing? I want to see if this is my barometer to see if Twitch started doing the botting stuff. Bro, his last stream on Twitch was in February. Never mind, he's gone. W. W. Is he on kick? I have no idea. He used the meet and greets to harass other people that had meet and greets. Yeah, it's just I hate Neon. He was apparently logged in and was capped like 25K and beyond the 45 minutes. Really? That's hilarious. Hold on. I want to find that. I want to see that. What? I typed in FaZe Banks and then my Twitter search showed me Freaky Friday. FaZe Banks. We're back. We're back. I know what FaZe Banks did to me. You went from having 50,000 viewers to 2.5. That's crazy. That's not actually crazy because, like, you know, expected, but like, going to 50K stream is so unrealistic. That's insane. In 1 second, he hit 33K. 1 second. Like, it doesn't even update that fast. 33K. And then at 10 minutes, he's at 50K. And then it drops down to 33K and it stays there for the entire stream until 3 hours in exactly. Which it drops to 20K. I guess he only paid for 3 hours of bots. And then he got capped. apparently this next stream. It went up to 2K, and then it capped out, and then it petered off. Let's see what he's saying here. The series down 13%. Is it like actually happening for people?
And the people that see it appreciate you. I mainly just wanted to go live to just hold myself accountable and live up to what I promised you guys, which is I'm going to be live every Thursday at 1 p.m. Didn't have to go live. We don't have a show planned. They all told me we're good. Don't worry about it. We'll go live next Thursday. And I said, no, you know what? I want to show up to the set. I want to go live. So for anybody,
wait, he's making a show for himself? Oh, that's cute. He's trying to be a streamer, chat. He realized he can't leech off of young talent any longer to fund his lifestyle. So he's like, no, what? I'll do it myself. And he got capped at 2.5K.
Who's been tuning in or supporting the show, supporting me, supporting the stream. I appreciate
the show. What show?
Appreciate you. Just know how much I appreciate you. Follow the Twitter and let me know. Yeah. Sorry for the short stream. I just really wanted to spark up just to show you guys that I'm here and showing up. So yeah, with that being said, we'll be live for probably 4 or 5 hours next. And the people that see it,
As well as still very obviously botting, literally only botting did ahead of us on over 32,000 people logged in, where 30% of his logged in viewers are. That's a lot of words. I mean, I know Alex goes botting. He's botting. I don't think that he's necessarily botting to get ahead of Hassan. Somebody may be botting him to get him ahead of Hassan. You know what I mean? That makes sense. Like, I don't think AsmonGold himself is doing the botting. I don't think he cares enough to. Right? I think somebody is doing it for him.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay?
Right. I think FaZe Banks bots himself, or his team is botting for him. Like, for sure.
Subscribed. SDAB approved.
Yeah. I am slightly curious on like how like the other streamers are doing at the top of the ecosystem. But he dropped by half. Like, he was at 43, 58, right? 44, 36, 41, 45, 52, 43, up until a few days ago, in which case he capped at 27 and then 27 again. Exactly 27K. So I don't know if that's how the cap works. But like, as time will tell, only the streamer really knows. Also, the top of the, like, where's, okay, this guy is 100% bot. Oh no, never mind. This is an event. Never mind. I think he's good actually. But he did an event. Cause like, it was like, there's no way he's getting 2K normally unless he did an event. But the event got him 600,000 viewers. If it's an event, it may make sense. No, never mind. I don't know. Well, okay, it depends. No, okay, I can see that. This is the end of the race. I can see that. I believe it. At first I was like, I don't know, until this lines up with like the event. Like, that makes sense. Right? It is kind of crazy that he was like normally at like 1K, and then like, you know, he gets 30,000 followers in one day. I'm like, that's crazy. But I do think that's legit. Right? I do think that's legit. It's crazy numbers, but I do think it's legit. But like, let me go to English speaking channels. The English speaking channels are getting wrecked. Like, who is this person? 50,000 viewers that only have 8 followers. Okay, this was botted for sure. It just says chillin' as their first stream. And a channel with 0 followers. What? They're banned, right? Yeah, they're banned. So they banned this channel for botting. I think they banned this channel for botting. No, they're still live. But it has one viewer here. I'm the only viewer. But they had 50,000. This was definitely botted. So genuinely, I think like Twitch is like actually fighting the bots. Because there's no shot FaZe Banks is actually at number 14. You know what I mean? So I think there actually are... These numbers are more realistic, chat. There used to be like 20 channels at like 40K, basically. Right? Now it's like, there are barely any channels above 10. That makes sense. That makes sense. This looks more realistic than it used to be. See when a song about it? I did see. Briefly. Where's Lacey at? Is Lacey not even on the list? What? I get Twitch actually might be doing something. He's number 47. But how does that make sense? If he's actually averaging 28, or this is max. What is his average? 20,000. I don't know. This is strange. Where's Queso? I don't know, actually. He's ranked number 7. Queso's still pulling in numbers, though. So, like... Queso has not seen any, like, substantial drop. Like, he's stayed consistent. I don't know. Who do we check next? I'm curious. Wait, where am I at? Okay. I wonder if they got rid of all the bots. Did I shoot up in my ranking? Nah, I'm less than 5,000 still. But I'm washed, chat. I used to get numbers. In December, I was pulling in 800. October 700. I was cooking. To be fair, I think I was talking about streaming news and stuff. Kamala Harris fails tour. Ezra Klein. It's talking about a lot of streaming news. Charlie Kirk. Okay, yeah, Charlie Kirk got me right. Yo, can we get an never mind. Let me not say that. Let's continue.
Talk about how they have participated in whitewashing the reputation of Graham Pwatner. And is this cynical? Is it just about trying to get someone in power they think will do good? Or are they genuinely naive? That's what me and Noah talk about. I was the last guest on Noah's stream, which was very late his time. He was actually sleeping just before we went on because he had like a full day of streaming. So just for context, appreciate him giving me his platform. And it was good to talk to an American about this as well, because lots of people say I need to get the American perspective. And yeah, enjoy the video.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the Graham Pwatner left?
The Graham Pwatner left, yes.
That's why subscription like Hassan did yesterday. Call the Oilers out. Listen, I don't got Oilers like Hassan got Oilers, bro. Hassan got the multi-millionaire oil barons out there.
I brought you on.
So Americans say Graham. Is that how they say it?
Is it Graham? Graham?
So in the UK,
to be fair, so long as I stay around 800 subs, I'm chilling. That's what I will say. If I got 1,000 subs, I'm doing well. But if I stay around 800 subs, I'm chilling. Been donated 1,000 subs yesterday. Yeah, to Hassan. He doesn't need it, bro. When he goes to jail because Fox News throws him in prison, all right, what's he gonna do with that money? Nothing, okay? That's why you should give it to me instead.
You know, there's that cereal. It's like graham crackers.
Graham. Yeah,
And
Graham.
Americans say graham crackers.
Yeah,
So
we say Graham Platinum.
So we pronounce it differently, which I don't know where that comes from. It's probably like a mix of immigrant accents in America and stuff. Yeah, the Graham Platinum left. I want to talk about this because, like, I'm just absolutely. It's one of those things, and okay, if anyone follows me on Twitter here, you know I like trolling people about it, but I am being sincere in some ways. I literally cannot believe how much people don't give a shit about what this guy did. Like, it's actually breaking my brain to argue with people all the time about this in terms of, and I want to talk to you about this in terms of, if you don't mind, I want to ask you questions, and we can talk about it from this point of view. So, for people in the chat who don't know, and I'll just explain it quick. So Graham Pwatner obviously is running for the Senate. He's got the Democratic nomination now, so he might be a senator. And basically, what happened is this guy, he got kind of popular in left-wing circles because he'd been on the Majority Report as like a caller before, and they were like the people who picked him up like really early, of like, oh, this guy's running the Senate, and he's an humble oyster farmer. He represents the working class. And basically, what's happened is a guy who is an upper-class career soldier and mercenary who owned an oyster farm. Like, he's not like an oyster fisherman or whatever. He's been completely mischaracterized. Yeah, he's been completely mischaracterized by the online left as some sort of like I mean, I think you guys read Born on the 4th of July in school, don't you? Like the book about the anti-war veteran, Ron Kovic.
Ron Kovic? I haven't read that.
Okay, just for context as well, for the chat as well.
I mean, if you're asking if Americans read in school, the answer is going to be no.
So Ron Kovic, played by Tom Cruise in Born on the 4th of July's Oliver Stone film, but it's based on his book. He was a veteran who writes in his book how much he was brainwashed into being an American exceptionalist, and that's why he went to the Vietnam War. He comes back from the Vietnam War disabled. He can't walk anymore, and he gets treated terribly by the Veterans Hospital. And then he becomes this anti-war protester who was even leading protests against the Iraq War. So this is like the archetype of a veteran who goes in with good intentions, becomes disillusioned through combat, and then dedicates his life to something more positive. Graham Pwatner is literally not that, but that is how he's being.
Wait, that's what I said. That's my take. That's my take. I said that exact thing like last week when I said that according to Daryl, you love Pwatner. I don't believe people. I do believe people are saying that I love Graham Pwatner. I did see something funny. There was a Twitter account that used to like retweet me when I talked about Graham Pwatner, who as soon as I criticized Bad Empanada, they unfollowed me and then clipped my stream, being like, "This Hassan stan Sean the Black is like anti-Bad Empanada or whatever." I was like, "Dog, you were a fan. You were a fan. Lest you criticize a white man, bro."
Characterized by leftist media, like he is a guy.
Yes, which is crazy because they liked my tweets and my content when I criticize Hassan. They know that I'm not a Hassan stan, right? But they have to lie about it because that's what Bad Empanada does.
Right, who just got caught up in the military, came out and became some sort of anti-war crusader, and it's such bullshit in terms of. I can talk about this a bit later of why it's bullshit, but in terms of his Reddit account comes out. He obviously has a Nazi tattoo. I mean, I'm not even getting too hung up on that point because I do think it's bad, but there's so much other shit he's done. And then on his Reddit account, he posted a lot about enjoying combat, enjoying the Iraq War, wanting, like, he literally wrote on Reddit in 2010, "I can't wait to go to Afghanistan." And then he went to Afghanistan. Then he becomes a Blackwater mercenary. And he's 34, 35 when he finishes all of this. So I think he's 42 now. So that's from the ages of 18 to 35. He went to Iraq and Afghanistan like 5 times, nonstop, and then comes out of that and has a bit of like infatuation with maybe socialist violence because he joins the Socialist Rifle Association. This is like 5 years ago, and then in like 2020,
yeah, these are all things that we discussed in here. Yeah, and it's kind of crazy, like because like it's kind of crazy because like, I think he's just a violent person. You know what I mean? I genuinely, I think Graham Pwatner is just a violent person. I think he's a person who, I'm not gonna like armchair psychologist him or whatever, but like who just loves violence. He loves committing violence and love violence being committed against people. And he sees violence as like fun and sick and cool. and he's a violent person who is like, hey guys, what if we do violence against like bad people right now? And then like people are like, yeah, see, he's good. It's like, wait, no, because he hasn't realized why him doing violence against people that weren't bad wasn't like why that wasn't bad. You know what I mean? Funnily enough, like Graham Pwatner is a lot like Bad Pwatner. They're kind of similar in their like ideology. Okay, not their methodology, not their ideology. Different in their methodology. It's like the focusing on like the tactics, on the reactionary, like the if we just use bad tactics against bad people, right, then that solves our problem. Instead of like maybe these tactics aren't like as effective as we think that they are, right? So like Graham Pwatner being like, yeah, our military is bad because we use it wrong. We still need like a $1 trillion military. We just need to point it in the correct direction. That's bad. It's not the fact that like he never does interrogation like maybe his tactics are wrong, right? Maybe the focus on American empire is wrong and incorrect and invalid, and that he needs to change his tactics in order to actually, you know, be more of an effective person. There is no correct direction. Exactly. That's how I feel about all reactionary sentiment. Like when you go to about with people, like the dark woke. Dark woke is people saying slurs. Like saying slurs is actually bad when it's against marginalized people, but saying slurs is actually good when it's against like, you know, the people that I deem as bad. Like, no, maybe it's actually the slurs that are bad. Maybe it's actually the tactics that you are using that are wrong and harmful, right? And you just trying to find a correct outlet for your reactionary tendencies is like bad. Right? And that's sort of like reactionaryism. Reactionary, that's a word, I think. It's sort of like that dynamic.
24, he tries to get into politics, right? So the context of him being a career mercenary versus the context of him being portrayed as some sort of anti-war, working class person who was caught up in the system, who never hurt anyone, it's just like completely at odds with each other. But what I want to ask you, as someone who obviously, you know, you are like fully American, like you were born in America, weren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so you were raised in America. So if you want to tell me from your perspective, like especially as someone who's a leftist as well, how deep is the military indoctrination like throughout your life that you could be a leftist and not be horrified by what this guy has done? Can you like explain to me like how US like general society, like how is there so many leftists right now not seeing what this guy did as bad?
I can speak for myself personally because I have, like as I told you, quite a few issues with Pwatner. When I think about seeing military brainwashing around me in America, it's for the longest time it's just completely unchallenged and ubiquitous in terms of we view troops as having sacrificed. Even liberals view troops as having sacrificed for the greater good. Coming home, the focus is entirely on the needs of the veterans to get, you know, health care and benefits. And when it comes to there, I mean, there's just no moral question whatsoever. Maybe an illustrative example from something recently. I have a friend who I recently found out does IT systems for naval ships in San Diego. And he's not in the military, but he's a subcontractor, or he's a contractor. And I found this out right around the time that girls' school in Iran had been bombed, and it was destroyed with a Tomahawk missile, which was fired from a U.S. naval ship that had, I think, come from San Diego, or it was come from somewhere around where he could have been working on. And I kind of had to confront him and be like, so you know about this? Do you, or like, does anyone that's a part of what you guys are doing, like, think about the morality of that, or like the you know, about what happened and your potential role in it? And it was just, I mean, it was no. Obviously, it was like this didn't. It was like I'm the first person to have asked him this question, and that's I guess maybe a more active role. That's someone that's directly a part of it and still not even thinking about it, and so maybe subject to more pressures. But like from a voter's perspective, like when people make the argument that the average American is going to see it as a benefit if someone's a veteran, they're going to see it as like a, yeah, I guess they sacrifice for us, even if they are, you know, like a Pwatner.
This is so funny because it's wrong. It's wrong. Like the people being like, actually, the average voter is going to actually love that he was a veteran. I'm sorry to have to describe this to people. The average voter does not care about veterans. There are homeless veterans on the street right now. There are current like veteran activist groups to try to get people to care about veterans. They don't care about the veterans. Bro. They don't. Right? They do the whole like, oh yes, thank you for your service. Oh, right? Because that's what they've been taught to say. They don't care, bro. They don't care. They literally don't care. They don't. They don't. I can promise you they don't care. Right? Most of the people, right, especially from working class backgrounds who join the military, right, don't particularly care about like the patriotism of it either. Right? But they feel like they need to justify their own like throwing their life away, right, for this empire. You know what I mean? And so they don't care about like the whole like hoorah for the flag or whatever. Right? That's literally not a factor in their mind. Right? And especially the average citizen who doesn't need to do that also doesn't care. Because they're just like, yeah, whatever. Sure, that person's fine, cool. Anyway, let's get back to my tweets over here. Right? That's what they care about. This idea that's like, no, you don't understand. Everybody in this country loves veterans. It's just it's factually incorrect. It is factually incorrect. It's not true. It's just not true. Right? I'm not even saying that he needs to come out and be like, yeah, down with the American Empire or whatever. But this idea that like, no, people actually love and respect the veterans in this country is hilarious. And it's a falsehood. I understand it's a cope to say that he being a vet helps him. It might slightly help the Republicans, even then barely. I don't think it actually helps the Republicans. I think it's purely just like pure neutral. Right? Like I don't think running on a patriotism line is good for Democrats at all. But like it's just like it doesn't benefit people in a way that people make it seem like it, you know?
I don't know. It's not really people. The left seems to view that as like a mass appeal, broad appeal sort of character trait. Like he's a veteran. Yeah. Americans generally really fuck with the military, even if they're not pro-war. They still fuck with like veterans' rights and stuff because they know, I don't know how they're portrayed in media and movies. And I guess in the context of like the Vietnam War or something where there was a large effort from within America to.
I saw a tweet about a woman posted about an 18-year-old Marine saying how proud she was of him being a Marine defending America. Is not a single pushback. People were glazing, saying how awesome. It's, to be honest, making me lose hope. But let's keep in mind that's online. Like those same people who are like, yeah, that's so great. They don't care either. That makes sense. Like those same people who are like glazing, they don't care about that guy. They don't care about her 18-year-old son who's a Marine. They don't care about other Marines. They're just saying what they think they're supposed to say as an American. Right? And as leftists, it's our job to peel back the layers of that and describe how that is like you're being indoctrinated and how that is indoctrination. You know what I mean? Like they genuinely do not care. It does not positively change or impact their lives. They're just saying things that they think that they're supposed to say, right? They are taught, this is what the indoctrination comes from. They are taught from a young age that when you see a vet say, I thank you for your service, thank you for your sacrifice or whatever, they're taught to kind of like idolize veterans, right? But most people are running line, right? There are people out there who do think that like our rights are actually being defended by us, bombing Iran or whatever. But those people are few and far between because mostly everybody else cares about paying for their bills. It's sad seeing that 18-year-old boy in Marine cloth. And that's part of the issue as well, because this idea, because this is literally just a giant LARP thing, right? It's a giant circle jerk of Americans being like, yeah, guys, we really love this country, right? And then young people see that and they're like, oh, if I want respect, right? If I want love and respect from my family and my parents and my neighbors, I can just join the military. And so they go and they do that, right? They don't really care about protecting American empire, right? The people who are saying, thank you for your service, also don't care about protecting the American empire. They're all just saying what they've been taught to say, right? And because they're being taught to say that, we can teach them otherwise. right? We don't need to shrug our hands being like, well, everybody's saying that they love veterans, right? It's like, okay, let's say it like this. It's like when like you ask somebody how they're doing and they say, I'm fine, right? Or somebody's like, oh, hi, how are you? And you're like, I'm fine, right? Are you actually fine? Did you stop and think about if you're fine? You know what I mean? Are you good? Are you, great? Are you okay? Are you bad? Is there something going on? You don't think about that. You run line, right? It's just what you were taught to say. You're taught as a person to not like impose upon somebody who probably doesn't care about how you're actually doing when they say, how are you doing? And so you just say, I'm fine. I'm okay. It's life or whatever. Right? You're running line. And a lot of Americans go through life exactly like that. They see a veteran, it's thank you for your service, They see a politician, they think, I think you're a liar. Because that's just kind of how they've been imposed on by society. How are you doing is also conditioned. That's also true, right? But because it's being conditioned by society, because it's something that has been taught by society, it's something that we can unteach, right? We can pull that back, right? To be able to understand that, like, do you actually really care? You know what I mean? Do you truly genuinely love the military? Right? That's our role. Our role as the left is to do that. Our role as the left is to like unlearn that propaganda. And I'm gonna need y'all to just okay. Y'all engage with like, I don't know, the words that I'm saying instead of like running your own lines about how you feel about Graham Pwatner. You know what I mean? Like, is that too much to ask? Y'all are just like, I'm going to just give my thoughts about Graham Pwatner. What I'm talking about a very specific phenomenon, a way that indoctrination happens to out Americans and how the left can combat that indoctrination. And y'all are so worried about being like, well, Graham Pwatner is a tool. And I think we should use all politicians like they're tools. And that's the problem with the Graham Pwatner conversation. Is that y'all are so stuck on trying to defend Graham Pwatner because you're also running lines. You know what I mean? You're going through a script instead of actually engaging with like the topic of discussion, which is American indoctrination, right? And military indoctrination is a thing that does exist, and it's not good. And how can we effectively stop that indoctrination from occurring so that we don't get into the situation with the next person, right? A year later or 2 years later or 5 years later, right? You guys are so stuck on like Graham Pwatner specifically about like, no, we need to get Graham Pwatner elected because he needs to win, instead of actually engaging with like the way that American exceptionalism actually impacts like the rest of the political landscape and how we can stop that as leftists. Right? Which is why I always say is that leftists are too passive. Way too passive, right? We wait for somebody like Graham Pwatner to exist, and now we have to defend him because he's already there, instead of looking into the future, right? Looking forward and being like, how can we make sure that we're not in this situation in the future? Right? How can we combat the current system as they currently exist, so that things that we know are bad are not being perpetuated, so we don't have to worry about them in the future. That's the take. You get what I mean?
Try and protest it, given that it was direct relatives of so many people. But like now, I mean, seeing what's happening with Pwatner is a little bit insane, because it's like the left media people you would expect to be challenging him on this history.
Veteran celebration honestly seems like the way people will back the blue, except combating against cops is easier because they can see the harm done to our people. Yes, it is similar, right? But I think that like back the blue is more of like, I think there are more people who like believe in like the back the blue like ideology or mindset, like pro cop mindset, who say back the blue. I think that the reason why it's different is because from a young age, 5 years old, right? One of the first things you learn in like American like school is how to say the Pledge of Allegiance. right? It's exactly. It's the Pledge of Allegiance. You stand up, hand over your heart, you turn towards the flag. It comes over the intercom speaker for the entire school. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic in which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. The fact that I still remember that, and I haven't done it in like 10 years, shows how like ingrained that is. You know what I mean? In the psyche of kids, children. Right? It's people going through the motions, right? That's the songs as well. Even those words, if I wanted to. When I do both things, electing Pwatner will make material change for taking Israel now. People, U.S. Dominate, don't have time to wait for us to dismantle U.S. propaganda apparatus. If you genuinely think that like electing Graham Pwatner will like materially like change society, I think you are silly. You are a silly person, and you are too naive. You are too naive. You will never make material change if you are focused on getting one person elected, right? You need to change the entire conversation around the discussion, the discourse. And that's not even getting to the fact that Graham Pwatner wants to, increase the American empire by increasing the shipbuilding capabilities in Maine, right? And continuing to fund the military. He's not anti-war. He's not trying to redirect funds away from the military. He's not even advocating for that, right? At no point has he advocated for that. He's saying that he wants to continue to fund the military, to continue to build ships in Maine so people in Maine have jobs. Right? That's it. I don't understand how the DNC, backed by billions of dollars, giving people overtaken by leftism. At some point, the donors will dip. Then what? We all know money helps win elections too. I mean, your name is Union, it's work. You do it with the unions. You do it with the organization on the ground, right? Bottom up, right? The DNC will stand in your way, as with all moneyed interests will stand in your way. But if you have the numbers, right, on your side, you can push forward through to make material change in the country. Excuse me. What people also miss with people like Pwatner is that they're representative of greater societal change. That is the main thing that will create material change. They're just surfing the wave. Yeah. Think about in a song talk. I did see that. Yes, we covered it last week. Probably find the VOD somewhere.
Are just totally willing to overlook it. Is it? I don't really have an answer to your question other than I guess electability, like a some kind of a benefit to the to the appeal of a working class like aesthetic leftist without looking too deep into what actually happened. You can just kind of drop them in the archetype, in the character, and that seems to work. And I don't know. I mean, the way I see, like, I just think the average American doesn't care and is going to think you're a little crazy if you tell them like they know war is bad and stuff, and most people don't agree with the Iraq war. But if you tell them your uncle went there and killed people, they're like, he was just doing his duty. And it's still like that for most of the country, it feels like, which is, in contrast with something like, I don't know, people's views on a current conflict or on Israel. People are aware of how like morally and materially fucked up these things are. But when it comes to,
right, and this is true, but that's where the left has to step in, right? The left has to step in. You see this on our recent polling among Black people? No, I did not, but I want to see it because I think it's funny. But like the left has to step in and break that down, right? They have to step in and be like, hey, we understand that you think that this is like chill and fine, but here's why it's not. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of why it's important for the left to do that. Right? We can't just sit and be like, oh, well, people don't currently care about the harm that the American enterprise is committing across the world. So shrug, you know what I mean? It's like Here's why it's important. This is why anti-war activists exist. Anti-war activists exist to get Americans from this passive mindset that they feel about the military, right, to being antagonistic to it as an entity. Right? That's why it's important. And we can't just be like, well, Americans currently like the military, so like no reason for us to be against it. Do we have that for any other like system of oppression? Do we have that for any other like ideology? Do we say that for anti-blackness? Or should we? Should we say that for transphobia? Anti-immigrant sentiment? You know what I mean? Like, should we be like, oh, sorry, the world's already transphobic, no reason to fight for trans rights then? No reason to try to hold trans people accountable. Hold transphobic people accountable, right? Oh, we live in a white supremacist society. Might as well just let it be. Like, fighting for the rights of black people is like unpopular, so why would we do it? Like, no, we do these things because our goal is to make them popular, right? Currently, Americans, right, like the American empire because they've been told that it's good. It's up to us to tell them why it's not. You know what I mean? People think being pro-imperialism is just saying you love empire, but it's not. As passively accepting the damage the empire has done as inevitable. Yeah, and it's our job to say we need to fix that. Right? It's also important that the Grand Pwatner is not saying.
Military service, that's just not a part of it.
So a couple things. I obviously take your point. Like, for example, if you're looking at it in terms of just politics on its own, do people in the main Senate race prefer a veteran? Okay, whatever. But that's the thing that I don't understand as well. It's gone so beyond. This is the lesser of two evils.
What's it Assange's demographics, popularity, and numbers in Discord? Why in Discord? Why not just send me a link? Why does Hassan have a 42% unfavorability with Asian and it's Asian and other? I guess that can be like mixed people, I guess. But he claims China is my guess. Maybe. Where's it at? In American public life today, which do you think carries more greater social stigma? Being publicly pro-Israel is 60%, publicly pro-Nazi is 34%, about the same as 25%. Neither carries much stigma as that's 25% of respondents say that being pro-Israel and pro-Nazi has the same amount of public social stigma. That's the result for Hassan Piker. 10% favorable, 19% unfavorable, 56% never heard of, and then 15% heard of with no opinion. -9 net favorability. Better than Ben Shapiro. Who else? Better than Erica Kirk. Not better than Spencer Pratt. Spencer Pratt's more popular than Hassan is. L. Way better than Candace Owens. Grand Pwatner. Hey, he's doing well, actually he's doing worse than Grand Pwatner. -6 net favorability. I want to see one more Hassan thing. James Fishback is too high up here, in my opinion. Hassan Piker. Overall, 10% favorable. We have the 1% favorability with Republicans. It's kind of funny. 19% unfavorable. 56% never heard of him for overall. And then 15% heard of with no opinion. With the Democrats numbers are like kind of abysmal for Hassan a little bit. Like they're technically like 9 points ahead of like independents, but it's like 5 points 4-point difference in unfavorability. And like 5-point difference in never heard of. And then the same amount of heard of and no opinion. See, gender. Okay. Yo, men hate Hassan. I wonder why that is. 11% male favorability, 26% male unfavorability, 47% never heard of, and then 60% heard of and no opinion. And then female is 10, 13, 63, and 14. Age group, let's see. This makes more sense. Young people have a higher favorability of Hassan. 18 to 29, 30%, and then 30 to 44 is 22%, 21%. But also 30 to 44 also hate Hassan the most, with 33% for 30 to 44, okay, has a unfavorable opinion of Hassan. Also, I do love that 7% is a 55 to 64 heard of him but have no opinion. But 65 and over has the lowest unfavorability, but also the tie with the lowest favorability. Okay, let's look at education. Does that mean they don't care? Basically. Overall, 10%, 19%, 56%, and 15%. 8% with some college have a fair. So if you have some college experience or some college, like either an associate's or you didn't finish college, you have the lowest favorability of Hassan when compared to high school or less, bachelor's degree, and post-grad. Also, you have the most unfair. Man, Hassan is terrible with like, you went to college and you didn't finish, or associate's degree holders. Look, race. Race is 9% white favorable. Bro, why does he have a 21% Hispanic favorability, bro? You know what I think it is? He kept playing that stupid "I will vote for Donald Trump" song. That's what it is. 21% is very high. Very high. Oh yeah, okay, I can see that. Like anti-ICE sentiment. I understand why he's unfavorable with black folks, but it's really bad with Asian folks. It's really bad. I can see it being the China thing. I can see it being like his pro-China stance. 5% black favorability, which that's not a surprise. I've already told y'all about that. 26% black unfavorability, but that pales in comparison to the 42% unfavorability of Asian and other. That's crazy. I think it's the Vietnamese lady clip. No. If you think that the people who answer this poll have any idea, I've actually seen Hassan's clips, you're silly. Most of these people are answering based upon what they heard about Hassan, not because of a clip that they've seen. Living situation. I'm curious about this. Yo, Hassan has 0% favorability with people with kids. They did a campaign with that clip though. Yeah, but I'm telling you right now, most of these people who have an opinion of Hassan have not heard Hassan speak, or have not watched Hassan's content. That's just how it works with people like this. Like with anybody. Right? These are not online, like specifically online people. These are people who've heard of Hassan in passing and have heard somebody who was a friend of a friend say that Hassan was anti-black. Right? Or Hassan is like too pro-China, or Hassan X, Y, and Z, this and that. Right? Like they're not like watching Hassan's content itself. Some of them may have seen that specific clip. Right? But like it's more likely that like they're just going off of what they've heard people say about Hassan. Last message, you're gonna see more talking points aimed at these polls. The reason they're doing polls is to track all the media how they did to track all the media they did on him and how much they can manipulate that to later talking points. Yeah, they'd be like, oh, now you know, Asian people hate Hassan. Look at this clip now, or whatever. I can see that. Or like Hassan is anti-black. Look at this polling. That shows Hassan being anti-black. You know? Did the same thing to Bernie. But it's funny because Hassan's not even a politician, though. That's why it's interesting. He's cooked. Cooked at what? He's not running for office. If it was like, if Hassan was running for office, then like maybe, like, at life. 1,200 sample size doesn't mention the location of the participants, so it's hard to draw concrete conclusions. Yeah. That seems like a standard polling sample, though. Usually it's around like from 1,000 to 2,000. It's like usually what these polls are usually around. It's how I'm curious about their methodology, about how they sampled. I got caught on my freaking chair. Let's see. Yeah, Hassan is super popular with people who live with their parents. But everybody else is kind of like the spouse or partner. He's relatively popular. But like he's like super popular with people who live with their parents. People with roommates hate him. Yeah, bro, they hate him. 41%. You wanna know why it is? It's because those roommates show Destiny clips to their roommate. That's what it is. How many times have I seen a chatter be like, Hassan, my roommate showed me a Destiny clip? It happens all the time. That's what it is. My roommate loves Destiny. He keeps putting Destiny on the TV. Like, that's so funny. And then it's Graham Platner's also here, which is kind of funny. Religious participation overall, weekly, I can see that. Hassan is not very popular with people who go to religious service weekly. Monthly, a little bit higher. Holidays only, a little bit higher. Rarely, a little bit higher, and never super high. But also, like, the unfavorability is like maxed out for people who go monthly. So like if you go weekly, you probably not heard of Hassan. But if you go monthly, you're like, yeah, I hate this guy. This guy sucks. But if you go holidays only, it's just like, I mean, like also unfavorable. 48% unfavorable. So it's even worse. It's even worse for the part-time religious like demographics. Mostly carries a lot of guilt about not going weekly. I wouldn't necessarily explain why they hate Hassan that much, though. I think if you're going to like religious service weekly, you're not like, 76% makes sense. You're not hearing about Hassan, right? If you're like, I go to church on Sunday, then I go to Bible study on Wednesday, and then I volunteer at church on Saturday, like you're not hearing about Hassan much. But if you go like monthly, you're just like, I can see how you pick up Hassan every now and then. Anyway, I got distracted. Let's focus up. Focus up.
Like, get this guy in because the other person's so bad. It's gone so beyond that where, like, I saw Emma Vigilant. She was saying Pwatner should be president. And also, most presidents are senators. So you're not just getting people like, oh, it's just Maine. You care about Maine so much. Like, why do you give a shit about Maine? It's not about that. It's he becomes a senator. He's set up for the next 40 years for a pretty juicy political career, especially if people like him. And it's like, you're playing this role in propagandizing him. And also, what I don't understand is he doesn't have a political record beyond serving in the military. It's like he does not have that political record. It's like Zoran Mamdani. I just saw a tweet randomly the other day of some account. It just came up from like 2021. Someone talking about him on left-wing media. He has that track record because he was in the New York Assembly. So even if you have problems with him or whatever, like problems with him being a Mepo, he has that record of being good politically, and he's proven it. Like, I don't agree with everything he's done since he's become mayor, but it's like, I understand why people trust him. With Graham Pwatner, it's like, he hasn't done anything. And how do you...
All he likes is killing. That's all we know.
I mean, it's true. And to be fair, he's kind of said that himself. This is what I've been saying as well about Graham Pwatner, is that he just doesn't really have that record, but people like that about it.
This is killing. And this is what I understand is like, since when do leftists not care about someone's character? So, like I said, if he was Ron Kovic, like a Ron Kovic like figure, someone who was not drafted because that doesn't happen really, but if he volunteered for the Iraq War and even did 2 tours or whatever, Ron Kovic did 2 tours of Vietnam, and then he comes out disillusioned at like 20 years old. That is so different to what he is. Like so different. Because people, when I criticize him, I saw this the other day. Someone actually tweeted this to me, like, "Oh, are people? You know, he went into the military and got disillusioned. He didn't get disillusioned. He joined Blackwater in 2018. I was making YouTube videos about why Iraq was bad in like 2018. It's like this is no excuse. This is no excuse. He was 34 years old, and this is why I find it so gross. And this is another question I want to ask you, right? So, like you were saying, you know someone who works as a subcontractor, and that Iran stuff happened. If you said to someone right now in the American left, if I asked Emma Vigiland, Mehdi Hassan, or just Hassan, would you vote for someone who dropped the bomb on that school if they've suddenly said they were socialists 20 years later? Would you vote for them? And I would say most people would immediately be like, fuck no. The Iraq War was 10 times worse than what's happening to Iran right now. I'm not saying what's happening to Iran isn't terrible, but the Iraq War was like US soldiers going into people's homes and murdering them, right? And they killed like nearly like the aftermath of the conflict, when all is said and done with the rise of ISIS and stuff, it's like 1 million people were killed because of the US, right? Graham Plattner not only did that once, he did it 3 times. He served in some of the worst battles. He did 2 more tours after he was a machine gunner in Fallujah. They poisoned Fallujah, so people born today have birth defects from that battle because of all the depleted uranium shells like the tanks were using, right? So it's like...
it is kind of crazy. Like, Abu Ghraib Guard, machine gunner in Fallujah, he joined with doing 4 tours, left, then joined Blackwater. It's very hard to craft a literal worst person. You know what I mean? Like it is a caricature that like a right winger would make of like a left winger, who is like a former like you know, Marine or whatever. Because he has definitely killed people. So he's not even that. It's not even that he was like a cook or whatever, right? Not even that he was like a cook. Not that he joined at like 17. And didn't know what was going on. He did 1 tour. He joined as an infantryman, was a machine gunner, has killed people, right? Did 4 tours. Like just like there's just so much. There's just so much there. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Obviously, Americans don't know that, but you think it's for leftists. Like, I'm a British person who's 30 years old, right? A lot of these leftists, whitewashing Plattner, they're like 10 years older than me. So not only do they remember the Iraq War, they remember it properly. Like, I remember it as a kid, but I wasn't an adult. Like, they're like 18, 19, 20. When you're like a student activist, a lot of these people be like against the Iraq War. And now they're here saying, not only is it not bad he did this, it's actually a good thing he's a veteran. And it's just insane because here's the thing I say about Iran. If Graham Plattner was a dual Israeli citizen who fought in Lebanon in 2006 and Gaza in 2014, no matter what he said or did afterwards, would the American left forgive him? Would they ever forgive him? And everyone in the chat knows, and I'm sure you know, no way in hell. As Hassan was saying, Zionists shouldn't even be dog catchers. So you can't trust a Zionist to be a dog catcher right now. Let's say you can't trust Bernie Sanders to be a dog catcher, but at the same time, I can trust someone who like murdered people for 20, like not 20 years, like 15 years. And apparently that's, like you were saying, he hasn't done anything else. He just likes killing. So it's like, that's his political record, killing.
Yeah, and that's the craziest part. You don't want anyone who's taken a human life to tell us all what to do. Please, all these people need to stay out of politics. I don't even know if I fully agree with that. Like, I can see where you're going with that, but like, I can see a situation where like somebody, you know, does something bad. Maybe not like Graham Plattner bad, but like does something bad, right? And then atones for it. And then sometime, somewhere down the line, right, after the atonement has happened and after there's been accountability, right, taking a prominent position in the movement. But like that comes with a lot of time in between and a lot of accountability and restitution. Graham Plattner doesn't have to, right? So I do think that there could be a situation where somebody does bad stuff, right, and then does get a position of prominence later on. But Graham Plattner is not that thing, if that makes sense. Guys, I don't agree with Cav. If they're willing to accept Graham, they'll definitely accept a former IDF soldier. I don't know, actually. I genuinely don't know.
Like, oh, actually, he's cool and based now because he said, oh, we should limit arms sales to Israel. Like, that makes him an principled anti-Zionist socialist to people who are just going to fall for him so quickly. And I don't know about you. Like, for example, can you talk about why Americans, especially American leftists, why do they see IDF...
People? No. the most that he's done is he finally acknowledged that like there were people there like a few weeks ago. That's kind of it.
Soldiers as different to American soldiers? Is it just like pure American chauvinism of like, we could never be this bad? Like an idea, they think, I'm going to say them by name, they think certain people who serve in the IDF, who never even held a gun, maybe famous people, are actually worse than Graham Plattner. Like they would actually think that. So can you explain to me, like, why do American leftists, why does Emma Vigilant and all these people at the majority report, why do they care so much about IDF soldiers right now in Israel, but they have no disgust for Graham Plattner, who's, you know, probably worse than most IDF soldiers?
It's American chauvinism, I think. American exceptionalism. The idea that
I think that's a part of it. But I think the actual reason why, I've talked about this before, is that Graham Plattner is useful. Media access, not really. It's not that either. I don't think it's that either. I think since Graham Plattner is useful, right? Graham Plattner is useful. Graham Plattner is useful when it comes to his like status as a white man who's like blue collar adjacent. And he can speak to a demographic that I think they see as leaving, right, the Democratic Party and subsequently the left-wing movement, right? And so they think Graham Plattner can capture the young men that are going to the Republican Party with his like, you know, masculine, you know, nature and his being an oyster farmer and being a rough and tumble blue collar worker who speaks to working class issues. There is a usefulness in them. See more Joe Rogan on the left than Hassan. That's what they want him to be, right? They want him to be Joe Rogan on the left, something that can capture the attention of young men and pull them away from the right. That's the idealistic perspective of what they think. I don't think that will work, nor do I think it's effective. So I disagree with it. But that's what the purpose is. That's it.
That, well, is so firmly planted that, well, our military, you know, when Trump's at the helm, when we're doing war stuff, it's bad. But Plattner, like everybody else, was just a cog in a machine. And singling him out and shaming him for his service isn't going to do anything to address the machine. We have to address the machine by getting people that were a part of it to dismantle it from within. Plattner's platform, his policies aren't even anti-war. They're like, we're going to build up the military and make it really strong and get people to join it and give them benefits so that they can join it. We're going to encourage that. And then we're also, is that like all just wiped out by him saying Israel's doing a genocide? Saying the thing that 3 months in, if you weren't saying it, you now automatically to me become a genocide denier, and it's 2 years later. I don't think so. But like there, it has been.
That's my biggest beef with Graham Plattner, is that people act like what he is saying is like revolutionary. He started calling it a genocide last year. I'm not even joking. It was last year. Yo, you got me thinking for the raid. We're watching Noah Sampson and having to talk about Graham Plattner. Welcome in. Hello. Hero worship has to stop. Yeah, and like again, that's fine. That's chill. I think that that's good that he's saying that. But we have to be honest about like what that means as it pertains to the like what he actually believes. It's hard for me to take him saying that Israel is committing a genocide, right, as like that being like a revolutionary position that maintains the totality of his like belief system, when he's saying that after Ludwig started saying it. You know what I mean? Like if he's being pro-Palestine after Ludwig started being pro-Palestine, there's a little bit, you know, I have some issues. Because that's the timeline, right? We all yelled at like, you know, Ludwig and all of these other you know, milquetoast content creators for not talking about Israel. And Plattner only started 8 months ago. It feels like longer because it, you know, time, you know, and how the time expands. But it only started 8 months ago. So he was saying it when like a lot of the country was already waking up to that reality. which is still good and better than the Democrats now. In high school, he said free Palestine. Well, to be fair, I said calling what it was really genocide, to be entirely fair. But, which we'll get to that in a second as well. We'll get to that in a second as well. But that's kind of the idea, right? Is that people act like he's something that he's not. It should be clear as a good thing that he's came to that position, but let's be so for real. Yeah, exactly. Like he's beating out like other Democrats, which is like kind of a low bar, for being entirely honest. The Democratic Party is a pro-genocide party. They suck. So I just have a higher barometer that I expect from politicians who claim to be leftists and who we are supporting. Kind of how I view it. And we should be honest about who Graham Pwatner is and what he actually stands for and believes.
Deliberate campaign that's two-pronged. One, to sweep under the rug the stuff you're talking about his background. I think that's just gone underreported. Frankly, like very few videos about it. Bad Empanada is like one of the few videos that really like it lays it out, but even then, like on YouTube, it's not a part of the parlance. And then when he goes, that's really interesting that you said he's a majority report caller, like originally. That's fascinating to me, and that checks out because the way he's been propped up by that outlet specifically.
To be fair, I didn't post my video on it until recently, like last week. Unless he covered it on the stream. Because there was too much content to cover on a specific video.
He's very troubling, just completely uncritically. Ryan Grimm as well. I don't know if that was Breaking Points or what show that was, where they're interviewing this candidate, and something about when elections come around and people build these little marketing profiles of these candidates. It's just people fall in love. People are like, this is our guy. This is the new guy. And then you just take one little look into his history and one little look onto his own campaign website page that says, like more killing, essentially. I mean, it is, he talks about, he'll highlight the, war crimes and things, but is that all it takes for people to be willing to champion him? And I think that's the other thing I asked you about was like lesser evilism. Because I think when it's him and Janet Mills side by side, he's the better candidate. Like lesser of two evils, he's the lesser evil based on professed policies regarding Israel, for example. That's, To
me, it was actually funny about this is that like, this is also what FD Signifier said in his video. Like, just acknowledging that reality.
What's the word? That's a speculation because obviously people can switch up. And given his own, if we look at him as a person and his character, his past doesn't reflect well on the potential. He's just a guy that likes killing. So who knows what'll happen there. But if we take them at their word, he is the lesser of two evils. But I don't think that's really what people, like you said, like they're going way further than that. If someone were to be making the argument about lesser of two evils, about him versus Janet Mills, vote against Israel aid versus vote for, what would you say to that?
Yeah, it's like like even you're saying with the lesser of two evils thing, I'm not even sure he is the lesser evil because it's like you're saying like, in terms of policies, but in terms of politicians, like when's the last time a politician got in who actually stayed true to their principles in terms of the majority of things they want to do? So like look at Obama, for example, in 2008. Literally sold out straight away. Like, think of all the things he was promising. Like, the only thing he actually did was pull America out of Iraq and stuff. But it's like everything he's promising he didn't do. So even when you're saying like, you look at the candidates in terms of the Israel stuff, and it's like, yeah, okay, in a vacuum, Graham Pwatner is better. But then that's the thing for me.
Yeah, but Zoram was also failing on some of the things that he's promised to do, especially pertaining to the NYPD. You know what I mean? Obama didn't promise a lot. He promised some, to be fair. Right, he did not promise to be like a revolutionary candidate. Like, he didn't promise specific policies that were like leftist in nature. Like he did promise hope. Hope was his whole thing, right? And so he positioned himself, and he was projected on, and then he did flounder in a lot of ways. Which like on the New York Times article from back in April versus the Pwatner we see in videos. I feel like I don't remember you covered it during your Pwatner hours, but I feel like the one incredulous thing that I found, as in like, what do you mean from his article back in April? There's a lot of articles about it, this man. But you have to be a tad bit more specific. I'll link it. Okay.
how Americans cannot tie Israel to American imperialism, because this is something I want to talk about as well. We'll talk a bit more about Pwatner, but it's also one thing I want to ask you. So, as someone,
I don't know if we read this one specifically. What was the question again? I forgot. Like how is he in this article versus like his appearances? I don't know what he's saying in this article. Also, I can't read it because it's like paywalled. But I think when Pwatner speaks, he kind of portrays himself poorly about his past in videos. That's what I will say. Whenever somebody asks about his past, I think he portrays himself. Yeah, he lies. He lies, which actually kind of, funnily enough, makes him the exact same thing as a standard politician. You know what I mean? Pwatner likes to position himself as an outsider, but like, he lies. He lies. Just like politicians do. He lies about his past. He lies about what he's done in the past. He lies about his behavior, right? And so if he lies about this stuff, then why should I believe him about the policies he says he'll stand by? You know what I mean? That's my issue. He's shown that he's inconsistent. What are you suggesting he lied about? I mean, he lied about things directly in the New York Times interview that we looked at last week. He lied about his upbringing. He was dishonest about his upbringing. He lied about being a part of Blackwater. He lied about it was a few things in that interview. He just straight up lied. He said that he or he was dishonest, right? You can call it lie or not being a lie. Like the house thing is what I'm thinking about, bro. Like he was called out in a lie by the interviewer. He tried to position himself as like a working class person. He lied about private school. That's what it was. Private school. Lied about going to private school until he was pushed on it. There's outrage over the reality infuses Mr. Pwatner's opposition to the war in Iran. Sure, at campaign stops, he talks about high gas prices and Trump's administration incompetence, but his core message is unfortunately discussed for the forever war that we've waged since 9/11. Nobody is going to be able to convince me that what I did in Iraq and Afghanistan, anything for the people of Sullivan, Maine, he told me, punctuating it with an obscenity. I don't want other young Americans go through what I've been through, and I don't want to send other young people to inflict that horror I had to inflict on people. I didn't see what else he said on that, because like that's not incongruent to what he said. My issue is that because like, he always says that no more forever wars, yeah, no more permanent forever wars, but like it's always like implied that if there was a justified war where like he thinks it's justified, that he would vote in favor of it. So the issue is that, right, the war in Iran is invalid. But who's to say that like he won't say that like us invading Cuba is valid in his mind? He'll vote in favor of that. You know what I mean? That's where the inconsistency comes from. Right. So when he says like I don't want young people to be like I was, does he mean like being a part of like an unjust war instead of a just war in his mind? You know what I mean? But he's not like anti-war. He does not like. Again, I can't see that specific section because it's paywalled, but that's kind of the issue with that. Like me as someone who's against the war except for the current one, I was against war except for the current one. I don't even know if that's necessarily fully the case. He also signed up after he thought the war was unjust. Exactly. Right, which shows his inconsistency. So even if he thinks the war is unjust, there is reason to believe that he will like renege on that option, right? Renege on that like that mindset to still vote for the war because he's shown to be inconsistent about that. You know what I mean? He's ready to condemn Cuba and Venezuela actions. Yeah, again, I'm not saying that he will like be for Cuba. Use that as an example. But my issue is that he has shown, right? He has shown that even if he knows something is bad, he will still, his actions will portray what he says. right? His words will say one thing, which is that the war in Iraq and Afghanistan is bad and unjust, right? That's what his words will say. Then his action will be, I'm going to join the war anyway, right? He joins the war, and then he's like, it's still bad. His action is, I'm staying in. It's still bad. I'm staying in. It's still bad. I'm staying in. And then he finally leaves, right? And then 6 years later, he's like, I know it's bad. I know we shouldn't be in Afghanistan. I knew that for the last 12 years of my life. I'm going to go back and join Blackwater. That's what he said. Which shows that he's inconsistent. There's inconsistencies there. There's reason to not trust him or believe him. And then if Graham Pwatner gets in, and then he's like, he goes the way of Fetterman, right? He's gonna be like, how did we know that? How did this happen? There was never any signs. When there's been clear inconsistency from the way that he speaks about his past, when he talks about what he has done specifically, and his like anti-war, not anti-war beliefs. There are inconsistencies there.
Like, I obviously have been making videos about Israel for a long time when it like wasn't trendy or whatever. I feel like it is trendy now, like in terms of, it feels like it's the default thing in US politics. Like, you've got to be some sort of anti-Israel. So I don't even give him credit for that, by the way. Like, there's no world in which he can be pro-Israel. So even if he wanted to be, like, if he wants a political career, he has to be anti-Israel, right? Because if he has
I think that's fair, honestly. No. That's completely fair. He cannot win an election as a Democrat being pro-Israel. I think that's true. He could not have been pro-Israel. People were like, "Oh, if he wanted to be a grifter, he'd just be a pro-Israel Democrat." Like, no, they're unpopular. So is the Republican Party. They're also unpopular. The only people who have any level of popularity right now are people who are anti-Israel. You know, whether or not you want to give Graham Pwatner credit for his anti-Israel stance, it's your own prerogative. But I do think that that is fair, right? When discussing that Graham Pwatner being anti-Israel is not like truly indicative of like what he believes, because like he could not be a left-wing candidate. Daniel Biss did win, yeah, but Daniel Biss won because the anti-Israel vote was split, and by a number of different issues, a number of different reasons behind the different candidates in that race. Like there's a number of different reasons why Daniel Biss did win as well. He's also not particularly like, popular. But also, yeah, now he is attacking Israel. That's a good point. He is attacking Israel now. Lying in the interview while not on brand with how he portrays himself is not the same kind of politician. That's cope. That's full cope. No, when he lies, it's different. I promise. It does feel like he's being clear on his stance on things like war. Also not true. This sort of feels like a moot point because of being anti-Israel is another point that is consistent, at least with the thing that he stands for. In my way off here, I think you're coping. And I won't speak on his anti-war stance because I already made a video on it. Is Graham Pwatner anti-war? You can look at that and you can watch that and come to the conclusions that I came to, which is that the way he talks about war is not somebody who is anti-war. It's just not, right? There, and I know I saw a slight portion of this at the beginning. Does it make sense? Or with a wrong policy and a flawed system, it is flawed from the top down. It's bound to fail, and it's bound to bring immense amount of violence upon the people who in of the anti-war advocate and vet Mike Prisoner. Finance what everybody's record of being anti-war goes back to protesting the Iraq War before going and serving for tours. There's a lot going on. He's also a respected organizer of groups in Maine before he has to run. He's a decent candidate. But do you understand how that makes no sense, Chatter? He was a staunch anti-war advocate before going and serving 4 tours? Does that not compute to why that literally makes 0 sense? Like, no, you don't understand. You don't understand. This person here, Johnny, was a very staunch anti-racist, bro. He was a big anti-racist. Then he joined the Klan. He was a big anti-Klan advocate. Then he joined the Klan. He joined the Klan because he wanted to change the Klan from the inside. And he was in the Klan for 10 years. Did you see how that would be a level of inconsistency that literally doesn't make any sense? Literally no sense. And then he left, right? Like then Johnny left the clan and he was like, yeah, I left the clan, but I was bored, so then I joined the super clan. You know what I mean? Like he literally protested the clan, and then he was like, you know what I need to do? Join them. And that doesn't clock to you as like being inconsistent and worthy of at least some amount of a critical view? Is that somebody who's anti-war in your mind, who understands that this war is unjust and it's bad, but then decides to join anyway, do 4 tours, leave, and then join Blackwater? Like, it literally makes no sense. I didn't know the white hood was a clan symbol. He was like, sir, Johnny, why'd you get this burning cross tattoo? Well, see, when me and my boys were in the clan, we went to this tattoo shop in Alabama. And on the wall, there were a bunch of different tattoos, and we just all got the burning crosses. Why not? Also, in case you're wondering, yes, I am a Civil War history buff, by the way. Does that make sense? Would you believe that story if that was sold to you, packaged, and presented? That would be certifiably insane. It's a flaming plus sign. I would not apologize for loving math. That is insanity. That is insane. You have to at least acknowledge that that's crazy, right? You have to at least acknowledge that that is wild. That is a wild thing for an anti-war activist to do. Anti-war activist to do. But even past that and beyond that, right? The way that he talks about his service is fundamentally different than the way that an actual anti-war activist talks about their service. Look, I just want you to understand how I read this, how Graham Pwatner spoke about his service. And I want you to keep that in your mind and contextualize that, right? And contrast that to this clip. I will play you the first 45 seconds.
And I tried hard to be proud of my service, but all I could feel was shame. And racism could no longer mask the reality of the occupation. These were people, these were humans.
The U.S. military and the Klan is silly, it doesn't make sense. Yes, it does! He protested the war, it was on TV, shot down W. Bush, so there's no contesting that fact. There's no other way to do. Okay, I will ask you a very simple question. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? I'm gonna give you 30 seconds, so shut up. Shut the fuck up. Do you understand? Just tell me yes or no. It's very simple. There is inconsistency, and it makes zero sense for him to protest the war and then voluntarily join it. He protested this war, and you say that he should get credit for that. And then he voluntarily joined it, knowing that it was bad. In my opinion, that is worse. That is objectively worse than somebody who is literally just actually indoctrinated into this current system, right, of American exceptionalism and joining because they think they're actually doing something good. He knew it was bad and then signed on the dotted line. And then went back 3 separate times. And then went back again to join Blackwater. Participated in BLM protests and then became a cop. Is that better? Also, the Klan analogy, I think it's pretty apt, right? Because if you get into the military and you get out and you don't see it as the Klan, I don't know what to tell you. Cheddar, he got a Nazi tattoo with his boys. People no, answer the question, chatter. Answer the question. Do you understand how that is inconsistent? Yes or no? Very simple. Do you understand how that is an inconsistent belief system? Inconsistent belief system. That's inconsistent. He protested a war that he voluntarily joined himself. That is inconsistent with an anti-war belief. I don't think it's that difficult of a question. It's either yes, I think it's inconsistent, or no, I don't think it's inconsistent. It appears inconsistent from that retrospect today. As somebody who was there, I'm not a vet. It's a very common occurrence, so it is inconsistent. That is an inconsistency. You understand and you acknowledge that it is an inconsistency. That is an inconsistency. He knew it was bad and he joined it. It doesn't matter what the thought process was at the time. He's allowed to be criticized for that, which is why I brought up the Klan. Right? It's even worse because he knew it was bad. He himself knew that it was bad. Himself, his own words. He was protesting it. Himself, his own words. This is somebody who's legitimately actually anti-war.
And I tried hard to be proud of my service, but all I could feel was shame. And racism could no longer mask the reality of the occupation. These were people, these were human beings. I've since been plagued by guilt anytime I see an elderly man, like the one who couldn't walk, who we rolled onto a stretcher and told the Iraqi police to take him away. I feel guilt anytime I see a mother with her children, like the one who cried hysterically and screamed that we are worse than Saddam as we forced her from her home. I feel guilt anytime I see a young girl, like the one I grabbed by the arm and dragged into the street. We were told we were fighting terrorists. The real terrorist was me, and the real terrorism is this occupation.
Do you understand how differently Mike Prisoner talks about his service? Does it make sense? Like, Graham Pwatner is not saying that. That is why he's not anti-war. He's not saying these words. He's not saying, I shouldn't have been there. He's not saying, I shouldn't have joined. He's not saying, we were the terrorists. We were terrorizing people. He's saying, Susan Collins, who happens to be who he's running against, by the way, Susan Collins sent me to this war, and I watched me and my friends die because. Right? That's what he's saying now. But for the last 15 years of his life, he was saying, I loved the war. I really loved going. I'm going to go back, actually. It was fun. I loved killing people, actually. That's inconsistency. He's an inconsistent, lying politician. And I haven't even gotten to his lies yet. This is just his inconsistency. He's lied about his past. He's lied about working for Blackwater. Says that he didn't work for Blackwater, knowing that was dishonest. He's lied about coming from an affluent background and and going to a private school and buying his house, how he bought his house. Right? He's lied about these things. He's dishonest. He's dishonest. He's dishonest. He is dishonest. Do you think Graham Pwatner disagrees with Prisoner with what he said? What you're saying is inconsistent with what Prisoner said? No. What I'm saying is that Pwatner has not said what I've said. Show me right now. Give me a link of Graham Pwatner saying this right now. Give me a link right now of Graham Pwatner saying this. Give me a link. If your next message is not a link to Graham Pwatner saying this, you are banned.
Just got up.
Graham Pwatner has not said this. He has not said it because he does not believe it. I did an entire video discussing that exact fact. The way that Graham Pwatner talks about his service is different than the way that Mike Prisoner talked about his service. right? And honestly, yes, to answer your question, yes. Yes, I do think Graham Pwatner would disagree with Mike Prisoner. Right? Because Graham Pwatner has said that we are not the issue, as in like himself and his platoon. He said, we tried our best. We truly did. But, you know, there's only so much you can do to try your best inside of a flawed system. There's no internal, what's the word? Introspection, right? There's no introspection there. There's no acknowledgement that he was a problem, that he was an issue. Right? He doesn't say that he's feels shame in his service. This is what he says. He said, again, I read it out here. He has a complicated relationship with it. Right? Because I'm still proud to be a Marine. I'm proud of my service and the service of the guys that fought next to me. The same guys who got Nazi tattoos with him, by the way. We tried our best. We truly did. But it doesn't matter if we try your best inside of a flawed policy, a flawed system. Right? He's passing the buck on to somebody else. He's passing the buck on to the people at the top, right? Like he doesn't have any accountability in his joining the system when he knew that it was bad. Graham Pwatner is honestly worse than his fellow soldiers. Graham Pwatner is worse than 99.999% of other soldiers, right? The people who were actually propagandized, people who actually thought they were fighting for something important, people who were brainwashed with the current system. Graham Pwatner wasn't brainwashed. Graham Pwatner had moral clarity, right? He could see clearly. And he still chose, right? He still chose this path. That's it. That's Pwatner's podcast last month. He was asked outright if he regresses the war, fighting in the war. He says, I do. He said we did essentially do our best in a horrible situation. This is the issue, right? The only time that he ever even addresses regret, he'll always be like, "Do you regret it?" He'll be like, "Yeah, but listen, let me explain why my thoughts." Right? He could never ever actually stand by it. I don't trust him saying that. Right? He said in the New York Times interview. The New York Times interviewer asked the same question. Right? You're like, "Do you regret your service?" He was like, "Yeah, but like, let me explain why I still love my service, though." Now I'll play it. I can play it. We looked at it last stream. Or like last week.
But then, yeah, 2006 comes in Ramadi, and I mean, at that point, I became very.
When you look back at that, do you feel angry that you were part of that violence? Do you feel, do you regret that you were part of that violence?
I have a complicated relationship with it because I am still proud of being a Marine. I'm still, I am very proud of like my service and the service of the guys that fought next to me.
Okay, so he says he regrets it, but you don't believe him. That's not what he said, Chatter. You can't say, yeah, I regret it, but let me explain why I actually liked it. You can't do that. That's not how that works. You can't say, yeah, I regret it, but then immediately contradict yourself. You can't take him saying yes as being like, see, he regrets it, but then he immediately contradicts himself the next sentence. The literal next sentence.
Yeah, I have a part of that violence. When you look back at that, do you feel angry that you were part of that violence? Do you feel, do you regret that you were part of that violence? I
have a complicated relationship with it because I am still proud of it.
To be fair, like the question didn't even ask, do you feel angry being a part of that violence? To be entirely fair. That's the question he says yes to, not his regret. But let's continue.
Do you feel angry that you were part of that violence?
Do people in Maine vote for it? I don't freaking know. I don't live in Maine.
Do you regret that you were part of that violence?
I have a complicated relationship with it because I am still proud of being a Marine. I'm still I am very proud of like my service and the service of the guys that fought next to me. I mean,
if me saying who you should vote for in Maine is going to make or break the election, then maybe y'all should sit down and listen to me what I say and try to get me on your side. You know what I mean? Like maybe you should address the concerns that I have. If I'm so powerful enough to literally single-handedly not get him elected in Maine. I'm telling you things, right, that I would require, if I did live in Maine, for him to get my support, my vote. What does he have to say for you to forgive him as being a Marine?
Congratulations.
Well, first of all, my forgiveness doesn't matter. I'm not the party that he's hurt, right? Number one. And number two, I literally just described it in this video right here. I'm not, this is not like differential equations. This is not like high level college calculus. I said it very openly. I say people think that he's Mike Prisner. He's not Mike Prisner. Mike Prisner is better. He should say what Mike Prisner is saying here. And then I played an exact, like a quote from Mike Prisner that I would want Graham Pwatner to say. And y'all were like, well, what do you actually want from him? Like, I can't be more clear than that.
We tried our best. We truly did. But it doesn't matter if you try your best inside of a flawed policy and a flawed system. It's flawed from the top down. It's bound to fail. It's bound to bring an immense amount of violence upon people who in no way, shape, or form are deserving of it. Because, I mean, we destroyed Iraq and we destroyed Afghanistan. And all the suffering, all the killing, all the dying, all the displacement, all of it we brought that. We, the United States, did that. And
right, and this is the issue. The issue is it's not like we as in I did this, right? That's the difference, right? There's a lot of we going on, right? It's like, okay, I made this analogy last stream, or like a few weeks ago. It's like when you're playing hide and seek with you and your friend gets caught, and you're like, oh no, bro, they found us. They found us. We got caught. We got caught. It's we. It's us. It's like there's never any accountability on his part, right? What Mike Prisner says is, he says, like, I was the problem, right? I was the issue. 45 seconds.
It was shame and racism. And I tried hard to be proud of my service, but all I could feel was shame. And racism could no longer mask the reality of the occupation. These were people. These were human beings. I've since been plagued by guilt anytime I see an elderly man, like the one who couldn't walk, who we rolled onto a stretcher and told the Iraqi police to take him away. I feel guilt anytime I see a mother with her children, like the one who cried hysterically and screamed that we are worse than Saddam as we forced her from her home. I feel guilt anytime I see a young girl, like the one I grabbed by the arm and dragged into the street. We were told we were fighting terrorists. The real terrorist was me, and the real terrorism is this occupation.
Do you understand how differently Mike Prisner talks about his service? Does it make sense how distinct that contrast is? He does not try to absolve himself from his engagement in that system. He does not try to separate himself out, right? Or his buddies, or his friends, or his pals out from his engagement of that system. He does not try to pass the buck and say, it wasn't me. I didn't do that. It was them. It was the orders. It was the people at the top. But that's what Graham Pwatner says. That's how Graham Pwatner frames his service. That's not regret, chat. Graham Pwatner does not regret that he was a Marine. Mike Prisner does. Graham Pwatner does not regret that he took part in this occupation. Mike Prisner does. That is a difference. That is the difference between somebody who is anti-war and somebody who is not. Graham Pwatner, definitionally, is not anti-war. He may be anti-unjust war, unfair war, anti-expensive war. He is not anti-war. And you can tell that by the way that he speaks about this issue. The fact that he not only tries to absolve himself, but his friends and his pals. But was his unit just the only unit that just was like on the up and up? The good guy unit? When he says he tried his best, you tried your best to do what? We tried our best to do what? Did you disobey the illegal orders you were given? Did you break the chain of command to report the illegal orders you were given? Did you lay down your arms, right? Did you mutiny? Did you go AWOL? What did you do? What did you do? What is your trying your best? And you just hoped really hard, right? That it stopped? That's my beef. You remove everything else. Remove everything else. That specifically is my beef with Graham Pwatner. And I've been trying to say this consistently for at least the last week, but the last few months since he launched his campaign, when he dropped his first campaign video. I saw a take that said that's like, oh, now it's kind of too late. You know what I mean? But we should have been saying this stuff when it was months ago, and nobody was saying it then. Now it's kind of too late, and he's the only candidate. Do you know who was? If you saw my coverage of Graham Pwatner when his first campaign video dropped in October of last year, I think it's irrelevant, to be honest. You're not meeting people where they're at. What are you talking about? He's running for the Senate. I'm willing to meet Graham Pwatner where he is as a person. He's running to be a senator. He needs to reckon with his engagement in an illegal system, in a flawed system, as he called it. And if people are going to position him as anti-war, if people are going to use these words to say that he should be the president of the United States, which people are. I'm back. Anyway. That's that part of the conversation. I don't even remember what I was saying.
Class of 2026.
That's not it.
Establishment. He's like, even we're looking at people like, you know, on the Republican side, it's building and building. Where I read something in my video on Friday. 50% of evangelicals.
Definitely a lot more detail and specific on the things that he regrets doing. I think he's still proud of the brotherhood he's formed, but does indeed upholding the system. I don't think he's going to message differently given the Maine's demo. I don't care about Maine's demographic. I don't give two flying flips. I don't structure what I think is moral based upon what the American populace wants. You know, would it be good for the demographic of Kentucky if you were transphobic? Maybe. Do I think we should support transphobic politicians? No. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. I don't care what is good for, like, you know, what the demographics want. Right? I support things because I think it's moral. It's a moral imperative. Right? I don't think we should like change what we believe and what we stand for because we think it'll appeal to people. Right? Because if you are a leftist, you understand that people will always come back to our side because we stand for policies that will materially change everybody's life. Right? We don't have to change what we believe because of what the demographics of these states actually want. Right? If that's even the case in the first place. It is a pro-life Democrat argument. Abortion is actually unpopular in some areas. So we have to run pro-life Democrats in order to capture the. It's literally what Ezra Klein said. Ezra Klein said this verbatim. I know because I looked this up before. Where's it at? I wonder if he has a video saying it. Yes, it's this video.
Let's start with what happened when. Let's start with what.
Oh? Here, listen to what he said. Listen to what he said.
Try to compete in Kansas and Missouri and in Ohio, and then in red states, right? Meaning redder than that. I'd like to see us running pro-life Democrats again. When Obamacare passed, 40 House Democrats were pro-life. People got very upset about that. I get why, but I think it's worth thinking about this. Has it been bad for the Republican Party that Susan Collins, who is nominally pro-choice, wins in Maine? Has that been a weakness for them? Has it been bad for the Republican Party that Donald Trump welcomed RFK Jr. and all of his voters, everybody who liked RFK Jr., Joe Rogan all the way down, into their coalition? No, it has expanded their power. Trump built coalitions when he thought it would serve him. He is, among many other things that he is, a ruthlessly political animal. And I think there are things to take seriously in that we have begun to demean.
I hear you.
The price of what's being said by Mike Hassan or Sean or any other online creator, voters want him. We are not making takes based on voters for him. Yeah, exactly. Like the main voters do want him, and he is going to win. So I think all of it doesn't matter in the first place, right? But I don't think we should change the policies that we advocate for. I'm surprised I was going today. I was told I wasn't supposed to go today. Anyway. But like he is going to win, right? This idea that like he can't say this or he can't say that because he's going to lose is a fabrication because he's going to win, right? And this is the reason why it's so frustrating is because the last 5 years I've heard leftists say that like we need to just not engage in the culture war or culture war stuff, focus on the material policy because that's all people care about. But now it's like, no, you don't understand. We have to do culture war stuff. Please, you have to understand. We must engage in the culture war. We must position ourselves in the culture war specifically because that's what people actually care about. And it's not the materialist policies. So I'm like, which is it? Is it we don't have to engage in the culture war because it's the materialist policies that actually like, you know, move voters? And if you have good materialist policies, it doesn't matter what your take is on trans people, that you want trans people to be able to exist. That won't change their minds because you want to change their life with materialist policies. Is that the case? Or is it like we have to compromise on some things because voters actually really, really do care about this kind of stuff? And that if we have this take, voters will never come to our side. So we have to compromise on that, right? Those are incongruent, contradictory things. They are contradictory, right? I'm of the mindset that the materialist policies that leftists stand for will get voters on board no matter what you say about regretting your service, all right? No matter what you say about trans people deserving rights, because they do deserve rights, right? You can say that because even transphobic voters won't care about that so long as you give them health care. You know what I mean? That's my view of it. You do these materialist policies, right, to build this base of support, but you don't have to like, you know, concede on their bigoted beliefs. Right? You don't have to concede on anti-blackness to bring them in if you just give them materialist policies. Right? And the same way goes for Graham Pwatner. You don't have to concede to a pro-military framing because of this idea that like Americans are pro-military. Because you would not do that for any other circumstance, right? You don't have to concede on transphobic framing because Americans are transphobic. Right? You have to, at a certain point as leftists, you have to stick to your guns and say, this is what I stand for. And I'm going to fix your life. You can take it or leave it. And you have to acknowledge that, like, for the most part, Americans will take it. So I'm Donnie. Right? As leftists who actually do care about fixing material issues, they will take it. They will always take it. They will always take it. So this idea that Graham Pwatner can't say this or can't say that because he will lose voters is, I think, a fundamental misunderstanding of what leftism stands for. And it's just pure cope because I think some of these people are pro-military. I think some people who like Graham Pwatner are actually pro-military. And they're just kind of coping. They're like, no, you don't understand. He has to be pro-military because it's for other people. Right? That, for some of them, but also because they think Graham Pwatner has a wider goal. Right? The reason why they can't get Graham Pwatner to stand against his military service is because they think his military service is not good with the voters, but is good with the white male demographic. Right? They want him to be a persona or an idol for the left. That's what it is. That's what it is. He's usefulness in that regard. Okay, let's continue.
Have a negative view of Israel now. So it's like they're the most strong non-Jewish group of supporters of Israel, and 50% of young evangelicals don't like Israel. So it's like I don't give a shit if he's anti-Israel, but like the embargo sales. And for me, it's kind of like you were saying, pro-US imperialism. That is pro-Israel. Like they're linked together. They're essentially, in my mind, they're the same thing. But this is what I'm trying to say is, I think a lot of anti-Zionists and people who become anti-Zionist purely from watching like maybe myself or you or Hassan, like after October 7th, I think these people aren't actually anti-Zionist, and I think they've had their brain broken by Israel in terms of they see Israel as a unique evil. It's unique. It's never happened before. Like it's America is better. Like America didn't do anything like this ever. Not that America is the blueprint for like every state like this in the first place. And I just find it so insane how like people, like you were saying, if he was anti-US military, like let's slash the budget by 90%, and all, if he was very radical against, I would give him not a pass, but I would understand why people like him. He's not even that. So it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with people in terms of like? I'll ask you this: like, why percent? If he was very radical against, I would give him not a pass, but I would understand why people like him. He's not even that. So it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with people in terms of like? I'll ask you this: so why can't people? What is all these people not being able to link Israeli expansion and Israeli foreign policy to the US military? Because as we saw with Iran, people have been telling me that like America is a Zionist occupied government, but when it comes to Iran, both of their jets are doing it together. And they're not. It's not like one of them doing it and then America providing like logistical support. They're both going in. So what is it like? What is there in the American mind in terms of the American left as well? How can they not link these together? Like, why is Joe Biden? Like, why do they even believe he wanted a ceasefire? Like, do you remember those reports that come out like Biden is very mad with that? It's like, no, he's not mad with him. He's not. He supports this, and we know this now. But all of these liberals and people who like even were promoting Kamala Harris, I don't understand. They can't link it together that it's one thing. Like, why is there like, why does imperialism with the US not extend to the actions of Israel? I don't understand how people don't make that connection. But that's what I think. I think it's people becoming anti-Zionist after October 7th, where they're just becoming anti-Zionist as a reactionary thing of like, here's the media spotlight, I'm paying attention, and now this is the worst thing ever, but I can't connect it in my head to
I think
anything
that's
else. Like, it's not
slightly true, but I don't think it's fully the case. I think it's more that like the Cavernacle's perspective is that the people who are pro Graham Plattner are like sort of being like duped into it. Where I think it's less like they're being duped. I think they see a specific goal with Graham Plattner. I think it's very calculated. They're supporting Graham Plattner not because they feel like Graham Plattner is duping them. I think it's they view Graham Plattner as useful to a wider goal. You know what I mean? And this way has anything to do with Graham Plattner. No, I think it does.
not connected to Congo, it's not connected to Sudan, it's not connected to anything. It's just Israel evil. Every other country is kind of like a victim of them or even controlled by them.
I don't think a lot of the people that we're talking about here are like, I don't think this applies to them directly. It's where they're ready to compromise in the military. What do you mean compromise in the military? It's a lesser evil goal that I think basically voting is used as a tool as a broader goal. I don't even think the voting is part of it. I'm gonna be real. I think Graham Plattner winning an election is just a means to an end of them getting a figure. Like, I think to be a bit reductive, they kind of just want a messiah. Right? They want a like white male messiah that can work to serve and then provide the message of leftism to people that it's not yet reaching. And that is the young white man. And I think that there's a usefulness in that. Yes, exactly. They think that Plattner will be good branding for socialism. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. That's it. That's exactly what it is. They think that like Graham Plattner, because of his white male, masculine identity, will appeal to like the young white men and be like the Joe Rogan of the left. You walked it back though, it doesn't matter, right? They're saying that he's hiding his power level. And then when he uses Plattner as branding for purple/rural states for the left, yeah, but like that doesn't make sense. I think that may be partially true, but that doesn't make sense because we know that like populist messaging is like popular for people. This is kind of the entire point of the left, which is why you have a class focused and class centric messaging apparatus. We know that it's effective. We don't need a Graham Plattner as an example that it can work in purple/rural states. We know that it's effective. The issue is that nobody's been trying to talk to people in purple/rural states. You don't need Graham Plattner to prove that you can do this. The issue is nobody's been talking to them. This would have worked without Graham Plattner. You don't need Graham Plattner to prove that this works. This would have worked if we actually went to talk to these states and just did it there anyway. You know what I mean? It was that because again, it's doing the closest show. Like these yokels in flyover states are so done, they need a big cowboy to support. Yeah, kind of. It's kind of like that, yeah. It's like, wow, why is the left not very popular in these other states? Is it because we're not talking to them? No, we just haven't found the right person to show them that like they can do this, and they hope Graham Plattner can be that. Plattner is also the white centrist liberal city idea of a rural person. This is the funniest thing because it's also true. He's not actually working class. He's not actually working class. He's not blue collar. He's a petite bourgeois business owner who came from like a line of like upper middle class and went to a private school. And like, but he has the aesthetics, right? This is still aesthetics focused politics. He has the aesthetics that they want. And they hope that he will appeal to like the rural, working class voter that they've been missing. Because they're like, why? It's like, why does the DSA only have strangleholds in like California and New York, and maybe sometimes in Philadelphia, and sometimes in like Maryland and Baltimore or whatever. Oh, Baltimore, but whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, why is that always the case? Why is there no like DSA really have a stranglehold in like the South? You're like, you know what we need? We need Graham Plattner to fix this kind of thing. And it's like, no, you just need to talk to these people. You can do this without Graham Plattner. And this is why I'm frustrated, because like they think Graham Plattner is going to literally change the dynamic. And it's not. If you just talk to people, saying the things that you're already saying, and you engage with these communities, the same thing would happen. We don't need a 4-tour former Blackwater mercenary guy to do it for. Right? We don't need him to prove that socialism would be popular if you market it correctly. We know socialism will be popular if you market it correctly. There have been books written on the idea that socialism will be popular if you market it correctly. Let's continue. I live in a rural area and we barely even have Democrats come around to message to people. I can't even imagine a DSA candidate doing it. But I get it. I don't know. Let's just continue.
I see that definitely the from right wing and liberal to left wing, the kind of general anti-Israel sentiment that's not really connected to anything else. And there's the America First anti-Israel sentiment, and there's just a lot of incoherent sort of assertions of that general framework. But when it comes to overlooking America's role or the West's role in empire, I feel like for like American politics, especially electoral politics, it kind of comes back to the politician worship. AOC saying we're working tirelessly for a ceasefire, people being willing to buy into these ideas about their party and their platform and the people they think are the lesser evils. Around election season, when it comes to that, people just fully lie, fully continually run cover for Biden so they can try and get Kamala elected. But then ultimately, it's also something they do believe, that us sending the weapons to mow down people in Gaza is just because you don't see the American flag on the plane or the American troop on the ground actually doing the killing, even though there were some at the GHF sites. You're for some reason, it does.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Is like there actually are American flags actually at on these bombs. Like they will attach American flags to these bombs, right? Like people write their names on them. Like this is the thing that actually happens on like American weaponry.
This doesn't count. I don't really know how that is possible. When we all know the numbers, we all know how many billions of weapons were sent. It's not possible for Israel to do what it does without America. And still, there's this. I don't really know how to describe it. I guess American exceptionalism maybe is the best framework, because it is a unique thing. And I can't say I talked to that many.
They see him as someone that works for Maine because of aesthetics and policies. Basic electoralism is finding someone that represents aesthetically that place where they come from, plus policies. Yeah, but the issue is like the DSA didn't do that. Graham Plattner is not a member of the DSA. Graham Plattner is not representative of the DSA. Graham Plattner is essentially a loose candidate that we're just hoping will abide by the DSA line, right? But unlike other members of the DSA that can be censured, that can be held accountable, you know what I mean? By the actual organization, like he's just not. He's not that. And so that's why it's frustrating, because like it's so passive that like we lose control. We don't have any control over this. We are just hoping that Graham Pwatner comes out and he stays consistent on like what he's saying now, and that he doesn't change his mind. But if he does, we have no recourse because he's not a member of the DSA. If he was a member of the DSA, we could hold those resources hold those resources over him for his reelection. Right? You could say, if you don't play ball with what we want to do, we're not going to back you in your next election cycle. We will back a new candidate. We don't have any of that. Right? And that's an issue with having aesthetics-focused politics, by just being like, well, this guy's already growing here and he's saying some of the right stuff. Let's just, because he never does that though. But that's what they should be doing, theoretically speaking. Right? Which is also my issue with the DSA as well. They should use their leverage over candidates to push them in a certain direction. But actually, I lied. That's true. They did that with AOC, technically speaking. The DSA did, technically speaking, push AOC to rescind her support for the Iron Dome funding. And so they do have the capacity to do that. And they should be doing that. If they didn't do anything. I mean, I think it played some a role in like AOC moving in that position. Right? But like that's what a party does, right? That's what a political party is supposed to do. You know? I think the left that support Pwatner, they said that they're not afraid of being heartbroken or breaking trust. If candidates break trust, they'll just move on. If they break trust like Fetterman did, yes. Like a 50-50 split on the DSA having more centralized control over DSA electeds. The real power is refusing to do groundwork and campaigning for electeds that go against some red line. I think that's what they should do. That's effective. The DSA has shown that they can mobilize people for support and get people elected. I feel like they should weaponize that and utilize that against people that don't have that red line. You know, I find that American military blind spot is that American military, because everyone knows a member of the military. I believe in reform. I see the way, let's just talk about the IDF, mandatory conscription, talk about the military poverty trap is truly cognitive dissonance. I don't necessarily think that that's the entire story. I think that's part of it, right? I think everybody knows somebody in the military is a piece of like the propaganda arm of American exceptionalism, right? It's everybody knows somebody in the military. And from a young age, you are indoctrinated into thinking that the military is a positive force in the world. It's not true, right? I brought it up earlier, right? The Pledge of Allegiance. Making a bunch of 5-year-old kids to the Pledge of Allegiance for the next 12 years of their life, right? Having recruiters coming to talk to them in their 11 and 12 about why they need to join the military because it's actually super positive and stuff. Right? The movies that they have and the media and all of this stuff all comes together to building a propaganda arm. It is grooming. Right? And so even though I genuinely believe most Americans do not like have strong feelings towards like protecting the American military, it's just what you've been trained to do. They're running line. Right? When somebody says thank you for your service when they see a veteran or whatever, they don't really care. Because if they care, they want that veteran to be taken care of. They want that veteran to be housed, right? To be able to get health care. But they don't care. They walk by homeless veterans on the street every day. You know what I mean?
Go off saluting face.
They only care in insofar as it's like they are kind of posturing to care, kind of virtue signaling, right? It is thoughts and prayers. It's running line. Right. And so I think genuinely that is an in that the left can come in and to explain to people why the military is bad. Because we should be doing that instead of just accepting that the military has the perception that they currently have and then just being like, oh, well, that's just kind of how it is. Shrug. It's our role to go to these people and be like, hey, I know what you've been taught about the American military. These are the actual horrors that they actually, they do overseas. Right. That's our job to do that. But right now, we don't see the left doing that. We see the left running defense for it, right? We see the left seeing people in their thoughts in the military and being like, well, people love the military. So that's just kind of how it is. Whether they should fight the war of poverty by building homes. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I think I can understand people who are being like, the military should be domestic focused and focusing on domestic issues. That's not happening, bro. We see cops. Cops are the domestic military, and that sucks. We see the National Guard, basically domestic military, also sucks. They're going to be used against protesters and anybody that the state sees as an enemy. Always. I view it the same way that I view policing, and that it is a corrupt institution. It is corrupt as an institution. Could there be a force that exists as a way to work on domestic issues? Yes, but it won't be the military and it won't be cops. They're convincing people that their families and friends committed evil deeds is a crazy endeavor. We need military members to do it, even make it somewhat palatable. I mean, not really, right? Like, because for the most part, you only have to convince them that the people on the ground in the infantry are doing evil deeds. And most of the military is not infantry. You know what I mean? So like you have to be like, yeah, these are the people who are holding the guns. And then once they are aware of that, we're like, oh yeah, that stuff is bad. That's not good, right? Once they're aware of that, then you can work back. Okay, now this is how the system. These are the people who are maintaining the vehicles. These are how the vehicles are used. And you work backwards from there, right? People do not care as much as people think about the military, right? People do not care as much as people think about the military, right? They honestly don't really care about them. If I'm being entirely honest. It's all kind of posture. It's kind of like corporations during like BLM being like, fist. We care about black people. They don't care about people. They're just saying it because they think they're supposed to be saying it, right? Or pride, right? Yeah, it's like Rainbow.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist.
It's like that, right? That's how the normal average American citizen cares about the military. They've been taught growing up that they're doing something that's probably good for us. So when they see a veteran, they're like, oh, thank you for your service. I don't know what you're doing, but it's probably good for us. And the left can step in and be like, hey, here's what they're actually doing, right? The money that the trillions of dollars that is going to the military every year, or the $1.5 trillion, that can be going into your pockets. And I guarantee you, Americans will love that way more than the military. I promise you. I promise you. Go to talk to your average American citizen, right? And say, yeah, do you think that this military needs to be increasing when we're not in any wars? That's silly and stupid, right? That should be going into your pocket. I promise you that's effective messaging. It is. It's effective messaging. Right? And I know it's effective messaging because that's what Israel is saying, right? Like, that's what we're saying about Israel right now, right? It's all this money that's going to Israel when it could be feeding your pockets, right? It could be feeding your families, it could be going into your pockets, right? Where the way that Americans felt about Israel has changed. It used to be just like, I don't know much about Israel, but like, yeah, they're our allies, right? Yeah, Israel's our allies or whatever. You see how quickly that's changed? That has changed with the active effort of everybody in the world pushing for Palestinian liberation. Right? I'm not saying that it will be easy, but it's possible for us to move the needle in that regard. Where we can nudge the needle of people thinking that like military is there to protect them, to think, hey, shouldn't you be allowed to protect yourself with more money in your pockets? You know what I mean? So I'll make your extreme motivation. I lived like a capitalist every day. No. I do remember to do stolen valor claims that veteran just got every $. The reason people know what APEC is because of the left. That's kind of the burning line, spend money here and not on wars abroad. Yeah, and that's effective. So I don't understand why there's so much resentment towards people saying that Graham Platter should be saying that. Right? When I say that Graham Platter should be saying that, I meant with the, well, he can't say that because nobody would like that. And that's not true. That's literally not true. If Graham Platter came out and said, we should be spending more money here and we should take money away from the military budget because it's already too high, people in Maine would love that. Because people in Maine are working class and they will benefit from it. Can I say when it comes to Platter, we saw someone they think aesthetically represents Maine, they approached him, gave us some leftist policies. They personally believed in them, or that wasn't consideration at all. He was an empty vessel. Yeah. I think that's not inaccurate. A soldier telling people the military is bloated and needs to be cut, it would be very popular. Yeah, exactly. So this cope that he can't say it because it will make him unpopular is silly. He's not saying that because he doesn't want that. Where he said all the time, no, he was saying cut the defense budget by 50% when running, I think. Yes, Bernie was saying this, which is why, I keep saying this, which is why it makes no sense people saying that Graham Platter can't say this. He can say, I was in the military. I saw how poorly it was run. We need to take some of that money away from them, right? Graham Platter's not saying that. He's saying we need to keep that money there so we can keep building more ships in Maine. That's the issue.
Americans about this sort of thing day to day. So I can't really speak all that much from personal experience, but I mean, historically, it is just kind of an unchallenged good, what we do, even in the idea of liberals. And so when Israel does something like this that is so heinous that people come up with whatever explanation they need to say that Israel's wrong for doing it, fine, that's good. Generally, just get them to stop bombing, do whatever. But then for them to not also have any sort of, I guess, cognizance of this thing being a part of a broader structure of imperialism that has, over the course of history and over the course of recent history in the Middle East, been just a total evil. And then also there are people a part of that system that are now, benefiting off of that with veteran status like Plattner. I don't know what to tell you, man. It confounds me because it's also something that, had I not started looking into politics a few years ago, I think these are probably things I would still believe, even though I hadn't even thought that much about them or said them, because it's just how it is here. Yeah.
So no, I do understand. I understand that, right? And in the context of normies and right wingers, I understand wanting to.
This has nothing to do with literally anything. It's crazy how the Cavernacle's brother is Cavos. Is what? Cavos. This guy. He is? Yes! Isn't that crazy? Sorry, I know it has literally nothing to do with anything. But they're brothers. Should I find a picture of his face? Or his face.
Vitali's victim, Akash, has come out exposing absolutely...
This guy. I don't believe you. No, I promise you this is true. He's a drama trooper. Here, this is YouTube fandom or whatever. Piers Alexander Kavanaugh, born 1997, better known as Kavos, is an English YouTuber who does commentary videos discussing famous people in large YouTube channels. Where's it at? He has an older brother who's also a YouTuber named The Tabernacle, who's mainly a political commentator. How'd you find out? I don't remember. I think somebody in chat said. Hated Abel? That's crazy.
But wanting to believe America is better. I totally understand it, because you go up in a country, even in Britain, people think that
pop culture. I reviewed pop culture this morning. Okay,
is better than America. I mean, there is some arguments to be made in certain things, but I would say they're pretty joint at the hip in terms of, America might send all the weapons, but we were using the RAF to give all the intelligence to the IDF in Gaza, right? So it's like how much do you want to like quibble over who's worse in terms of like we're both helping? So it's like at the same time, I get it, but at the same time, these are leftists. Like the majority report, like okay, Hassan. I told this to him. Like I super disagree with what, like the Platinum stuff, but the thing with Hassan, I actually think he's audience captured about Platinum. Because I know he thinks he's strategically like getting people in to help take over, but I think at a certain point, like going against Platinum, as I know myself, it's not the popular thing to do. And I feel like sometimes if you're making an argument to people like Hassan does that like the Democrat Party can be saved, and then here's this candidate that everyone's promoting that like he says anti-Israel stuff, he says the war in Iran is bad, he says corporations are bad. How are you not gonna back him? Like, are you seriously not gonna back this guy Hassan? Like you've been telling us that like Mamdani is the answer, even AOC is the answer, and here's another guy, and apparently he's bad. But then I don't blame him initially for like the propaganda around him. I blame the majority report and like Zateo and stuff like that, and Ryan Grimm, someone saying in the chat. And here's another thing I want to ask you, right? Are these people, are they doing it on purpose or are they just stupid? Because I just cannot believe these people cover the Israel stuff every day. They've covered the Iraq war for a long, long time. These people are smart people. Like a lot of them come from very privileged backgrounds, have very good education.
Sorry, I just saw a kid just try to set another kid's hair on fire. I would have beat this kid up, bro. If I was that other kid, we.
And then even the Nazi tattoo stuff. I'm just here's what I think it is, and I don't believe this necessarily, but I think so. Emma Vigilant said with the Nazi tattoo, like, do you not want a working class party? Like, do you want to hold everyone accountable forever? And it's like the Graham Platter isn't working class. With the Nazi tattoo thing as well, it speaks to like an incredible naivety about the US military, because even I remember reading stories back in the day when I was getting into politics as a teenager that there were so many US military people in the Middle East that were getting done for like Nazi tattoos because they believed in Nazi ideology. Like there was such a problem, especially in the Marines as well, which Platter was in.
I think a good analogy of this I just thought of is like Ukraine. We see like Ukrainians who have like Totenkopf stickers and patches and like Nazi patches, and we're like, okay, this is kind of insane, right? We don't sit there and think, well, that's just how it works, you know? They probably saw that and was like, oh, just skull and crossbones or whatever. We're like, no, this is like, there's a Nazi problem that is inside of the Ukrainian military. There's also a problem inside of the, yes, Azov Battalion. Also a problem inside of the Russian military with the Wagner group, but that's just, again, it's that, like, that same dynamic exists inside of American military. There is a Nazi problem inside of the American military. I think it's fair for people to have questions whether or not Graham Platter was a part of that. Right? There are Nazis in the American military. And he did have a Nazi tattoo. And I think he should have to answer for like why he did it. I think he should have to disavow it. But everything he said so far was running away from it. You know what I mean? I said that instead of spending on the military wars, he should spend on healthcare, housing, and education, etc. I don't know if that's what he said. I think he said instead of spending it on pointless wars, which is, I think, different, then we should be spent on housing, which is like, again, that's different in my opinion than wanting to defund the military and reallocate funding away from the military as a structure. He wants to fund the military to fund shipbuilding capabilities, right? To compete with like, I don't know, like China's military or something. So he's not for decreasing military spending. If anything, he wants the same amount of military spending and some of it to go to funding Maine's shipbuilding capabilities. To pay soldiers more? Actually, I haven't seen that one. I think your analysis about people thinking him not being openly anti-military is good because it's Maine is correct. I think that I disagree with that analysis from other people. I don't think he needs it. Now, if he was losing, maybe I would have a different thing. If he was genuinely losing by saying all of this stuff about the military being bad, right, then maybe I'd have a different take. But he's not. He's winning, and he can and he got the support of like the Democratic Party behind him almost immediately. Right? He can stand behind something if he believes it. I find it much more likely he's a dumb jarhead who got a skull tattoo. He danced shirtless at Joe's wedding. He had Nazi cringe tattoo. If he was a Nazi, his cringe Reddit account would have shown it. I mean, his cringe Reddit account showed that he was an anti-black misogynistic rape apologist as well. Right? I don't think him dancing shirtless at his Jewish sister's wedding is like really means anything. You know what I mean? You think like Jewish people would not see somebody dancing shirtless with a Nazi tattoo and be like, oh, I'm not gonna say anything about that? Like, well, why didn't any of the Jewish people confront him? It must not have been a Nazi tattoo or whatever. Like, I think it's silly. It's silly. There's a few truths, right? There's a few truths. One, the U.S. military has a Nazi problem. It's not a recognizable symbol. Yes, it is. It's like the third most recognizable Nazi iconography, bro. Like, not to do like a list or whatever, but like it's like the swastika. Then you have like the lightning bolts, right? Maybe the Iron Cross, and then like the totem pole. It's like it's up there, bro. It's on all the hats. It's on all of the hats. And he called himself a World War II buff. It is literally on all of their hats. Oh yeah, the Eagle one is also on some of the hats too. This is true. He said that he's specifically a World War II buff. I read and watched plenty of World War II nonfiction and didn't recognize it immediately. And that's honestly, that's an L for you, chatter. I'm sorry, that is an L in a self-report. You cannot claim to be anti-fascist if you cannot recognize fascist iconography. This is like the very basics of being an anti-fascist. It's very recognizable.
Very well. They're coming. Now we'll see how these Russians deal with a crack SS division.
Hands. Look, it's on his hat. It's on his freaking collar.
Have courage, my friend.
Yeah.
It's right there.
I've just noticed something.
These communists are all cowards.
Have you looked at our caps recently?
Our caps?
The badges on our caps. Have you looked at them?
What? No. A bit?
They've got skulls on them. Have you noticed that our caps have actually got little pictures of skulls on them?
I don't,
Hans, are we the baddies?
Right, let's see. We should be able to hold them at this point.
It's on the caps, bro. It is literally, it's the same. And again, this would all be completely meaningless if he just acknowledged that, like, yes, it is a Nazi tattoo. No, I didn't know what it was. I'm sorry for getting it, and I got it covered up. He didn't? No, he didn't, chatter. No, he did not. We've seen him address this 4 different times, and at every single point, is literally say, "No, it's not, chatter. No, it's not." You find me that clip, and I will find me I'll find you the clip that I'm talking about. Okay, how about that? I know because we've seen it literally here. Denied was a total off. Yes, 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 chatter. Yes, he did. Yes, 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 yes. There's no way. Yes, he did. He denied it was a totem cough. Yes. Yes. He said it was a skull and crossbones. And somebody corrected him and he was like, nope, it's a skull and crossbones. I don't know what to tell you. Every time he's addressed this, he said it 2 separate instances, right? This one here.
You got anybody, Matt?
You are fired.
Yeah, people have more questions about the tattoo stuff. And these folks want to kind of like some clarification, I suppose. Okay. Audrey?
Hi, guys. Hey, everyone. Hello to the Holy Trinity. And Graham, just wanted to press you a little more, about the tattoo. You do continually refer to
tattoo is not important to me as other stuff. It's not. But when people lie about what he said, that's when I get mad. That's where I get upset. Because I covered this. Who hasn't denied the tattoo resembles a totem cough once he gets pointed out, he acknowledges what it is. It looks like I got it covered. No, chatter. Shut your mouth and listen. Just shut up. Please. Shut up. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking and listen.
As a skull and crossbones, and I would just like to ask you, as a World War II buff, if you know what they call that symbol, if you know what the name of it is.
I do now. It's I've read, it's a Totenkopf, and I have read.
So what do you mean you do now? Because if you're a World War II history buff, I mean, that was like, you ever seen Indiana Jones? Or like, it's in a lot of movies, you know what I mean? So
I was well aware that they used a similar looking thing.
No, Graham, you have to admit it's not a similar looking thing. It's the same thing.
Oh yeah.
And
no,
you keep sort of dodging around it, but
I'm not trying to
just
dodge.
would like you to admit that you got a Nazi tattoo and just apologize instead of saying it could be interpreted that way. I
can't because I didn't. And look, I'll just put it this way.
So which is it, Chatter? Because he did.
Half of my family is Jewish. I took my shirt off in front of them for 17 years. At the beach, at parties, at events.
And then he denied it, Chatter. What are you talking about? You just heard him deny it. He just took it back.
Weddings. If I thought...
Took your shirt off at a wedding?
I did. I promised...
That's the famous video.
I promised my brother and his wife that I was going to perform Wrecking Ball by Miley Cyrus in nothing but Marine Corps running shorts. And so I did when they got married.
Audrey, your argument is that...
Like he said, like, when he asked if what it was called, he said, it's a Totenkopf. He's like, okay, well, you realize you got a Nazi tattoo? He's like, no, I said to use something similar, right? And so he's immediately trying to, like, walk it back. Right? Immediately. Like literally, like frame one. And this isn't even the worst. I have another clip as well.
Your argument is that he went into the tattoo.
But he did! Chatter, do you think that's a Nazi tattoo? Do you think it was a Totenkopf? You can't say it was a Totenkopf and then say I didn't get a Nazi tattoo. He's either denying that a Totenkopf is a Nazi tattoo or he's denying that he got it. He got a Nazi tattoo. He did. There's literally no way to spin that. He got a Nazi tattoo. Him denying that he got a Nazi tattoo is dishonesty. He's lying. He's a liar. You can't say, it's literally the Patrick meme. You can't say that you got a skull and crossbones. Someone asks you what that's called. You say a Totenkopf. And then they ask, why did you get a Nazi tattoo? And then be like, I didn't get a Nazi tattoo. He's denying that he knew it was a Nazi tattoo. That's not what he said. They asked him, why did you get a Nazi tattoo? And then he said, I didn't. He did. He did. You can't debate that. Literally, you cannot debate that. He got a Nazi tattoo. If you go order a pepperoni pizza and get a handed a cheese pizza, Chatter, it's a Nazi tattoo. He got a Nazi tattoo. He walked in the store, he pointed at a Nazi tattoo, and he got that tattooed on his body. Him knowing about it or not knowing about it literally doesn't matter because he got a Nazi tattoo. Do you swear? Do you disagree with a very clear statement? Graham Pwatner got a Nazi tattoo. It's like ordering a pepperoni pizza, getting a pepperoni pizza, and then acting like you didn't order a pepperoni pizza. Yes, not knowing it's a Nazi tattoo. No, he literally ordered a Nazi tattoo. Yes or no? Did he order a Nazi tattoo? Like, this is so dumb. This is why Graham Pwatner's things are so stupid, bro. You can just say, yes, he got a Nazi tattoo. He didn't know what it was. And then that's fine. But you can't claim that you didn't get a Nazi tattoo. He did get a Nazi tattoo. As we didn't know it was not Totenkopf. It doesn't matter. That's not what he's saying. That's not the question he was asked. He was not asked, Chatter. He was not asked if he knew it was a Nazi tattoo. He was asked if he knew what the tattoo that he got was. He said it was a Totenkopf. And then they asked, why did you get a Nazi tattoo? And then he said he didn't. They didn't ask about his intention. They didn't ask about what he meant to do. They asked him a very clear question. Why did you get a Nazi tattoo? And then he said he didn't. That is a lie. That is a falsehood. Because he did get a Nazi tattoo. whether or not he intended on getting one, whether or not he knew it was a Nazi tattoo, it doesn't matter. That's what the question was.
Weddings. If
Remember
I
that question
thought
as you
shirt
need to
off
get
at a
this
wedding?
Nazi
I
tattoo?
did.
Well, guys, because you read it uncharitably because you like Graham Pwatner. This is him squirreling his way around, like whether or not he got a Nazi tattoo.
I took my shirt off in front of them for 17 years. At the beach, at parties, at events, at weddings. If
you're reading it, if you read it like it's reality, then yes, he got a Nazi tattoo. Because in reality, he got a Nazi tattoo. What are we talking about here? He got a Nazi tattoo. This is literally not up for debate. It was on his body. This is the stupidest hill to die on. He got a Nazi tattoo. And so him claiming that he did not get a Nazi tattoo is stupid and dishonest.
Took your shirt off at a wedding?
I did. I promised.
the famous video.
I promised my brother and his wife that I was going to perform "Wrecking Ball" by Miley Cyrus in nothing but Marine Corps running shorts, and so I did when they got married.
Audrey, your argument is that your argument is that he went into the tattoo shop and knowingly picked a Nazi symbol to be tattooed on.
Anyone who's even remotely a World War II buff knows what that is. It's not just a skull and crossbones.
Can I admit something? I consider myself a history buff. I like history. I was not personally aware of that. So
this is the funniest thing that I see from Graham Pwatner stands is that they debase themselves. They bend themselves over for this man, which is like, I'm a little stupid boy. I'm a little stupid boy with a little stupid education. I had no idea. You know, I thought I was a smart person, but I'm a stupid boy. I'm a stupid boy with a stupid education, and I had no idea. Thank you, Graham Pwatner, for teaching me something. Wow, you're really so great. Like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Stop!
I'm not trying to be argumentative, but...
Well, I do believe you on that, Tim, but I will say that, you know, I don't think it's that hard to apologize for a tattoo, and there has not really been an apology. There's just been I'm sorry if it resembles a hate symbol. You know what I'm saying?
But again, like I'm not going to apologize for something that like I didn't know about or do. And in the moment that we found, like, the moment that it was clear, and I was kind of putting it in that context, I mean, I got it covered because I don't want that on my body.
It's also not true. It's also not true. What did he say? Actually being performative, you recognize Totenkopf before this. Oh, you are so stupid, chatter. And you should be like ashamed of yourself. You should hold shame in your heart for this. It's one of the most iconic Nazi symbolism. Like, I'm sorry, Nazis killed black people too. I kind of need to know what their symbols are. You know what I mean? For my trans chatters out there, for my disabled chatters out there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you kind of got to be a little bit aware of the Nazi symbolism. You know what I mean? Like, obviously for the Jewish chatters out there, you know what I mean? Like, you're like, well, I had no idea, actually. Like, that is an L for you. And genuinely, you need to go back to studying in the Antifa school or something. I don't know why you graduated if you don't know how to identify Nazi iconography. It's so performative. To know Nazi symbolism? Like, I can't do this with y'all. This is insane. Graham Pwatner stands would rather debase themselves, right? I'm a stupid little boy, than to even acknowledge that maybe they're wrong and stupid and dumb. There are massive symbols, Totenkopf, SS, swastika. I don't doubt that the idiots in the US, but everyone seems to forget a group of snipers with SS tattoos. Half of the military groups were Mexican descent. Yes! It's just insane. And I understand majority report Hassan, Graham, or other than left constantly defending this bullshit. It is because they find usefulness in Graham Pwatner. Graham Pwatner is useful for them. Graham Pwatner is useful for them. It was performative to not to point out the Nazi symbolism. Come on, man. It's performative to know about Nazi symbolism. He's saying like if you know about Nazi symbolism, you're performative. Because there's no way you could have known, because I didn't know, because I'm stupid. Like, also, exactly. Graham Pwatner called himself earlier, unprompted. Unprompted, Graham Pwatner called himself in this VOD, a World War II history buff. This is what Graham Pwatner said.
War, I was really into the Second World War, and I kind of just goes why that
probably watching Cobra or Predator on TV. Or
and I grew up playing with GI Joes, but it was also deeper. Into high school, I've always been a big history buff, and I was really into the Civil War. I was really into the Second World War, and I kind of just
huge history buff. Can't recognize Nazi iconography. No idea. No idea. I fail to see his usefulness to the socialist cause. The only thing that I can do is flip the Senate. I don't need to anoint him as leader of the movement. The usefulness that they see is that he's a white man. It's very simple. He is a white man who speaks on populist messaging. It's the same conversation about the Joe Rogan of the left. If you take your mind back 2 years to the election cycle and how everybody, right-wingers, centrists, liberals, leftists, Nazis, were all talking about how to capture young men, right? Joe Rogan of the left conversation, Joe Rogan himself, right? Andrew Tate, right? We're failing the young men. Democrats are failing young men. How do we get young men? The reason why Graham Pwatner is so popular is because they see him, Graham Pwatner, as useful in this battle to get young men. That's it. Think he didn't know isn't the problem. Is the fact that he refuses to apologize. It doesn't matter if he didn't know. He still got it. Yeah, he can't acknowledge that there's a difference between his intent and his impact. And he's like, well, you want me to apologize for getting a Nazi tattoo? Well, I didn't get a Nazi tattoo. I had one and I received one, but I didn't purposefully go out of my way to pick a Nazi tattoo. So I won't apologize for it. I apologize if you were hurt by it. And this isn't even the worst one, by the way. This is not even the worst one. Because a lot of feel like we're worried about this comparatively smaller problem. How does he feel like it's performative to care this much about the tattoo when he's taking actions that are worse? Like, I'm sorry, there's such a disconnect here. No, my point is not about like the tattoo being his biggest issue. The issue and the point about this is the fact that people will go out of their way to defend every little thing that Graham Pwatner does, even if it's as innocuous as just getting a tattoo. There's no reason for people to defend that. It's meaningless, but people going out of their way to debase their own credentials in the left to defend it is the problem, and it's the issue. I expect my leftists to be able to identify Nazi iconography. But people being so willing to debase themselves and be like, no, actually, I didn't even know what that was. That reads to me as weird and insane. I don't want to trust leftists who can immediately just not be able to recognize something when it benefits them. That's the insane point. Like, obviously, he has done worse than this, right? I've talked about the worst that he's done than this. The issue is that this is an example of a wider example about how people will lie to defend Graham Pwatner. That's the problem. People will lie to defend Graham Pwatner. People will mischaracterize to defend Graham Pwatner. People will position Graham Pwatner as something that he's not and say that he apologized for something that he didn't do. And this is one example in a long line of other examples of stuff that he's done. If you have a problem with it, then go somewhere else. You know what I mean? I don't care. I will talk about things that I think are important. And I think the fact that people are lying about Graham Pwatner in this specific instance is also important. And I will discuss this as well. I will discuss this example as well, where the tattoo gets brought up again. Here.
I want to come back to something that we mentioned at the top, which is something else that happened during your time in the Middle East. And that is, of course, that you got a tattoo.
Well, that was in Croatia.
That was in Croatia, but it was
Yeah.
during this period then when you were serving.
2007
Right.
or 8.
And it resembles Nazi insignia.
Yeah, it's a skull and crossbones. I just want to. I got a skull and crossbones with a
Like this, right? When she even throws him a bone saying it resembles Nazi insignia, he makes it clear to be like, well, actually, it's a skull and crossbones. Actually, Nazis. What are those? I don't know what those are. That's dishonest. That is dishonest. That's dishonest.
bunch of other Marines in a tattoo parlor in Croatia because skull and
He
crossbones.
cuts her off in the middle of her question, be like, actually, let me frame this the way that I think will make me look the best.
Resembles Nazi insignia.
Yeah, it's a skull and crossbones. I just
Why did he not say it was a totem cough here, Chatter? Why didn't he say what it was? If he acknowledges what it is, why didn't he say what it was?
I got a skull and crossbones with a bunch of other Marines in a tattoo parlor in Croatia because skull and crossbones are things that Marines get. And I had it for 17 years. And I took my shirt off.
He's not saying it was a Nazi symbol, not saying it was a totem cough. He's just saying it was a skull and crossbones because all Marines get skull and crossbones. Skull and crossbones would still be bad. What does that skull represent when you're killing people? I mean, obviously, but I'm not going to get into like litigating of like, you know, the list of tattoos that he could have gotten that could have also been problematic. You know what I mean? The point of the matter is that he's lying. He's a liar. He is a proven liar and a mischaracterizer, and he's running from his past, which was he's wearing such bad faith. If you say that he acknowledged it was a totem cough, why did he reduce it down to just being a skull and crossbones? Why? He did that. He could have acknowledged it was a Nazi tattoo. He lied. This is dishonest. This is dishonesty. Yeah, if you got a swastika, it'll be like, oh, it was the Manji symbol. What are we talking about? That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. It was a totem cough. It was a Nazi symbol. It was. It was Nazi symbolism. If he didn't know, then he can't simultaneously say that, well, you don't understand, it wasn't skull and crossbones. What did he not know?
I was out in public. I took pictures with it. I went through 2 security clearances where I got screened for gang and hate tattoos, and it never once came up on a screening. Yeah. So that's what I had a skull and crossbones on my chest for 17 years until after the campaign started. And then the establishment candidate got in the race, and suddenly they drop all this opposition research, and part of it is that Graham Pwatner has like this like tattoo with white supremacist ties or Nazi ties.
He couldn't even say Nazi tattoo. He was like, oh, this is a tattoo with white supremacist ties or Nazi ties. He didn't say it was a Nazi tattoo.
Like this like tattoo with white supremacist ties or Nazi ties. And at that point, I took a look at the things. I'm like, well, I don't want
This is dishonest, Chatter. He went to get a skull and crossbones at a tattoo shop, was giving out totem coughs. He was saying that he meant to get a skull. You have it, you have to say it like that. Otherwise, you're saying, I went to a Nazi shop to get a Nazi tattoo. And that's what he did, Chatter. Are you denying that that's what he did? Are you saying that he didn't go to a Nazi shop, get a Nazi tattoo? Because he did go to a Nazi shop and got a Nazi tattoo. What you're saying is that he should lie about it because it looks bad for the voters or whatever. You're saying that he knew it was a Nazi shop. I'm just saying what you said. You said this. It has a Nazi tattoo on the wall. Is that not a Nazi shop to you? I don't know how to describe this to you. Are you claiming that it's not a Nazi shop? That they give out Nazi tattoos? It doesn't make any sense. It literally does not make any sense. Is he even messaging? It's just English. You're just mad. He's trying to make his viewers understand what actually happened. He got a Nazi tattoo, yes or no? He walked into a shop, pointed at a wall, and got a Nazi tattoo. Yes? Okay, then. That's all I'm saying he should say. He's not saying that. right? When the interviewer said, you have a tattoo that resembles Nazi iconography, he's like, well, it's a skull and crossbones. Let's be clear about that. Nazis, what are those? Because he admitted it was a Nazi tattoo in his clip. He said it was a tattoo that may have Nazi ties or white supremacist ties, according to opposition research. Did he admit if he said it that way instead of leading with what he meant, it sounds so much worse? I don't care how it sounds. That's reality. You're asking me, are you saying that he shouldn't lie about it? Like, he should go with reality. He should own it. He should say, yes, it was a Nazi tattoo. I got it and I didn't know. I got it covered up and I'm sorry. It's that simple. People act like I'm saying that he needs to build a mountain or something. It's very simple. I got a Nazi tattoo. I didn't know it was a Nazi tattoo. I got it covered up. I'm sorry. He's not saying that. I don't know how else to describe this to you. He's not saying those words. He's saying it wasn't a Nazi tattoo. It was actually something else. It was dropped because of opposition research. I'm not going to apologize because it wasn't a Nazi tattoo. He's saying literally the exact opposite of what I'm saying that he should say. It's dishonest. Dishonest.
Something that has that kind of connotation on my body, and so I promptly got it covered up.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Did other people get the same tattoo?
Yeah. Other guys in my unit. Yeah.
You know, I mean, you say it's opposition research. That may well be true, but ultimately it is hard for voters to know what the reality of why you got that
he's saying, got that too? No, he's not saying that. He's not saying that, Chatter. He's literally not saying that. You're lying. He's not saying he got a Nazi tattoo. That's the issue. This is the disconnect. He's literally not saying that. He's saying that I got a tattoo. It's a skull and crossbones. Some people, when they squint their eyes, they may see it as a Nazi tattoo or close to it. That's dishonest. What it was a Nazi tattoo. He got a Nazi tattoo. You're saying he's lying about the cover-up too? Sorry, I'm not up to speed. I mean, he is lying about the cover-up as well. He did not get it covered up immediately when he found out. He waited for it to be advantageous so he could record it being covered up for political points. Not as big of a deal, but he's also lying about that. He's a consistent liar. I don't know how else to describe this to you. He is a consistent liar. Consistent. He lies about a number of different things. He lies about, okay, who has the timestamp for this? Wait, hold on.
Went to private school,
Here.
graduate college, became a bartender.
Yep.
But also, your father was an attorney.
Yep.
Your grandfather was a Cornell-educated architect,
Yep.
quite well known. You went to private schools. So
kind of. Well, the private school thing, I would just like to. So
Tell me.
Okay. So in so I grew up in Sullivan, Maine. Went to Mountain View Elementary School, which is very small. I think my
He goes on like a 5-minute tangent about how technically he went to private school, but actually technically he didn't go to private school because he got himself kicked out because he didn't like it at all.
I think we had like 12 kids or something, 12 to 14. It was tiny. And my mom really, really wanted my brother and I to get like a high quality education. And this place in Connecticut, Hotchkiss, gave us a really good financial aid package. So my mom was like, all right, that's where you're going. I did not want to go at all because I didn't want to leave Maine. So I got sent down there, and there was a moment, which I will never forget. And it was a moment I knew that I had to leave this place. I went down to Hotchkiss, and they had like, monthly or weekly, I think called a chapel or something like that. And people, graduates or, people would always come and give motivational speeches and whatnot. And the first one I went to, some guy came, some business magnate type, and was trying to kind of inculcate in everyone like the concept of work ethic. And at some point he was just like, who in here's had a job? And I put my hand up, and I was the only kid in the room that put his hand up. And I realized that it wasn't a real question. It was a rhetorical question because of course none of these kids had held jobs. And I then felt really embarrassed because I'm like 13. And like, I realized, oh my God, like there are a lot of people who are like super wealthy, and I'm not, and my family's not, and like we were fine for the record. I grew up solidly middle class without question, but like worked for, all the way. I worked through high school. I bagged groceries. I did landscaping. Worked for the Appalachian Mountain Club and the professional trail crew for 2 years.
Keep that in mind, by the way.
Years before I joined the Marine Corps, and so like there was just this, I don't know, this real sense of like I was very out of place. So I I got myself kicked out by Christmas. I was at Hotchkiss for like 3 months. And then I went back to Maine and went to John Babs, which is up in Bangor, which was far more my speed. Lots of just normal Maine kids who were more of my kind of world.
I mean, how do you think about class? Is working class how you grew up or how you live now? Like, how do you, because you grew up, you're describing it as solidly middle class.
I think the difference today.
And you make your, in your pitches, I'm of the working class now. I work with my hands.
Yeah, and I am. I mean, I work with my hands. I don't make a lot of money. My wife and I work incredibly hard, and we probably make like $60,000 a year combined.
That's not what working class means, by the way. But
don't have money left over. We're not saving for retirement, I'll tell you that. I was lucky. I got to buy my house in 2017, and I could not afford my house today. My house has gone up almost 3 times in value. But my
family money?
Was that?
Do you have family money?
My father gave me the mortgage, except of course because he's my dad and he's an attorney, he gave me a significantly higher interest rate than the bank.
That's dishonest, by the way. I want you to listen to what he did, right? He was like, "Oh, I bought my house, in 2017. I'm lucky I did, right? Because it got really bad, right?" The document. I don't have the document. I don't remember what it's called. I don't have the document. Right? And until he presses him like family money, and he was like, "Oh yeah, my dad bought my mortgage." That his dad gave him $200,000. $200,000 from his parents to buy his house. $200K. Do you see how that's kind of dishonest? Right? You see how that's a little bit dishonest? Where he's trying to position himself as like working class. I work for everything we own. Me and my wife, we don't really have a lot of money to us. And his dad can just like throw like $200,000 at him. Which is fine, but he's trying to swarm away from it. Exactly. That's the dishonest part. Him coming from money is not a bad thing, right? But him trying to like worm away from it to like literally LARP as working class. That's what he's doing. He's a petite bourgeois business owner, right? Whose parents own a restaurant and is a lawyer. His grandfather is an architect, right? He comes from money. And he's like, I'm just like the rest of you. Is it private school? Oh, I barely went to that. I flunked out of that. I got myself kicked out. It's dishonesty. It is literally, like, there's no other way to describe it except for dishonesty. He's a dishonest person. Paying for money doesn't inherently mean anything, but lying about it absolutely does. Yes. And also it's worse because like he's been a frequent liar about how his house situation in a number of different ways.
Bank would have, because he's a lawyer. But it was, I could have used a VA home loan if I had wanted to, but at that point it was just easier to do it that way. And I mean, but to be fair, like I could never get that today because I can't afford the mortgage. If it was 3 times what it is, my income hasn't gone up 3 times. And so I was lucky to get it then. And so my wife and I very much recognize that the life we've been able to build has come from a lot of like luck. But on top of that is also my VA healthcare and my VA pension, which that really is kind of like that's the baseline that really allows all this to happen. If it wasn't for the VA healthcare thing, I wouldn't have had the freedom to start a business, to move back to my hometown, figure out. I mean, I was flat. I moved back to Maine in 2016 from DC, and I was broke. I was living.
Keep in mind, 2016 was a year before his dad gave him $200,000 to buy a house. In case you want the timeline on that.
Back to Maine in 2016 from DC, and I was broke. I was living at my mom's house because I had spent a number of years very depressed, which we can get to about after my combat service. But when it comes to
no, it's actually before. It's before his PMC. So he goes back home, apparently broke in 2016. 2017, his dad gives him $200,000 to buy a house. In 2018, he goes and joins Blackwater because he's bored. and wants money. So how was he working for Blackwater? No, that was a year before working for Blackwater. And so then he joined Blackwater, and then he quit Blackwater after 6 months because he said he was also bored of Blackwater. And it's just like, but also he didn't work at Blackwater, chat. Don't you know? Don't you know? Don't you know? His dad's a rich lawyer, and his granddad, Warren Pwatner, is a former famous architect that designed some of the features inside of the World Trade Center. Just a regular class guy. Hey, yeah. It's just like, and again, he could be like a rich guy, or at least come from upper middle class, backgrounds, and that can be okay. But he's like LARPing as working class. He's like, I'm working class. I work with my hands. It's dishonest. Do you see what I'm? Do you understand what I'm saying when I say he has a history of being dishonest? He has a history of dishonesty, including this clip right here.
We got a whole bunch on your service, and then also your time with the Blackwater offshoot, what Constellus, I think it was called. One of them, so from Halal Flow says, like, how does someone with your worldview end up working for Blackwater? I think a lot of people on the left would find that helpful to hear. They're worried you might be another Fetterman. Man, Fetterman is haunting.
There's a lot of trauma.
So much trauma.
I feel it too. There's a lot of trauma there.
He says, but I don't think you are. There were already signs of who Fetterman was when he was running and caving to DMFI, pro-Israel lobby.
Yeah, not to mention that whole incident where he tried to murder a random black guy in his neighborhood.
Not
mentioned enough. There was that as well.
Like, if I'm being entirely honest, like Fetterman gets a lot of beef, which rightfully so. Graham Pwatner killed people. Graham Pwatner killed people. Yeah, Fetterman sucks for sure, but
Bingo just subscribed.
that's kind of craziness. Eddie Bingo, thank you for the 22 months.
Not mentioned a little more. He said you touched on this a bit during your last appearance on the show when you talked about your U.S. military service, but we didn't go into much.
Americans aren't people. You're right. What do I think?
Into the State Department security contractor. So who did you work for? Why and why? And for people who are skeptical of American empire, why should that not be disqualifying?
So I never worked for Blackwater. This is I see this everywhere, and I'm always like, oh, for God's sake.
That's dishonest, chat. That is very cut and throat dishonesty. It's dishonesty. It is. He worked for a Blackwater offshoot, like what Blackwater turned into. It was the same company, the same services, the same facilities. He was shooting with Blackwater guns. There's no other way I can describe this to you. It was Blackwater. And him saying that he didn't work for Blackwater is doing propaganda for the private military infrastructure. Him saying he didn't work for Blackwater is what Blackwater wants him to say. Blackwater has done that shell change 12 times on purpose. They have. Blackwater turned into Z Services. Then they turned and they had offshoots like Greystone and other different Presidential Airways. Then that turned into Academy, and then Academy combined with Triple Canopy to become Constellus. And if you want to know exactly what this video, I have a video on this, speaking about this extensively. Three years ago, into the Blackwater, how American corporations escape accountability. They escape accountability by doing what Graham Pwatner is doing here. Exactly like this. It's just, it's not Blackwater, it's something different. Here, I'll show you a clip from this to kind of demonstrate this. Tried
name if they wanted the contract.
Well, that's part of the problem here. Are there other cover corporations besides Paravan out there that are where you're putting a name on something so that people like the previous witness that was looking at these contracts? I mean, he said in the hearing today that he had no idea that Paravan was Blackwater, but yet the people that were working for you in the theater said, well, yeah, we work for Blackwater. Everybody knew we worked for Blackwater. Our paycheck came from Blackwater. We were Blackwater. Blackwater. Paravan just appears to be a classic example of a cover corporation in order for the people who were doing the contract not to know who they were really contracting with.
Senator, that's a very good question. And I think that there's, as you discussed earlier, I believe there was multiple layers of Raytheon and then the government. Raytheon, my understanding, requested that a company name be other than Blackwater. It was at Raytheon's request.
Okay, so now we're getting to the meat of the matter. You're saying on the record that Raytheon requested that Blackwater make up a name for a company so they could enter into a contract with Raytheon.
I'm saying, Senator, that my understanding is that request for a company other than Blackwater did come from Raytheon.
And this is directly facilitated by our American military.
Yeah. So that's what he's doing here when he says he didn't work for Blackwater. It's dishonesty.
Red flag, maybe
Not
look a little more. He said you touched on this.
Before, back before Congress was full of content demons, yeah, they were just full of actual demons. But there was a few people who were like less demon, at least less demonic.
Bit during
Now they're all content demons, TikTok dancing.
your last appearance on the show when you talked about your U.S. military service, but we didn't go into much into the people who are skeptical of American empire. Why should that not be disqualifying?
So I never worked for Blackwater. This is I've been, like, I see this everywhere and I'm always like, oh, for God's sake. The company that we all know is Blackwater, the one that Jeremy Scahill wrote about back in the late 2000s. That company, Eric Prince's little kind of warlord fantasy, that company essentially went away after 2012. And it was sold. I forget who bought it. There were several iterations afterwards, similar, like same facility down in North Carolina. And this is something that I think gets lost in all of this. The State Department has contracts for high threat security.
Oh, and then he goes to defend the existence of PMCs.
They don't do it in-house. And the contracts were written with very specific requirements about what kind of training people have to receive, what kind of background they have to have. It's all around combat backgrounds, combat arms, special operations, infantry, that kind of thing. And so they've maintained those contracts. There were only a few companies
You are correct, Chad. They are in Haiti right now.
For a long time who could meet any of those requirements. Triple Canopy, Blackwater back in the day, and then the Academy afterwards, Z, SOC, SMG. There were a number of these outfits, and because they were the ones who had the training facilities, they knew how to meet the.
It's also important to note that he named the same company 3 times. Blackwater, Z Services, Academy are all the same company. They're the same company. Blackwater turned into Z Services, which then turned into Academy, which then combined. Where's that? Which then combined with Triple Canopy. Yeah. Well, combined with Triple Canopy to become Academy. That's what it was. I'm pretty sure. I said it in the video. It's in the video.
Contract requirements. There's a story in all of this that I think often gets lost, which is that after Blackwater folded, hedge funds started buying all of it up. And because they essentially saw, like, if you can have all the companies, then you can set your price. You're the only ones that have the ability to meet the contract requirements.
This is also wrong. I think he's just wrong on this. You're already doing this. They were already doing like price fixing for military contracts, right? Like Raytheon would take a contract from the government. They would subcontract out Caravan, which is a subsidiary of Z Services, which is Blackwater, changed its name, right? And then when Blackwater took a contract, they would subcontract out Raytheon. The money kept flowing in that way. He's just wrong. It is also irrelevant, right? It is also irrelevant, but isn't that also a horrible idea if you're a supposed leftist? Like joining Blackwater? No, you're correct.
By the time I got around to doing this, which is 2018, so I left the Army in 2012. I frankly didn't know what to do with my life for the next 6 years. And in 2017, I was back in Maine, utterly lost, had left college, didn't know what I was doing, but I was fully qualified to go work for the State Department in Afghanistan. And I had a lot of friends who were on that contract. And so essentially a friend of mine hit me up on Facebook and was like, hey, dude, what are you doing? I'm like, honestly, man, I have no idea. I'm lost. I can't figure out where
IDF signifier? That's crazy.
I fit in this whole
I
thing.
think signifier was correct, and I think Metapanado was wrong.
It's like, I mean, come on over and get on the Ambos detail, and it's the money's okay. We don't do we did nothing. I mean, this is by 2018.
Yeah, you talk about what you actually did because people think of it.
I mean, he said he's killed people, right? Or at least he's implied it.
It's like you went out there and you're shooting kids.
Mercenary,
for the record, all of that used to happen. Back in the late 2000s, all the horror stories from that shit are true. Sorry, all that it is there, but there's also a reason why the hammer came down, because that stuff happened. By the time I get there, essentially it's this it's a corporate money grab, and they use guys like me with these backgrounds to meet the contract requirements, so they could pay us bare minimum and walk away with the balance, which is frankly what
they weren't getting paid bare minimum, by the way. They weren't getting paid obviously equity for what they were doing, which was stealing money from these and resources from these developing nations. But they were also they got paid handsomely for doing it. He's getting federal minimum wage. If that's what he's telling you, he's a liar.
Thing in Afghanistan was by 2018. The whole thing seemed to exist purely to move taxpayer money into the pockets of defense contractors. I was a driver on the ambassador's advanced security team. So I would go to a venue before the AMBO would go, and I drove the vehicle, and guys on the team would make sure that everything was set up, and he'd be able to walk in the door and meet the people. It was all... In 2018, we were barely leaving the green zone. We didn't, I mean, look, I was there for 6 months. I mean, I probably went on 12 or 13 moves.
All right, stop replying to the bad empanada chatter stand person. You know what? I'll ban that person. No more replying. Because y'all don't know how to behave.
Did was lift weights and play video games. And I got huge, and I played a lot of Far Cry.
Far Cry. Okay, nice. Which one?
I love this is the first follow-up question they ask. First follow-up question is what Far Cry did you play? Which one? What is journalism, bro? You understand my frustration with how everybody has dealt with Graham Pwatner? Bro, put me in an interview with him. Let me interview him. Graham Pwatner, come on my stream. I don't usually do politician stream. Let me do it. Why did you enlist in the Marine Corps? Wanted to have an adventure and kill some people. Joined up in 04, did Fallujah and Ramadi, and managed both. Hell of an experience. Yeah, so he has to kill people. This is this is during 2020, so a lot could have changed. But this is so crazy. You wouldn't go on Assange because they were worried about my pushback. I don't know if that's true. I think people just said that. I don't think he's really said that at any point. I don't think he's actually addressed Hassan's stream. The life of Pwatner is that he inherited his oyster farm business. He runs from a family friend, and he actually has a co-owner and a childhood friend he never talked about. Oh, is that his that's a different person. That was his brother-in-law. Robert Cushman III, a wealthy businessman who owned the Ingalls Island off the coast of Maine, on which the oyster farm operates. So everything has been spoon fed to Pwatner. That's, you have a link to that? I have not heard of that at all. So I asked him and his team, and they avoided him. He also dropped out of the PV thing. I think he dropped out of the PV thing for some other reason. We don't know why. It would be funny if he dropped out because Hassan was there. That would be hilarious. He won't go on. Hassan probably doesn't want him to go on because he'd have to ask tough questions. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think Hassan would ask him fair questions, not questions that I necessarily would want answered. I don't think he'll go as deep as I would go in my interview if I had an interview with Graham Pwatner. But I think he'll hold Graham's feet to the fire, and I think Graham would struggle. But I think Hassan would take some of his answers at face value when he shouldn't. That's my position. I think he'll ask about the tattoo. Graham will say it's not a knock tattoo, and Hassan will be like, whatever. And then they'll move on. And then they'll talk about his experience. He won't say he regrets it. Chat goes feral. Hassan tries to push him on it. He kind of fumbles on that. It doesn't go productive direction. So I definitely noticed Graham was a bit sus in the New York Times interview. He said he still supports him, but maybe a little less hot on him than before. Yeah, I know. I think Hassan saw my coverage of it, if I'm being honest. At least some of my coverage on it. But I saw he said that he saw the New York Times interview and that made him wary. He said not enough for him to become a weird Graham Pwatner hater, and I was like, oh no, that's enough for me for sure. It turned me into like, I don't like Graham Pwatner, but like, you know, I need to see him in a contentious interview, and then I saw him in a contentious interview, and I was like, this guy sucks. Now I'm a full-throated Graham Pwatner hater. I think he's a liar. I think he's a dishonest liar. I think Sunshine is mostly pro Pwatner, but he still has to qualify that he says about the tattoo. I think Hassan's chat is more pro Pwatner than not. I don't think they're as pro Pwatner as you might think. Chat 50-50. I think it's more 60-40 pro Graham Pwatner. Because chat does tend to go in the direction of whatever Hassan says. But I do think there's a lot of skeptics in chat. They just don't. They've stopped like making their discontent known. For what I've seen. But like, it was funny because I saw an old Reddit post. Here, I'm see if I can find it. See if I can find it. I don't know where it is. There was an old Reddit post from a few months ago. Oh, wait. On site reddit.com. I'm trying to find it. I don't think it was this. No, it wasn't this one. I don't remember where it was from, but I saw an old, like it was like 7 months ago or 8 months ago. There's an old Reddit post from before. Let me see. I think I can sort from before, like 8 months ago, right? Custom range. I don't remember where it was at though. Maybe I'm tripping. There's a lot of r/main posts about him. That's not what I'm looking for. It was on like a socialist Reddit. I don't remember which socialist Reddit it was on though. I don't know where it is. Can't find it. It's not r/. Maybe it was r/leftist. I don't know. I did find this though, which is like what r/Hassan Piker said about Graham Platter 9 months ago. My issue with the song platform and Graham Platter. First, this is not me, by the way. First of all, I want to say that I really like Hassan. I'm not a stand-up bad banana. I tend to disagree with many things he says. But this time, I feel like he makes a good point. Graham Platter has been to Afghanistan and Iraq 4 times with a soldier within the U.S. military and as a contractor. Participated in actively participated as a machine gunner operator on guard duty in any areas where more crimes have been committed. Now we all agree the U.S. needs to have a leftist movement to fight imperialism and oligarchy. But the fact that they're trying to push this as one of the faces of somebody willing to participate in 2 U.S. proxy wars in which more than 1 million people died does not sit right with me. I don't care that he says free Palestine and denounces the genocide since he's been by his will until 2018, not that long ago, a tool for Western fascism and brags about it in a Twitter bio. I know Hassan says that he needs to evaluate Pwatner, but I think when he reacted to his speech and chat was going crazy, I felt like they were watching the second coming of Fidel Castro, which is absolutely crazy to me as some guy terrorizing locals in the Middle East like until 7 years ago. Sorry for broken English. Is not my English, not my first language. And a lot of the comments are actually very agreeing with this chatter. I can't remember what it was, but I saw another post about Graham Pwatner earlier, like 6 months ago, 7 months ago, and it was very critical of Graham Pwatner. I think it kind of shifted immediately. Like earlier this year. I genuinely can't find it. Wait. No, that's not it. Since I seem to be split on this one. Yeah, this is like a month ago, though. So that's a little bit different. As the election grew closer, I think this is my take. I think as elections grow closer, people grow more and more unprincipled. After the 2024 election, like immediately after, people were saying that they're not going to support any candidate that's not a overt anti-Zionist. That has gone away. As elections grow more and more closer, people grow more and more unprincipled because they view it as for pragmatic reasons. The Reddit post where Pwatner tries to justify a tank shooting at a Palestinian journalist in the West Bank. Really? That's actually a little bit surprising. I mean, I know he loves violence, but like sometimes he's like decent. Anyway, I'm not gonna get into it. But like, my point is that the times have changed and have shifted. I do have to go because my food is here. So, thank you all for watching. We didn't even get very far into the Pwatner Pwower Howr. Oh, Red Cyber, thank you for the raid. I'm sorry, I'm literally leaving. But thank you for the raid, though. Hope your stream was good. What did y'all do? What were y'all up to? Pwatner Pwower Howr. Yeah, we got, how far did we get in this video? We got a total of we got 30 minutes in. That wasn't bad. like halfway. We got close. What does he say? He says nobody clearly hit the side of the hit the building on the far side of the street from the take's perspective. Instead of the corner itself, if they were gunning for the kids, a main gun round into the corner would do the trick. If they were, obviously he would know about this apparently. If they were gunning for the cameraman on the far side of the street, it would have been the best spot to place around. Bad luck for the camera guy. The gunner was likely sighted in on a corner because of the activity, and he just happened to break it on the far side of the street. I applaud war zone journalists who don't embed within the occupying military, but it is a risk. I want to see the full description. Let me see. I mean, this is Grand Platter. There's I'll look at it more tomorrow. I have to go. I do have to go. But thank you all for watching. I will leave you with the idea that I hate what's his face, Asmongold. Yes, that's it. I will not rebrand the cards. Anyway, goodbye. Oh, also, I said I was in DC. Anyway,